JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Puddings, coming to you from New York City, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with What'll We Do? Better and better and better. Yes, sir. Jell-O's been getting better and better all the time, year after year. And now Jell-O comes forward with its most revolutionary improvement of all, locked-in flavor. A new exclusive process for bringing you every last luscious bit of Jell-O's glorious goodness. Up until now, gelatin desserts constantly faded in flavor while waiting to be used. But today, Jell-O's rich, mouth-watering flavor is locked in. And no matter how long your package of Jell-O takes to reach you, time just can't steal away its flavor. Prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. There's no heavy, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. But the instant you dissolve Jell-O, what a rush of rich, marvelous flavor comes pouring out. And my, how you enjoy it. Try Jell-O tomorrow. Feast your eyes on its bright, scintillating colors. Thrill to Jell-O's full, never-fading, locked-in flavor. You'll say Jell-O really is different. Because the flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. That was What'll We Do, played by the orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, exactly 449 years ago today, Christopher Columbus first set foot in the New World after a perilous ocean voyage of 40 days and 40 nights.
Boy, what a trip. I wish I'd have been there.
For weeks and weeks, Columbus and his band of intrepid adventurers were tossed around in the storm-churned Atlantic, little knowing that they'd come through alive.
Reef that mainsail. We'll make it, fellas.
So now we bring you a man who gets seasick when the crackers bob about in his oyster stew, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that was a very funny introduction you thought of. You sure love to kid your old boss, don't you?
Yes, I do, Jack. And you're my idea of a real sport.
Well.
I make those cracks about you because you're so big. You're broad-minded. You're the kind of a guy that can take it.
A good old Donsey. By the way, I believe you were born in Denver, Colorado, weren't you, Don?
Why, yes, Jack. In fact, I spend my summers there.
Your summers, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, unless you keep a civil tongue in your big fat head, snow will be hitting you in the face. But after all, we've been together too long to quibble over trifles. Incidentally, have you heard any... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Now, are you kidding? Don, have you heard any reports on our opening program last Sunday? You know, comments, reactions, and so forth.
Why, yes, Jack. Some people seem to like it very, very much.
Uh-huh.
Some people thought it was fairly good.
Uh-huh.
And some people...
Well, yes, sir. Well, Don, I thought the press was exceptionally nice this year. For instance, PM gave us a lovely notice. In fact, you could almost call it a raid.
Tell them about the Daily News.
Yep, PM said our opening program was really a humdinger. Very nice, don't you think?
Oh, wonderful.
And Radio Guide liked it, and Billboard, the theatrical paper, seemed to think we had a hilarious show.
Tell them about the Daily News.
Mary, it just so happens that Ben Gross, radio editor of the News, didn't like the program, and he's entitled to his opinion. I have no hard feelings towards Ben.
You haven't, eh?
No.
Then why did you try to get Errol Flynn to beat him up?
I didn't even know Flynn was in town. Anyway, most of the notices were very favorable.
Did you read the one you got in the Daily Worker?
Yes, I read the Daily Worker.
What did it say, Mary?
Same thing every year. Down with Benny.
Yeah, but you talk about write-ups. Get a load of this rave in the Waukegan News Sun. Benny wows him again. Here, Mary, read it yourself.
Okay.
Well, naturally, Jack, your hometown paper would be 100% in your favor.
I don't know about that. They're pretty critical, you know.
Say, Jack.
What?
Look at this news item on the other side of your write-up.
Where? I didn't see it.
It says, Boo Boo Benny, cousin of Walt Keegan's own Jack Benny, was picked up again last night for parking his body too far away from the curb.
What?
When interviewed, Boo Boo said, I don't want to set the world on fire, I just want a bromo.
Give me that clipping. That boo-boo is always getting into those publicity stunts. Anyway, Don, the consensus seems to be...
Hiya, Jackson. Like the washwoman says, what do you hear from the mop?
What?
M.O.P.
I got the gag. You don't have to spell it. I got it. Say, Phil, we were talking about the first program last week. Did you see any reviews on it?
Yeah, there was a swell write-up in the Orchestra World.
Oh, the musicians' paper, eh? What did it say?
It said, due to the length of the dialogue on Benny's first program, Phil Harris had to cut out his usual band number.
Oh, they missed it, eh?
No, they liked the idea.
Oh, well, don't feel bad about it, Phil. It's only one opinion.
And that reminds me, Jackson, I hate to bring it up, but Alice thinks that this program is a little too corny for a guy like me.
What?
She feels that I ought to be on a high-classer show.
High-classer?
Yeah, Alice says I ought to be on Information, Please.
Oh, she does. Well, Phil, Alice is a dear, sweet girl, and I respect her opinion. But if you were ever on Information, Please, and you were asked who was the first president of the United States, and you said George Washington, Clifton Fadiman would drop dead. And I might also add that at present, Mr. Fadiman is in perfect health. Luca wants to be on Information, Please.
Why, Phil, even Jack would be afraid to go on that program.
Absolutely.
And he has a remarkable memory,
Certainly. I read something, I never forget it.
especially that write-up in the Daily News.
Quiet, will you? You're going to keep talking about... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you see the write-up your opening program got in the Brooklyn Eagle?
The Brooklyn Eagle? No, what did it say?
It said what happened to you and the Dodgers shouldn't happen to a dog.
Well, I guess they're still a little blue over the series, you know. Anyway, Dennis, I heard a lot of nice things about your song last week, so now that you're here, let's have another one.
Okay, I'm going to sing a very popular number called Time Was.
Good.
And this being Columbus Day, I dedicate it to my new girl I met last night.
What's the connection?
I picked her up at Columbus Circle.
Oh, how are things around there? I must saunter by. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny,
Yes.
may I congratulate you on your opening broadcast of the new season.
Opening broadcast. Look, Bub, we had a show last Sunday.
Good heavens, are you going to count that one?
Get out of here. What a guy. His head looks like the ball Mickey Owen dropped. Go ahead, then.
We have a world of memories, you and I, the kind you cherish more and more as the years go by. Time was when we had fun on the schoolyard swing, when we exchanged graduation rings. One lovely yesterday. Time was when we wrote love letters in our coffee and dreaming the time away. Picnics and hay rides and midwinter sleigh rides and never apart. Hikes in the country, and there's more than one tree on which I've a place in your heart. Darling, every tomorrow will be complete if all our moments are half as sweet as all our time was then. Oh, darling, if all our memories stay so sweet, all our tomorrows will be complete as all our time was then.
That was Time Was, sung by Dennis Day, my favorite tenor. And now, ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen...
Mr. Benny,
What is it, Dennis?
you know, I saw Charlie's aunt this summer, and somebody just told me that pretty lady in it was you.
Oh, well, it was me. It was me. It was my character in the picture. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Holy smoke, you know, I thought it was a real girl.
No, Dennis, it was me. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I sent you a love letter. Forget about it.
Well, now, wait a minute, jerk. Dennis. Look, Dennis, the fact that I was wearing a dress shouldn't have fooled you that much. After all, a woman doesn't walk like me.
Very few men walk like you.
Is that so?
Speaking of the way you walk, Jackson, have you seen them penguins over in Radio City?
Yes, I've seen them penguins. And he wants to be on information, please.
All right, then. Jefferson was the first president.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Phil, Washington was the first president. I merely said if you knew that, Fadiman couldn't stand the shock. All right, Don. Fadiman couldn't stand the shock.
Oh, Jack, it's so obvious.
Don, I know what's clever. Now go ahead. Fadiman.
Oh, if I'd have only saved my money.
Don! Fadiman.
Oh, very well. An important message. Ladies, whether your husband is a fatter man or a thinner man, he will always enjoy a dish of Jell-O.
There you are, see?
Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert, is not only economical and easy to make, but it has that new locked-in flavor.
Locked in.
By means of a new exclusive process, all of Jell-O's full original goodness is now locked in for keeps.
Is that what makes it taste so good?
So remember, folks, the flavor never goes away. We put it in and it's there to stay.
And poetry, too. Very good, Don. Very good. Very good. You see, I was right. It's not corny at all. It's terrific. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Mr. Benny, in that fan letter I sent you, I enclosed 25 cents for a photo.
Later, kid, not now.
Well, gee whiz.
I haven't got one in a bathing suit. Now leave me alone. How he can do any good at Columbus Circle, I don't know. Really, I don't. And now, folks, we're having fun tonight, aren't we? Now, folks, I'd like to announce that beginning next Sunday, October 19th, our broadcast will come to you from Hollywood, California, as we're returning home. Well, we sure had fun in New York, didn't we, fellas? Huh?
Yes, it's been grand, Jack. The little woman and I saw nearly every show in town.
I saw 3 swell ones. Panama Hattie and Claudia and the Wookie.
Wait a minute. What about the one I took you to?
Oh, yes. Arsenic took me to see Old Lace.
Look, Mary, you don't have to be so bitter. Those were the best seats I could get.
Oh, stop, will you?
I'm not kidding. I got them from the producers of the show, Lindsay and Krause. They had dinner at my house one night.
Well, they're even with you now.
Oh, for heaven, don't be silly.
Oh.
What if we were sitting up high? Who could see you? You were wearing a veil.
Veil, nothing. I got caught in some cobweb.
You got caught in that gag, too, right in the middle. You know, if you read that gag right, it's a good laugh. Really, it is. Huh? What? It's only our second show. You know, we're nervous. Well, anyway, Mary, next time you can go alone.
Say, Jackson.
What?
Alice and I saw Lady in the Dark the other night, and we thought it was great.
Oh, did you like it?
Yeah, she explained the whole plot to me.
Well.
Get this situation.
Huh?
Now, Gertrude Lawrence plays the part of a dame who's all mixed up about everything, and she don't know what's the matter with her.
Uh-huh.
So she goes to see a psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist? That's a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist is a Japanese dish.
That's sukiyaki.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was right about Washington. That I know.
Anyway, she finally gets the right guy. They fall in love. The curtain goes down. Alice put on her shoes, and we went home.
Well, that's a vivid description. You know, Phil, the next time you go to a show... Pardon me. Come in? Yes?
Excuse me for intruding, Mr. Benny, but I got a note for you.
I'm sorry. I'm busy right now. Come back later.
Now, I would advise you to take a quick gander at this communique.
All right. What's the note? What does it say?
Now, I'm only a carrier pigeon. We ain't much on reading.
Oh. Okay, let's have it.
Who's it from, Jack?
Who do you think it's from? Rochester. Listen to this. Dear boss, please give bearer Mr. Columbus Smith. Columbus?
Yes, that's me.
Oh.
Happy anniversary.
Mary. Let me read this note from Rochester. Please give bearer $50, which you owe me, as I owe it to a group of gentlemen who ain't. And I'm being sorely pressed for payment. Well, of all the nerve. I don't care if he is pressed.
Mr. Benny, if you don't come through, that boy's going to be clean and pressed.
Oh, well, look, Columbus, you tell Rochester I'll call him when I get home tonight. What's his number?
Monument 21700.
Monument, eh?
Yeah, and do call, lest one be erected to his memory.
Okay, I'll call him.
Yeah, thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. Imagine Rochester sending for $50. Play something, Phil. He got into this jam. Let him get out of it. Want to Set the World on Fire, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, who haven't even got a match. All right, I didn't like that gag either. I told you first. Say, Phil, I notice you're using a lot of New York musicians while we're in town. Where did you get them?
I walked out of Lindy's with a sturgeon in my pocket, and they followed me.
Oh, well, throw it to them. They look hungry. Now, fellas, as I told you before, we're leaving for California tomorrow, and I may not get to see you till train time. So I might as well give you your tickets right now. Oh, Phil, here's accommodations for you and Alice. And Don, here's space for you and the little woman.
Oh, thanks, Jack. Oh, goody, we get a lower going back.
Yes, sir. Now, Dennis, you're bunking with me as usual. And,
Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, you snore.
All right, I snore. It's only for 3 nights. You're young yet. Now, Mary.
If I'm going to stay up all night, I might as well be a playboy.
All right, be a playboy. Let's drop it. Now, Mary.
I know. I'm going to sleep with Miss Whipple.
That's right.
Miss Whipple, who's she?
Jack put an ad in the paper for someone to share my berth.
Never mind.
I meet more darn people that way.
Mary, let me run things, will you? You know, planning a trip like this is no cinch.
I'll bet she's big and fat.
She's very slim. I asked for a picture. Now, fellas, remember, we meet at the station a half hour before the train leaves, and I want you all to be there on time and no more complaints.
Hey, Jackson, what's the idea of putting Alice and me in an upper berth? She's a big movie star.
Phil, I'm in charge here, and you'll take what you get.
Mr. Zanuck won't like it.
Nuts to Zanuck. Now, fellas, nuts to Zanuck? What did I say? I've got to make pictures then. I've got 3 more pictures to make there. What am I doing? Oh, well. Now, remember, fellas, everybody be at the station a half hour before the train leaves. I'm giving a cocktail party for Miss Whipple. Might as well all get acquainted. Huh? So try to make the... Come in. Oh, it's you again.
Mr. Benny, I just spoke to Rochester on the phone. He says it's imperative I bring him the $50.
Now, wait a minute. Did you tell Rochester I'd call him later tonight?
Yes, sir. And he says if you don't call him now, later tonight you'll have to communicate with him by Ouija board.
Oh, he's making a mountain out of nothing. Rochester must think money grows on bushes.
Well, you owe it to him, don't you?
Mary, if you're referring to that bet I made on the Lewis-Nova fight, I have never conceded that Nova was knocked out.
Well, Jack, Rochester would never have sent the note unless it was important. Now, I think you ought to call him.
Oh, all right. Mary, get me his hotel, will you? Monument 21700.
Okay.
Well, you've certainly gone to a lot of trouble here, Columbus. Are you a good friend of Rochester's?
No, sir. I'm just a member of the syndicate which threw that fatal 7.
Oh, I see.
Goodbye, Miss Benny.
Goodbye. Wish I'd have left Rochester home where he belongs.
Here's your number, Jack.
Thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Teresa Hotel.
I'd like to talk to Rochester Van Jones. This is Mr. Benny calling.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Are you going to pay him that $50?
What? What business is it of yours?
We're stepping out tonight, and I had hoped for a bottle and a bird.
I can't help that. Now, operator, will you please ring Rochester's room?
Yes, sir. By the way, Mr. Benny, has Rochester got a girlfriend in California?
Oh, perhaps. Yes, he got 4 or 5 girls there.
Is it 4 or 5?
What's the difference?
I'm going to carve him up and pass him around.
Operator, will you please get Rochester? I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir. I'll ring his suite.
Imagine living in a suite yet.
Call for Mr. Van Jones.
Here I am, sweet potato.
Don't sweet potato me, short, dark, and gonna be shorter.
Operator, get off the line.
Oh, hello, boss. Did Columbus get there?
Yes, he landed twice today. I got your note, Rochester, and I'm not sending you any 50.
But, boss, I owe it to some gentlemen, one of whom is mechanized.
I don't care what he is. And another thing, Rochester, why is it you have a great big suite here in New York while I live in one room?
Well, I'm in so much trouble I got to pace up and down.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You better get a racetrack, son, because I'm going to run you.
Operator, will you please stop cutting in? Now, Rochester, you promised me you wouldn't shoot dice while we were here in New York. And yet you lost $50. Explain that.
Well, boss, it just happened that I was down on one knee tying my shoe.
Uh-huh.
And several of my lodge members got down on their knees to see what I was doing.
Uh-huh.
And while we were all in that position, Ivory reared its ugly head.
Well, I'm sorry for you, Rochester, but you'll have to take care of your own obligations.
But, boss, all I want is the money you owe me on the Lewis Nova fight.
I told you before that, in my opinion, Lewis did not knock out Nova.
Oh, reconsider.
Operator, please. Now, Rochester, I don't want to discuss this any further. The fight is over, so forget it.
Wait a minute, boss. There's a gentleman here that's very much interested in me collecting that 50. Would you mind talking to him?
Oh, all right. Put him on.
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Metropolitan M. Spears talking.
Yes?
Rochester tells me you question the outcome of the recent Lewis-Nova fight.
I certainly do. The bet was that Lewis would win by a knockout. When the fight was over, Nova was on his feet.
Yeah, but he wasn't going no place.
Look, all I'm trying to say is Nova was not unconscious when the fight ended.
Mr. Lewis thought he was.
That's what he thinks, but I'd like to get Mr. Nova's opinion.
Well, when he comes to, let's check with him.
Now, listen, Metropolitan. You say Rochester owes you $50.
That's right. And it was my understanding. Come back here, boy.
I ain't got my hat on.
Well, look, Metro, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send you a check for Rochester's debt as soon as I am definitely convinced as to the result of the fight.
Thank you very much.
That's okay.
I'd like awfully well to get it before inflation sets in.
You'll get it. Now put Rochester on the phone.
Yes, sir. Oh, Rochester, Mr. Bennett's going to take care of that 50.
You want to make it 100 or nothing?
Rochester! Now listen, Rochester, we're leaving for California tomorrow, and you haven't even started to pack my trunk yet. So you better meet me bright and early.
Well, what time does the train leave, boss?
You ain't going to be on.
Operator. Now, Rochester, I want you to stop at the tailor's and pick up my shirt.
You said you wanted to marry me, and you got 5 gals in California.
They're just bridesmaids, honey.
Rochester, pay attention. Now stop at the tailor and tell him that all my cleaning must be ready by noon. And see that you don't miss the train. And here's another thing. The next time you're in New York and you bend over to tie your shoe, you better have something to back it up with. Because I'm getting sick and tired.
Did you ever go out into an orchard and eat cherries right off the tree? Remember how good they tasted? What a grand, tantalizing flavor they had? Well, you'll remember all over again, friends, the moment you taste red cherry mold. A luscious blend of rich crimson cherries and cherry jello. It's one of Jack Benny's own favorite treats and one of the easiest desserts to make you ever saw. Simply dissolve 1 package of jello, imitation cherry flavor, in hot water as you usually do. Chill it until slightly thickened and fold in 2 cups of the cherries themselves. Then finish chilling it and serve with a garnishing of orange sections and mint. You'll never tasted a more attractive, more delicious dessert. Ask your grocer for a can of ripe, juicy cherries and a package of cherry jello tomorrow. And be sure you say jello, because only Jello's new process of locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
We're a little late, folks. Good night, Joni.
Friends, every time you say Jell-O to your grocer, say Jell-O puddings, too. Try Jell-O vanilla pudding. Here's vanilla pudding with that real old-fashioned flavor. A smooth, rich pudding that's gloriously creamy. And not only grand as a pudding, but ideal for making cream pies, tarts, and cakes with cream fillings. Not even Grandma could make a pudding that tastes more homemade. And your first creamy spoonful of this swell dessert will win you at once with its delicate, mellow goodness. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings. Chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The Romantic Guy I. Folks have been showering compliments on Jell-O for years, but today the shower has become a downpour. Everywhere you go, you hear people praising the new Jell-O and its wonderful new locked-in flavor. They say it's richer, more delicious than they've ever believed any dessert could be, and they're right. Because today's Jell-O is different, made better than ever. Up until now, gelatin desserts constantly faded in flavor while waiting to be used. But Jell-O's marvelous process locks all of Jell-O's full, rich goodness right into the little Jell-O particles. And time can't steal it away. Your first package will prove it. Open it. Notice that there's no heavy, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its vivid, thrilling flavor, and out it pours for your pleasure. So order Jell-O, J-E-L-L-O, tomorrow. Look for the big red letters on the box. And be sure to get Jell-O. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. A romantic guy I played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this evening we would like to reenact for you the events which occurred on our recent trip from New York to Hollywood. As you all know, we did our last show from New York City, and the following day the whole Jell-O gang left for the coast. Jack had to check out of his hotel, the Swank Hampshire House on Central Park South, so he said he might be just a little late getting to the station.
This way, Rochester. I got to stop at the desk for my bill.
I'm moving as fast as I can, boss. This stuff's heavy.
What do you mean, heavy? Those two suitcases are half empty.
Yeah, but this trunk on my back is loaded.
Oh, stop complaining. That trunk isn't so heavy.
I wasn't bow-legged when I picked it up.
All right, set it down while I see what I owe here.
Okay.
Easy now. Let's see, I've been at this hotel 3 weeks. Gee, it's such a ritzy place. I'll bet my bill is terrific. Well, might as well ask for it.
Just grit your teeth, boss.
I can take it.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny?
I'm checking out of 22D, and I'd like to have my statement, please.
Oh, yes. Why, Mr. Benny, you didn't shave this morning.
I didn't have to shave. I don't live here anymore. Now, please give me my bill.
In just a moment, please. I'll get it from the cashier.
Thanks. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I thought you were going to meet me out in front.
I'm waiting to pay my bill.
Oh, I better get you a slug of brandy.
Come back here. I don't need any brandy.
Good morning, Miss Livingston.
Morning, Rochester. Gee whiz, Jack, if you still got that old trunk, why don't you buy a new one?
Mary, I keep that trunk for sentimental reasons. My father gave it to me on my 16th birthday.
Well, at that, it held together better than you did.
No, I don't know about that, sister. Well, what do you say, clerk? Is my bill ready?
Here it is, Mr. Benny, and please don't cause a scene.
Don't worry, I'm just going to go over it. Now, let's see. Room, $12.50 a day for 21 days. That's, Rochester, where's my adding machine? Where is it?
I couldn't find it, boss. You must have left it at the Star Club.
Oh, yes.
Say, Jack.
What?
You can't always trust those adding machines. Why don't you take Einstein around with you?
I don't even know Einstein. Say, clerk, my room is $12.50 a day, eh?
Yes, and stop dusting off my lapel.
No, pardon me. Well, what I'm getting at is, don't you give professional rates here? After all, I'm an actor, you know, like Ronald Colman or Spencer Tracy.
Or Harry Lauder.
Mary.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but $12.50 is minimum on that room.
All right. Let's see. Restaurant, $34.50. Laundry, 28 cents. The newsstand. Hey, wait a minute. What's this item here? Newsstand, $15.
That was the day you got that good write-up in PM.
Oh, yes. Now, let's see.
Oh, look what time it is, Jack.
Word is write-up. It would have helped the gag a little bit, doesn't it? What is... Let's see. What?
Look what time it is. Pay your bill. Let's get going.
Mary, I'm not through checking all... Hey, what's this? $68 for phone calls to Birmingham, Alabama. I never called Birmingham.
They're waiting for us at the station, boss.
Why, I don't even know anybody in Birmingham.
Toot toot, we don't want to miss that train.
$68? What is this?
Come on, let's go, let's go.
Rochester, wait till I find out about these phone charges.
Now, don't worry, Mr. Benny. We'll investigate them, and if we're in error, there'll be a refund.
There better be. And I'll tell you something else. The prices here are something awful. Aren't they, Mary?
Yeah. Are you going to let him get away with that 28 cents for laundry?
Well, that was a dress shirt. Rochester can't do pleats. All right, clerk, here's your money.
Thank you. I got it, Mr. Hathaway.
All right, you got it. I can't figure it out. $68 for telephone calls to Birmingham, Alabama.
Let's go, let's go.
Yeah, we better get started. Come on, Mary, let's grab a cab.
I'm not going to get in a cab with you. You always want a neck.
Not in the morning. Come on, let's get out of here. Well, goodbye, clerk.
Goodbye, jerk.
Fine, I've been in this hotel 3 weeks. You can't even pronounce my name right.
'20th Century Limited for Chicago. Now ready on track 20. Four.
My goodness, I hope Jack doesn't miss the train. He's got all the tickets.
Want some of my potato chips, Mrs. Wilson?
No, thanks. Well, personally, Don, I think Mr. Benny has done a very bad job of managing this trip.
Now, Peggy.
The idea of putting you and me in one berth, that's sabotage.
Want some of my potato chips, Mr. Wilson?
No, thanks. Well, Dennis, are you glad to be going back to California?
Yeah, but I got to sleep with Mr. Benny, and he snores like anything. Oh, it's awful.
Well, why don't you put a pillow over his face?
I did, and he snored a hole right through it. Gosh, I was spitting feathers all night.
Well, here we are.
Well, hello, Jack, Mary.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Don. Well, Mrs. Wilson, are you thrilled that you're going home?
I'll be thrilled if I make it.
Good. By the way, Mrs. Wilson, you notice I got you and Don a lower berth on the trip back.
Hooray.
I thought you'd be more comfortable that way. You see, a lower is wider than an upper.
Well, Don is wider than a lower. What are you going to do about that?
Now, Mary, as long as Don and Mrs. Wilson are happy, that's all that counts.
I'm so happy I could punch her right in the nose.
What?
Now, Peggy, dear, Peggy, darling, control yourself.
Oh, let her alone, Don. She has a wonderful sense of humor. If she ever hit me, I'd fire Wilson so fast it would make her head swim. Well, where's the rest of the gang? Where's Phil?
Phil and Alice are on the train. She was just mobbed by autograph hunters.
Oh, she was. Well, I can sympathize with her. I go through that all the time. Autographs.
I'm sorry I forgot today, Mr. Benny.
That's all right, kid.
Well, I'll be darned. Here comes Jack Benny.
Not now, Dennis. We got to catch a train. But be on your toes when we get to Kansas City. Show Miss Fay something about autographs.
Last call, 20th Century Limited for Chicago. Now ready on track 20. Track 20. Oh, nuts, I'm going home.
Well, let's get on the train. Hey, wait a minute. Where's Miss Whipple?
Oh, come on, let's go without her.
We can't go without her. She's sharing your berth. She paid in advance and she's coming along. Oh, Miss Whipple! Miss Whipple!
Come on, Jack, we'll be late.
Yeah.
Miss Whipple!
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Well!
Jeepers, she's wider than Wilson.
Mary, it's only for 3 days. Come on, everybody. On the train, on the train. Now, Mary, don't blame me for this. In the picture she sent me, she looked very thin. Boy, look at that scenery. Just think, Mary. Here we are only 2 days out of New York, and we're in New Mexico. You want an orange, Mary?
What, again? No, thanks.
Gee, look at those mountains. You know, Mary, that's where I'd like to live. Right in those mountains. Close to nature.
Yeah.
Away from all the hustle and bustle of the city. That's the life for me, Mary.
Yeah.
The simple life. Gee, well, I'd live on beans. Beans and deer meat. Probably shoot the deer myself. And then someday, Mary, I'd be hiking through those mountains and I'd discover a gold mine.
I knew you weren't living on those beans for nothing.
No, there's no use talking to you. Look at the scenery, Dennis. Isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Dennis, will you please stop yawning?
Well, the way you snore, Mr. Benny, I haven't slept for 2 nights.
Well, Dennis, what if I do snore? Sleep isn't so important. Thomas Edison never slept more than 5 hours a night.
Yeah, but he was inventing something. I just got to lay there and listen.
Well, invent something. Who's stopping you? What a kid. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Ain't this scenery beautiful? Look at them mountains.
Yeah, we were just talking about them.
You know, that's where I'd like to live, Jackson. Close to nature. Why, I'd live on them beans and that deer meat and then go hiking all the time.
When you get to that gold mine, you're going to have a little trouble with Jack.
Mary, we can dream, can't we? Say, Phil, where's Alice?
She's in a dining car, autographing pictures. I tell you, Jackson, that gal is more popular than I am.
Well... That's sweet of you to admit it. Signing pictures, eh? You know, Mary, on my last trip to the coast, I handed out over 350 autographed pictures.
Yeah, but you had to give away dishes with them.
All right, a little cup and saucer. What does it amount to? So inexpensive. Well, Phil... Wake up, Dennis. Well, Phil, by this time tomorrow, we'll be in sunny California. Are you glad?
Yes, sir. I've had my vacation, and next Monday I'll be back in night school improving myself.
Oh, you signed up again, eh?
Yeah, I'm taking all new subjects this year, Jackson. Got geometry and chemistry and etiquette.
Etiquette?
You know, no peas on the knife, and always give your seat to a broad.
I'd give $1,000 if Emily Post was here. Or were here. Which is correct, Mary? Was or were?
Oh, go shoot a deer.
Well, Phil, etiquette is one subject you can use.
Yeah, etiquette.
Dennis, pull yourself together. All you do is yawn, yawn, yawn. And sit up straight. People will think you're drunk.
Say, Jack.
What?
Look at this picture in Radio Guide. Fred Allen in a bathing suit.
Fred Allen? Let's see that. Oh, my goodness, get a load of those legs. They look like shillelaghs with hair. No kidding.
Well, at that, Jackson, he don't look no worse than you do.
What are you talking about? Look at me when I straighten up. Look, I got a very good figure.
Well, you should have. You're still wearing that corset from Charlie's aunt.
Well, Xanax said I could keep it. Anyway, I don't even need it.
You know, Jackson, I'm getting hungry.
Me too. Dennis, peel me an orange.
I can't. I'm too weak.
All right, I'll do it myself. You want a nice, sweet, juicy California orange, Mary?
Don't build them up. I want meat.
Okay, let's go up the diner. Say, Phil, have you seen Don?
Yeah, he's up in the other car ahead with Peggy.
All right, come on, Mary. See you later, fellas. You know, Mary, I could kick myself for not bringing any pictures with me. Maybe I can... Whoops. Oh, hello, little boy.
Hello. Say, mister, are you Jack Benny?
Yep, that's me.
Gee whiz. You know, Mr. Benny, I listen to your program all the time.
Well, isn't he a cute little rascal, Larry?
Yeah.
Well, Sonny, what did you think of our first two broadcasts?
Don't worry, you'll get rolling.
Come on, Mary.
What's the matter? Afraid he'll top you?
No, I'm not afraid he'll top me. Just believe the children should be seen and not heard, that's all. There's Don at the end of the car.
I'm hungry, darling. Let's go in the diner and get something to eat.
No, Don, not until tomorrow.
But I'm starved.
You're not eating until we get home. Our berth is crowded enough the way it is.
Well, there you are. Oh, Jack. Jack, I've been working on my commercial for Sunday's show. Now, how does this strike you? Ladies and gentlemen.
That's fine, Don. And don't forget to mention the new locked-in flavor. By the way, Don, have you seen Rochester?
He's up in the next car talking to the porter. They're in drawing room D, I believe.
Here with Don and Peg.
Okay, see you later. Bum bing bum bum ba bing ba bum dum ding dum dum da ding da dum. What did that kid mean? I'll get rolling. Talking to the porter, eh? I warned Rochester about shooting dice. Let's see. Here's drawing room A. Here's B. C.
I tell you, Sylvester, I had the most wonderful time in New York I ever had in my life.
Is there much excitement in Harlem right now?
Brother, there's been excitement in Harlem ever since the Dutch moved out.
No wonder he couldn't do any work.
I used to stay in those nightclubs so late I'd get sunburned going home.
Say, that must have cost you a lot of that green stuff, Rochester. Where'd you get it all?
Well, I don't exactly work for nothing. You know, Mr. Benny gives me $400 a week.
$400?
No, oranges. I cash them in at the market.
He does all right. I grow the juiciest ones in Beverly Hills.
You know, Sylvester, there's a gal singing in a little nightclub up there. That's the most gorgeous thing you ever laid your don't deserve it eyes on.
No fooling.
And she kind of goes for me, too.
Describe her, son.
Well, her teeth I don't have to tell you about.
Mm-hmm.
But did you ever see a cup of coffee with just the right amount of cream in it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, hang a low-cut evening gown on it, and there she is.
That's all he thinks about.
Say, Rochester, what about that gal you used to go with? What's her name again?
Oh, you mean Susan Brown?
Yeah. Where is she now?
Oh, I get in touch with her once in a while. She's living down in Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh-ho!
Rochester.
Hello, boss.
Don't hello me. Now, Rochester, you were standing right there in the hotel when the clerk told me about that $68 telephone charge.
But boss.
Now, you owe me that money, Rochester. It's coming out of your next month's oranges. I mean, salary. And the next time you pull anything like that when we're on the road, you'll stay home. See you later. Of course, I should have suspected something like that. Birmingham, Alabama. Boy, it's sure crowded in here tonight. Everybody uses the washroom at the same time.
Hand me a towel, will you, Phil?
Here you are. Where's my toothbrush?
Say, look at the lights outside. We must be passing through a town.
Yeah, I wonder where we are. Hey, Dennis, look at that sign on the station. What town is this?
Waiting room.
Oh, fine. Waiting room, New Mexico. Where did I put my toothbrush?
Hey, Jackson, you ought to get a load of yourself in that nightshirt. You look like an old-time Arab.
They wear turbans. I've got a cap on. Now, where did I... Dennis, did you see my toothbrush?
No, but here's your teeth.
That's just a bridge. Hand it over.
Watch out, kid. You'll get bit.
Oh, Phil, you're so clever. How do you ever think of so many brilliant remarks? You know?
One side, Grandma. I'll give you a hot foot.
Now, listen, Sonny, you just wait your turn. In other words, get in line, bud.
Hey, it's not Halloween yet. What have you got that costume on for?
I sleep in this. Now, scram.
Get going, Grandma. I gotta shave.
Say, what are you going to shave, a coconut? I can't top him, eh? The little brat.
Boy, am I tired.
Me too. Well, I guess we're all set.
Get moving, Grandma. I want to get some sleep before I get to Hollywood.
What are you going to Hollywood for, anyway?
I'm going to be a gag man for Bob Hope.
Oh, he's getting him young now, isn't he? Hand me my robe, Don. It's that green one with 7-Up on the back. There it is.
Here you are. Well, good night, Jack.
Good night, Don. Good night, Phil.
Good night, Jackson.
Oh, by the way, Sonny.
Yes, sir?
Before you sign with Hope, I'd like to have a little talk with you. We'll have breakfast together. Come on, Dennis. Let's go to bed.
Okay.
Say, Dennis, did you buy a Navajo blanket when we stopped in Albuquerque?
I haven't slept in 2 nights, and he wants me to buy a blanket.
Oh, that's right. You know, Dennis, that little kid has something on the ball. That grandma gag he pulled on me was pretty good.
Yeah.
I hope he hasn't got an agent. They always cause trouble. See, I think Mary and Miss Whipple are here in lower 5. Good night, Mary.
Good night, Jack.
Good night, Miss Whipple.
Good night, Mr. Benny.
Sleep tight.
How else can we sleep?
Don't complain. It's the last night. Well, here's our berth, Dennis. Crawl in.
Nothing doing. I get the outside tonight.
You had the outside last night. Don't you remember? You fell out 4 times. Now, get in there.
Quiet. We're trying to sleep.
Oh, pardon me. Now, get in there, kid, and stop making trouble.
Okay. Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, there's no room here.
Put the oranges in the hammock. And if you eat any while I'm sleeping, watch the Jews. Now, get in there.
Okay. Boy, I hope I can sleep tonight.
Oh, you'll sleep. I know I will. I'm tired. Are you comfy, Dennis?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Gee, it'll be good to get home. You know, that little kid might not be a bad gag man at that. Hope he shows up for breakfast. Boy, it feels good to stretch out here.
Darn it. Pardon me, Mr. Benny.
There you go, crawling over me again! Now, look, Dennis. If you can't sleep, I'll tell you a bedtime story. Now, relax, close your eyes, and listen.
Okay.
Once upon a time, there was a poor little girl named Cinderella, and she went to a ball and married a prince. Now, go to sleep.
Oh, boy, I'm exhausted. Say, I wonder if that kid wants a lot of dough.
Of course, they're crazy about oranges at that age.
Imagine Rochester calling up Birmingham, Alabama. You'd think that $68.
Well, here we go again. Oh, boy, whistles tonight. Well, I might as well start counting sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's a police dog. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Here's a dessert, friends, that's really something extra special. It's one of Jack's own favorites, a luscious combination of canned halve, peaches, and orange Jell-O. Just dissolve the orange Jell-O in hot water as you usually do, and then fill 6 wide sherbet glasses about 1/3 full and chill. And when the Jell-O is firm, place a marshmallow in the center of each glass and cover with the peach half, rounded side up. Pour the remaining Jell-O over the peaches and chill until firm. And there's a perfect dessert, a delight to the eye and a thrill to the taste. Tomorrow, get a can of peach halves and a package of orange Jell-O and make up this delicious treat. Golden, glistening peach halves embedded in rich orange Jell-O. Remember, Jell-O makes grand desserts like this even grander. Because only Jell-O's new locked-in process gives you all the flavor, always.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Friends, Jell-O has probably been a family favorite of yours for years, but did you know that the same folks who make this famous gelatin dessert also make 3 smooth, creamy puddings, Jell-O chocolate, Jell-O vanilla, and Jell-O butterscotch pudding? Jell-O butterscotch pudding.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Are You Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, have you a treat in store for you? What a grand surprise the moment you discover Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Never until now has any gelatin dessert been able to bring you so much delightful goodness. Because up until now, gelatin desserts constantly faded in flavor while waiting to be used and brought you only a shadow of their original richness. But that's all been changed. Today, Jell-O's tempting, tantalizing flavor is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, where time can't get at it to steal it away. No matter how long Jell-O remains in the package, it retains its luscious flavor to the very last. Now, you be the judge. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice the absence of any heavy, fruity aroma, the usual sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve Jell-O, and presto, there's your flavor, all of it, the full-strength flavor of Jell-O, as rich and vivid as the day it was locked into Jell-O's delicate crystal-like particles. So try Jell-O, now made better than ever by Jell-O's new locked-in process. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. Was Are You Ready, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Friday, October 31st, is Halloween, and will be celebrated by gay parties throughout the land.
Yes, sir. We'll play games and everything.
So tonight, we bring you a man who always loses his bridge bobbing for apples, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don. That was a very funny introduction. Losing my bridge, bobbing for apples. Did you think of that all by yourself?
Yes, I did, Jack. It was my own little brainchild.
Well, it certainly is clever. I mean, the way you expose all my faults and my defects.
People enjoy it, too.
Yes, they do. You know, Don, they have a program out here where a man sits by himself in a small room and plays phonograph records all night long. He's called Hank, the Night Watchman.
Uh-huh.
Well, one more introduction like that, and you're going to be known as Don, the Decca Dayman. In other words, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame with your contract. By the way, Don, getting back to Halloween. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Getting back to Halloween. Oh, fine, thanks. Getting back to Halloween.
You didn't have to answer me, you know.
What's that for? Coming in so mad. What's the matter with you today?
Well, you know that new usher they got at the reception desk, that tall, good-looking fellow?
Yeah?
When I came in just now, he winked at me.
Oh, a fresh guy, huh?
He's not going to take me out tonight.
Well, I don't blame you.
I asked him, but he's busy.
All right, so much for romance. Now, Don, what were we,
Oh, you mentioned something about Halloween.
Oh, yes. Are you going out with us next Friday night and have some fun? You know, ring doorbells and everything?
Oh, I don't know. You don't have the excitement nowadays that you used to have on Halloween.
I guess you're right.
Why, I remember back in Denver when I was a kid, we used to have the time of our lives.
Denver? You should have seen the way we celebrated Halloween in a little country town like Waukegan. The old-fashioned pranks we used to play. But kids don't have fun like that anymore.
What do you want, plumbing or fun?
Oh, guys. Guys, Don, the things I used to do in those days. I'll never forget one Halloween. You know, I was a little boy then, and I took the chop suey sign off a Chinese restaurant and nailed it over the front door of our house. Oh, boy. Huh?
The chop suey sign, huh? Was your father mad when he saw it?
No, he just hung a tail on his derby and went into business. That's how my sister Florence came to be known as Lotus Blossom. We had some restaurant, chopped liver and suey. And then the following year... Oh, hello, Phil. Are you coming out with us Halloween?
Yeah, Jackson, but I can't meet you until after 9 o'clock. I got to go to night school.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, Phil. We'll meet you in front of the school about 9:15. How's that?
Okay, I'll bring my long pants with me and slip them on.
What? Now, wait a minute, Phil. Don't tell me you wear short pants to night school.
Look, Jackson, I'm in 3rd grade and I'm going to dress like it.
Oh, by all means. 3rd grade, eh? The rate you're going, you'll get your Social Security and diploma on the same night. No kidding, Phil. Why don't you give up night school?
Nothing doing. I don't want to be a maroon.
That's moron. Look, Phil, just wear your short pants all the time. Say, I wonder if Dennis wants to come along Friday. Where is the kid, anyway?
I called him yesterday, and his mother told me that he's been asleep ever since we got back from New York.
Well, I'll be darned. See, I didn't know the kid was so lazy.
What do you mean, lazy? You made Dennis share your berth on the train, then you snored so loud he couldn't rest for 4 nights.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mary. It's impossible for me to snore because I recently had my adenoids removed. I had an operation.
Some operation. Rochester hasn't even got a license.
Oh, stop. You thought he couldn't build me a barbecue pit either. You should see it. Say, Don, speaking of our trip, I meant to ask you, is your wife still mad at me for putting you both in one berth?
Well, I thought she was, Jack, but strangely enough, as I was leaving the house this morning, she handed me a cake.
A cake?
Yes, she baked it especially for you.
Especially for me, eh?
I'll give it to you right after the broadcast.
Well, especially for me, eh? Well, thanks very much, Don, but you see I'm on a diet right now, and I have to cut out fattening poison. I mean cake. Thanks a lot, though.
Oh, Jack, don't be silly. Mrs. Wilson wouldn't poison you. She's one of the nicest girls I ever met.
Listen, Mary, I saw a show in New York called Arsenic and Old Lace, and 2 of the sweetest old ladies you ever laid your eyes on bumped off a dozen men. 12 of them.
Yes, but they gave him elderberry wine.
What you can do with wine, you can do with cake. I ain't eating it, sister.
Oh, Jackson, don't act like a baby.
All right, Phil, let's drop the cake and have a band number. Tell Peggy thanks, Don. Well, how about a number, Phil? What are you going to play?
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. You won't laugh if I tell you, will you?
No. What's it going to be?
Poet and Peasant Overture.
Are you kidding? Well, let's have it. I may be sorry I didn't eat that cake before this is over. That was a special arrangement of Poet and Peasant Overture played by Phil Harris and his peasants. There can't be a poet in that bunch. That number was okay, Phil.
You liked it, huh, Jackson?
Yes, but I have one suggestion to make. If you're going to play a number like that every week, I think I'll have to augment your orchestra.
Augment?
Yes.
Tell him what it means before he puts on his short pants again.
Phil, augment means to increase or enlarge. For instance, you ought to add a bassoon to your orchestra, and a French horn, and a harp.
Sorry, Jackson, the harp's out.
What do you mean?
I had one once, and all the boys hung their socks on it.
Oh, well, if you had a bassoon, you could hit them over the head for doing it. Huh? And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our first play of the new season, we are going to... Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Well, you certainly look rested now, Dennis.
Boy, oh boy, do I feel good. You want to wrestle, Miss Livingston?
Dennis, behave yourself.
Let him alone. I'll give him a toe hold so fast he won't know what hit him.
Mary, put your coat back on. Be a lady, will you?
On this clam bake?
How can you call this program a clam bake when Phil just played poet and peasant? Now, let's settle down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, tomorrow, October 27th, is Navy Day. So tonight, in honor of this occasion, we will present our version of that stirring drama of the Naval Air Force, that epic of heroism, that sensational Warner Brothers production, Dive Bomber. Thank you, Dive.
You're a bomber.
Now, in this sketch, I will play the part of the young flight surgeon as portrayed on the screen by dashing, daring Errol Flynn, which happens to be the most important role in the picture. Now, let's see.
But, Jack, I saw the picture, and I thought that Fred McMurray, as the test pilot, had the most important part.
Who? McMurray?
Yes, he did some very heroic things. In fact, the audience applauded him the night I saw it.
They did? Oh. Well, Phil, then you'll be Errol Flynn, and I'm going to be Fred McMurray.
I'd never drop Flynn that fast.
Never mind. Now, it's all set. Phil is Errol Flynn, I'm Fred McMurray, and Dennis, you're going to be Ralph Bellamy.
Oh, boy, he had the best part of the whole darn picture.
Who? Bellamy?
Yeah, he was a great doctor, and the whole story was built around him.
What? Well, now, let's see. Phil, you're going to be Errol Flynn. That's settled. Dennis, you'll be Fred McMurray, and I'll be Ralph Bellamy. Yes, that'll work out fine. Now, let's see.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
If you ask me, Wayne Morris stole the whole picture.
What? Who? Wayne Morris?
Yeah, he was terrific.
No kidding? Well, fellas, it's all settled. I'm going to be Wayne Morris. Yeah.
Good. He wasn't even in the picture.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? I'm going to play Ralph Bellamy, and that's the end of it. Mary, you're going to be a nurse. And Don, you're going to be the B-19, so stick your arms out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Go ahead, Dennis. Hold it a minute. Come in. Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Can I see you about that now?
Yes, wait out in the hall. I'll be right with you. Excuse me, fellas.
Say, that little boy looks familiar.
Well, don't you recognize him, Don? That's the kid who was on the train with us last week.
The one that said he was going to be a gag man for Bob Hope?
Yeah, now Jack is trying to sign him up first. I'm going to open up the door and listen.
Sure, kid. I know Bob Hope's a nice guy. But why do you want to work for him? In the first place, he's very tough to write for.
What are you talking about? I can write 1,000 gags about his nose alone.
You think that's something? Listen, kid, I've got rheumatism and flat feet. And you see this bridge?
Yeah?
Look, it comes out. Why, I'm a cinch to write for. Now, what do you say?
Well, what's your offer?
Now, listen, kid. You're young and you've got your health. Now, look, money we won't talk about.
The heck we won't.
This kid's going to be tough, but he's clever. Now, look, son, by the way, what's your name?
Barton. Belly Laugh Barton.
Well, now, look, Belly. Forget hope, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you $37.50 a week and a case of Jell-O every Saturday night. How does that strike you?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to talk it over with my manager.
What do you have to talk it over for? Look, kid, Jell-O is good for you. It's delicious. And not only that, this year it's got that new locked-in flavor.
Locked in, huh?
Yeah. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. Now sign here. Right here on the dotted line. Come on, kid.
Okay, let me out of the corner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's a deal, kid. See you at my house tomorrow morning. Come for breakfast and bring some coffee cake. So long.
Goodbye.
Here he comes, boys. Act nonchalant.
Well, sorry to kept you waiting, fellas. Okay, Dennis, let's have your song. Belly Laugh Barton. Gee, I hope he lives up to his name.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
That was I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, our version of that sensational motion picture drama, Dive Bomber. And I'd like to announce that this production will be done entirely in Technicolor.
How can you do Technicolor on the radio?
We're on the red and blue networks with a green cast. And Belly Laugh better do better than that one. Now, the opening scene is the laboratory of the famous flight surgeon, Dr. Bellamy, who at the moment is testing the reflexes of that ace aviator, Dennis McMurray. Curtain. Music. The Schneider test shows pilot fatigue, not far from the chronic line. A oscillograph, negative. What does the Ralph from CANT test show? What does it show, nurse?
Pretty bad, Doctor. Look at this chart.
I don't like it. This man's flying days are over. He's through. Washed up.
You mean I'm not going to be an ace anymore?
To us, you'll always be an ace. Now, let's see. What else is there to check on this man?
Why don't you test his knee, jerk?
That's why don't you test his knee jerk? I did that already. Well, Lieutenant McMurray, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. You're grounded.
No. You can't do this to me. I belong in the air. I've given the best years of my life to aviation. When I black out, I want to be up there flying. Understand? Flying.
I knew I should have taken that part.
But I'm not beefing. This had to come sooner or later. It's just tough to step out of the ring when the main event may be ready to start. It's tough, I tell you. It's tough. Oh.
No, I had to be Ralph Bellamy, stand around like a dodo. Oh, well, I motivate the story, anyway.
You gotta give me another chance, Doc. You hear? Because if you
All right, I'll give you another chance. Stop acting. Get out of here. Next time I'll see a picture before I cast it.
Snap out of it, Doctor, and let's get on with these experiments.
Oh, that's right. What am I working on today?
You're trying to perfect a transparent parachute so you can get suntan on the way down.
No, that'll never be a success. Come in. Oh, hello, Commander Wilson.
Good morning, Dr. Bellamy. I want to congratulate you on your experiments in counteracting aeroembolism.
Thanks. What? Oh, yes. I expect to have the arrows all embled out before long. By the way, Commander, have you located an assistant for me?
Oh, yes, Dr. Bellamy. I've discovered a brilliant young graduate of Harvard Medical School. He's waiting in the room right now in the waiting room.
Good.
Come in, Dr. Flynn.
How do you do?
Dr. Flynn, Dr. Bellamy. Dr. Bellamy, Dr. Flynn.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde, well, I tried.
Please, Miss Krotzmere. Please.
Hey, she's not bad.
I'm pleased to meet you, Dr. Flynn. So you're a Harvard man, eh?
Yes, who's the tomato?
Dr. Flynn, Commander Wilson tells me...
Yes, I believe I have solved the problem of counteracting aeroembolism. For instance, why don't we make a bell?
Well,
Rubber,
don't you...
Pneumatic, inflated before the dive. But that would compress the upper part of the body and stop the blood from leaving the brain. It can't miss, I tell you, it can't miss.
I had to be Bellamy. The most important part. Play it. Oh, well.
That's a brilliant thought, Dr. Flynn. You'll get a medal for this.
Oh, I don't want a medal. I'm not doing this for any paltry reward from human beings. Consider it my contribution to the progress of aviation.
Contribution. I knew he'd louse it up. Now, look, Commander Wilson. Flynn's idea seems to be practical, but I've got a better one.
What is it, Dr. Bellamy?
I'll demonstrate. Hand me a pencil, Miss Krotzmere.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Don't thank me. I'm not doing this for any paltry reward from human beings. I gave you that pencil because it'll stop the blood from leaving the brain.
A pencil?
What do I care about a pencil? I've got dozens of them. Dozens of them, do you hear? And consider it my contribution to the progress of aviation.
Even Krotzmere has a better part. Well, come on, Dr. Flynn. That bell of yours is a good idea. Let's get busy on it.
Okay, Dr. Bellamy.
Calling Dr. Kildare. Dr. Kildare, report to surgery.
That's the other feature. This is dive bomber.
Oh, pardon me.
Come on, Flynn. We'll make that bell, or my name ain't... How high are we, McMurray?
26,000 feet and going up.
Good. How does the belt feel?
It's a little tight around the ankles.
Well, pull it up. I tell you, Mac, this experiment is going to make me famous.
Well, Dr. Flynn invented it. Why didn't you bring him along? Ouch!
I'll twist your other wrist if you keep that up. How high are we now?
30,000 feet. You better put your oxygen mask on.
I took it home. I'm going to wear it Halloween. But I feel pretty... Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Doc?
I don't know. I felt a little dizzy there for a second. But I'm all right. How high are we now?
31,000.
31,000, eh? I gotta snap out of it. I feel kind of drowsy all of a sudden.
Doc, what's the matter?
I don't know. I guess it's the altitude.
Guess this altitude kind of got me. Belt. Pneumatic.
It'll stop the blood from leaving the contribution.
Yeah.
Doc, wake up.
Dr. Flynn, Dr. Bellamy. Dr. Bellamy, Dr. Flynn.
Well, here we go again. Now come the whistles. Gee, he looks so peaceful, I think I'll count sheep and join him. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's an eagle. 4, 5, 6.
Well, next week brings Halloween, and Halloween brings fun and festivities, gay parties that call for good things to eat, like the grand dessert I'm going to tell you about right now. It's a real party treat, and yet an easy dessert to make. All it takes is a can of peach halves and a package of orange Jell-O. And when you have those two items, you're all ready to go. Just dissolve the orange Jell-O in hot water as you usually do. Then fill 6 wide sherbet glasses about 1/3 full and chill. When the Jell-O is firm, place a marshmallow in the center of each glass and cover with a peach half, rounded side up. Pour the remaining Jell-O over the peaches and chill until firm. And there you have an ideal treat for Halloween, a swell dessert that will make your Halloween guests say, "You surely know how to give a party." Get a can of peach halves and a package of orange Jell-O tomorrow and make up this delicious combination. Juicy golden peaches covered with shimmering orange Jell-O. But remember, when you buy Jell-O, be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. Because only Jell-O's new locked-in process gives you all the flavor, always.
Tomorrow, when you make out your grocery list, put down Jell-O and write under it, write Jell-O puddings. Jell-O vanilla, Jell-O chocolate, Jell-O butterscotch puddings. Try them and you'll say, yes, Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Mama. Now at last, the gelatin dessert that gives you all the flavor. It's the new Jell-O, the gelatin dessert that keeps all of its full original flavor, no matter how long it remains in the package. Up until now, gelatin desserts constantly faded in flavor while waiting to be used, lost much of their real taste and tingle. But the new Jell-O is different. Today, Jell-O's deep, vivid richness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles where time can't touch it. Jell-O loses nothing on its way to you. It comes out of the package as rich and full-flavored as it went in. Just prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no heavy, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. It's there in all its thrilling goodness. Order several packages tomorrow. And look for the big red letters on the box so that you're sure it's the one and only Jell-O. In Jell-O, the flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. Played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to turn the clock back to last Friday night and show you what happened when Jack and the rest of our gang went out and celebrated Halloween. The time, 7:30 Friday evening. The place, Jack's house in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
Rochester.
I just want to go where I can get dough.
Rochester, stop complaining in rhythm and help me get into my Halloween costume. The gang will be here any minute. Hand me those horns.
Here you are. Pardon the ignorance, boss, but what character are you struggling to convey?
My costume is very obvious. I've got on red underwear, a long tail, horns, and I'm carrying a pitchfork. Now, who am I?
The man from the finance company.
I am not. I'm the devil. Now, hand me that mirror.
Here you are.
Thanks. No, I don't like this effect. These darn horns keep slipping over to one side.
The horns are all right. It's your toupee that slips.
Something wrong there. I don't know why I picked out a devil costume anyway. Of course, I bought this pair of horns. I should use them.
Why don't you put one of them on your nose and go as a rhinoceros?
No, I can't do that. Phil Harris is coming as Frank Buck, and he'd shoot me. He'd love the excuse. I wonder if this tail is too long. Here. See who's at the door, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Come in.
I could have done that myself. Rochester, when I tell you... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, this is Halloween. I thought you were going to dress up tonight. Where's your costume?
I've got it on. I'm Pocahontas.
Pocahontas? In a mink coat?
John Smith was nice to me.
Oh, you're a wampum digger, eh? Well, at least stick a feather in your hair. Make it believable. Say, what do you think of my outfit, Mary? Don't I look like the devil?
Always.
You mean my costume? I'm supposed to be Satan. Had you see my horns?
Well, straighten up. You look like a toad.
Who ever heard of a red toad? There.
Say, boss, I'm going to a masquerade party tonight myself.
You are, Rochester? What are you going to be?
I'm going to close my eyes and go as a Smith Brothers cough drop.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Say, Rochester, why don't you keep one eye open and go as a period? How's that?
I better keep both eyes open. My lady friend's a rover.
All right, do as you please.
Jack, what are we going to do tonight? Where are we going?
I got it all figured out. Listen to this. First, we'll go to Claudette Colbert's house, and then I'll take a piece of soap and write Claudette loves Jack all over her window.
Oh, you did that last year, and she came out and wrote Jack who?
Well, this time she'll know Jack who. When Claudette comes out of the house, I'm going to grab her and give her a kiss. You know, there's only one guy kisses like Benny.
You don't have to tell me, Deadlift.
Mary, I'm going to give you a good jab with my pitchfork if you don't look out. Well, anyway, after we leave Claudette... Come in, come in. Well, look what's hopping through the door. For Pete's sake, what an outfit.
Hello, Jack, Mary.
Hello, Don. What are you supposed to be?
Why, can't you tell I'm a kangaroo?
Well, sure enough, you certainly look realistic, Don, with those long ears sticking up and that great big pouch. But say, I thought Dennis was coming with you. Where is the kid?
Peekaboo.
Well, I'll be darned, a baby kangaroo. Here, climb out, kid. Here, I'll help you.
Thanks, Mr. Benny.
Imagine coming as a little kangaroo.
You know, I was going to come as a floor lamp.
A floor lamp?
Yeah, but when I screwed the bulbs in my ears, they wouldn't light up.
Oh, that's terrible. Huh?
Maybe I ought to see a doctor.
Dennis, you're not supposed to light up. You know, Mary, someday I'll have to have a talk with that kid. Huh?
By the way, Jack, isn't Phil going to join us tonight?
Yeah, he'll drop by as soon as he finishes night school. Say, Dennis, while we're waiting around for him, let's hear that song you're going to do on the program Sunday.
Yeah, get over to the piano, kid.
Okay.
Oh, say, Rochester, did you ask our boarder, Mr. Billingsley, to tune the piano? He's very good at it, you know.
We should have never let him monkey with it, boss.
Oh, what's he done now?
That man's crazy. He cleaned the piano keys with dental floss.
Oh, Mr. Billingsley must think he's a dentist again. It's a fine way to clean piano keys.
He said the black ones were decayed, so he pulled them out.
Oh, my goodness.
He broke 8 needles trying to give the leg Novocaine.
Well, it's my own fault, I guess. Well, do the best you can, Dennis. Go ahead. Wait a minute, I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, hello, Phil. Are you still at night school? We're waiting for you. What? She's keeping you after school?
What happened, Jack?
Well, Phil got a 0 in spelling, so he gave the teacher a hot foot. Look, Phil, is your teacher anywhere near the phone? Well, tell her your father wants to talk to her. Yeah, your father.
What are you going to do, Jack?
I'm going to pretend to be Phil's father. You know, I'll talk like an old rube.
Well, you got the right underwear for it.
Quiet now, don't mix me up. Hello? Oh, hello, miss. This is Twitch Harris Sr. talking. Now, look, ma'am, I got to see my boy Philip right away, so I wish you'd let him off tonight. I'll write you a note explaining everything. I said I'd write you a note. That's a good one.
What'd she say?
She wants to know how come I can write and Phil can't. Well, okay, thanks a lot, ma'am. Say, what are you doing later? Well, you can't shoot a man for trying. Goodbye. Well, it's all set, fellas. Phil will be here pretty soon. You know, that teacher sure had a sweet voice. I could kind of go for her.
But, Jack, you don't even know what she looks like.
Anything he gets is gravy.
I don't know about that, sister. Sing, Dennis. See this pitchfork, Mary? You're going to get it. Now, you wait.
I'm in heaven when the music begins. I can see the sun when it's raining, hiding every cloud from my view. And why do I see rainbows when you're in my and so do you.
right, Dennis. That song ought to go over swell Sunday.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. Can I have something to eat?
Yeah, I'm hungry, too. Haven't you got any sandwiches?
I've got donuts and cider. That's all you're supposed to have on Halloween. Bring in the donuts, Rochester.
They're right here, boss.
Oh, yes. Here, have a donut, Mary. They're nice and fresh. I made them myself.
Jeepers, look at the size of the holes you got in them.
Never mind.
They look like ladies' garters.
Quiet, will you?
Oh, what she said.
No use waiting. I gotta have a talk with that kid. Here, Don. Don, have a donut. Have a donut and some of this sweet cider.
Thanks.
I think I'll have a glass of that myself.
Pretty strong, Jack.
Strong? Let me taste this. Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy.
What did you put in this cider?
A little Central Avenue vitamin.
There's gin in there. Now throw that cider out the window.
You ain't gonna throw mine out.
Dennis, you're not drinking any hard cider. You're a baby kangaroo.
Oh, I can't hop on milk.
Let Don hop. Now you get back in that pouch.
Okay. See you later, fellas.
Now stay there. Gee, I wish Phil would get here so we can go ahead.
Jack, look who's coming.
Where? Oh, yes, it's Mr. Billingsley.
Look, he's dressed like Marie Antoinette.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Having a little party, I see.
Yes. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, you're dressed as Marie Antoinette. Are you going to a masquerade?
No, my head aches, so I'm going to have it cut off.
Oh, I thought you were celebrating Halloween like we are. You see, I'm Satan, and Miss Livingston is Pocahontas, and Mr. Wilson is a kangaroo.
I used to be an alligator once, and now I'm an old bag.
Well, see you later.
Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
That's one way to look at it.
Strange fellow. The other morning for breakfast, he swallowed a raw egg and then drank boiling water for 3 minutes. I don't know. Well, there's Phil. Come on in, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Hi,
I'm glad you got here, Phil. We want to get going.
I'm sorry, but I didn't have time to put no costume on.
Don't worry, your tailor takes care of that. Hey, Phil, what happened between you and the teacher?
Oh, she got mad at me when we were having our spelling lesson.
Oh, what was the trouble?
She asked me to spell Pomeranian.
Pomeranian?
So I said D-O-G. Take it or leave it.
Well, at least you knew Pomeranian was a dog. That's something, huh? Well, we're all here, so come on, fellas, let's go.
Hey, Don, you put on a lot of weight since last week.
That's Dennis. It's a long story. Come on, everybody, let's go. Oh, Rochester, before you leave, be sure and lock the garage so that nobody damages the Maxwell.
Okay.
Remember last year, some kid got in there and turned it over.
Yeah, we drove around for 3 days without even noticing.
I noticed it. It was bumpy as anything. All right, this way, fellas. We'll all go out the side door.
Oh, that's
Boy, we really have fun tonight. You know, kids, first we'll go next door to Ronald Coleman's house, see? And then we'll
Jack, here comes that little boy you hired as a gag man. Let's take him along.
Oh, Belly Laugh Barton, eh? Hello, kid.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Say, Belly, do you want to go out with us tonight? We're going to ring doorbells and raise the dickens.
You're a little adolescent, aren't you, Bub?
Oh, we'll enjoy ourselves. Sorry you won't come along. By the way, how's the program coming along for Sunday?
If I tell you, you won't have any fun tonight.
Well, get busy and concentrate. Come on, fellas. Now, I'll tell you what, kids. First, we'll sneak across the lawn to Ronald Coleman's house and put some white paint on the doorknob, see? Then we'll ring the bell, and when he comes out, we'll run like the dickens. Gee, I rang Coleman's bell 3 times. Why doesn't he come out?
Maybe he went to a party or something.
Couldn't be a big party, or I'd have been invited. Ronnie and I attend the same affairs.
Only he doesn't have to crawl in the window.
Well, these Hollywood parties, who knows whether you got an invitation or not? Hey, fellas, I've got an idea. As long as Coleman isn't home, let's take this beautiful sundial here and put it over on my front lawn.
His sundial?
Yeah, it'll be a swell gag.
3 years ago, you took his flagpole. When's the gag over?
Oh, get in the Halloween spirit, will you? Come on, fellas, give me a hand with this dial.
Hey, Jack, look. There's a policeman walking by the house.
A policeman? Uh-oh.
Hello there. Is that you, Mr. Coleman?
Get this, fellas. Right, Joe. Thanks for asking, old boy. Terribly decent of you.
Good night.
Tip, tip. I certainly fooled the blighter.
Take that donut out of your eye. You're not Coleman anymore.
Oh, yes. Say, fellas, we'll never budge this sundial. It's too heavy. I'll have to phone for some movers. I'll tell you what, though. Look, let's go over to Basil Rathbone's.
Does he live near here, Jackson?
Yeah, right past my house on the other side of the street. Come on. Ooh, darn this tail I keep tripping on. Look at that light in my kitchen. Belly Laugh is in there eating me out of house and home. All the writers with ulcers, and I had to get him. Oh, well.
Oh, Jack, look at this.
Where? Hey, wait a minute. Who wrote this on my sidewalk? Jell-O has that new locked-in flavor. The flavor never goes away. We put it in and it's there to stay. Who did this?
Don't look at me. Kangaroos can't write.
Oh, yeah? Now, Don, you go get a rag and wipe it off.
I'll tell the sponsor.
All right, you big fat tattletale. Leave it there. Now, follow me across the street, fellas. And we'll go to Rathbone's house. Quiet now. See, we'll fix him good.
Which house is it, Jackson?
Wait a minute. I don't know whether this is Rathbone's house or the next one. I think it's this one.
No, it's the next one. This is where Charles Boyer lives.
Oh, that's right. Say, let's pull some gag on him.
Yeah, maybe he's got a sundial we can lift.
Now, I'll just sneak up and ring his doorbell. Wait here, fellas.
Hey, Jackson, Nick, here comes that cop again.
Uh-oh.
Hello there. Is that you, Mr. Boyer?
Here I go again, fellas. Ah, good evening, officer. Beautiful night. Beautiful.
Yes, it is.
Good night, Mr. Boyer.
Bon Sawyer.
Lucky I can speak French.
Hey, Jack, let's get away from here. The policeman's liable to come back.
Right at that. I'll tell you what. Let's go through this driveway and sneak over to Bassone's backyard. Now, follow me, fellas. Everybody quiet. Well, here we are. Gee, it's dark tonight. Hey, where did Phil disappear to?
I don't know. Where is he, Don?
He was with us a minute ago.
Have you seen him, Dennis?
He's not in here.
Of course not. Here he comes now. Where have you been, Phil?
Boy, am I wet. Why didn't you tell me that Rathbone had a swimming pool?
Well, why don't you watch where you're going?
I swallowed enough water to last me the rest of my life.
Well, it didn't hurt you to go on the wagon even for a second. Now, wait here, kids. I'm going up and knock on the door. When Rathbone comes out, hide in the bushes. Wow, will he be furious?
Oh, be careful now, Jack.
Don't worry about me. Now, quiet. Get ready, fellas.
Yahoo!
Darn those milk bottles. I hope I didn't cut myself. Am I bleeding, Mary?
With what?
With blood, I've got it. The idea of leaving...
Horse light just went on, Jack.
Quick, pick me up. Here comes Rathbone. Now, quiet, everybody.
Yes. Who's there? Anybody there? I say, is anybody there? Must be some of those Halloween pranksters. Now, look here, you children. I don't want any more of this disturbance. I've got to get up early in the morning. I'm making a picture.
What a ham.
Quiet. If I catch you around here again tonight, I'll give you all a sun good thrashing. Now, go away, all of you. Scat!
Oh, boy, is he burned up. Boy, am I going to make his life miserable tonight.
Wait a minute. What do you got against Rathbone?
Jack hates him because he can act.
That's all. I can see him imitate Boyer like I did. Now, fellas, this time I'm going to grab this big rock here and throw it up against the door.
Oh, you can't take those steps again, eh, Daddy?
I can climb, only this will be more annoying. Now, here goes. I'm going to throw the rock. 1. Phil, what are you doing back there?
Nothing.
Well, get away. 2, 3, go! Holy smoke, I broke a window.
There goes the porch light again.
Quick, fellas, run. He's coming out. Whoops. Well, I'll be... Hey, what is this?
Come on, Jack, hurry!
Run!
I can't run. That darn Phil Harris tied my tail to this bush. Gee, what a spot. I hope Rathbone doesn't see me.
Did I ever get my hands on the... Aha! Who's hiding there? Who's in back of that bush?
Right now, I'd give $1,000 to be playing Salt Lake City. Gee, here he comes.
Well, may I inquire the name of the moron behind that mask who goes around breaking windows? Who are you?
Gee.
Come, man. Speak up.
Stop.
Basile, I'm only making the joke. It is me, Charles Boyer.
Mr. Benny, your accent is revolting.
Oh, hello, Basil. Hello. How'd you know it was me?
You wore that same costume last Halloween when you tipped over my doghouse.
Oh.
I want that dog back. Where is he?
Well, he had pups today. You're a fine Sherlock Holmes. Now, look, Basil, I'm sorry I threw that rock. It was an accident.
Accident or no accident, you'll pay for that window.
All right, I'll pay for it.
Mr. Benny, what are you doing there?
I'm untying my tail. What do you think I'm doing? I'm very sorry about the whole thing, Basil. I won't bother you any more tonight. I'll go and join my gang.
I suppose you're going to continue this mischievous business.
Well, listen. To tell you the truth, we're going over to Charles Lawton's house. You know those flower pots he's got on his front porch?
Yes.
Well, listen, we're going to tip him over one by one. He'll go crazy when he hears that racket.
I dare say, Lawton has a fierce temper.
You said it. Well, so long, Basil. Happy Halloween.
Goodbye. Lawton's house, eh? Flower pots. Wait a minute, Jack, old boy, I'm going with you.
What? You going to join us?
I'll tell my wife. Be back later, darling.
Hey, fellas, have I got a surprise for you? Come on, Basil. Yippee! Here, listen, here's what we'll do. First, we'll go to Lawton's house. Then we'll go over to Claudette Colbert's and ring the doorbell, see? And when she comes out, I'll grab her and kiss her, and you can kiss her, too.
3 cheers for 3 grand puddings. Jell-O chocolate, Jell-O vanilla, and Jell-O butterscotch pudding. 3 delicious desserts made by the same people who make world-famous Jell-O. Jell-O puddings are puddings that even Grandma would be proud to serve. Puddings that really taste homemade. Yet they take only just a few minutes to make. With Jell-O puddings, all you have to do is add milk and bring to a boil. Then cool and serve. And there, almost before you know it, you've made the family a smooth, creamy pudding with a flavor unsurpassed by any pudding you ever tasted. So don't wait another day to try these luscious desserts. Try all 3 flavors real soon. Rich, mellow chocolate, creamy vanilla, and golden butterscotch. You'll find them all equally delightful, and you'll want to keep them handy on your pantry shelf all the time. Tomorrow, order Jell-O puddings and see if you don't say they're just like Grandma's, only more so.
This is the last number of the 5th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Mr. Rathbone for appearing on our program tonight. Also, at this time, I would like to announce that the motion picture drive for the community chest this year starts tomorrow, November 3rd. I'm sure that all of us here in Hollywood will do our bit, and I hope all of you will contribute to your local chapters. Good night, everybody.
Friends, the name Jell-O is a sure sign of goodness wherever you find it, whether it's on a package of Jell-O or on a package of Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings are made by the same folks who make Jell-O, and like Jell-O, they're downright swell. They're simply unrivaled for smooth, luscious flavor. They're easy to prepare just as Jell-O is, and they sell for the same low Jell-O price. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Remember Jell-O and Jell-O puddings. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O pudding starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Free for All. Here, there, and everywhere, folks are praising Jell-O's wonderful new locked-in flavor. They're finding that Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors are now more delicious than ever, thanks to Jell-O's new process of locking the flavor right into the tiny Jell-O particles. Up until now, gelatin desserts lost flavor all the time they spent in the package. Often, by the time you used them, you found their flavor had faded and become flat. And sometimes the desserts you made with them just missed being as good as you had expected. But today, Jell-O has changed all that. No more fading flavor. Every last bit of Jell-O's original richness is locked into Jell-O's crystal-like particles for keeps. And time can't touch it, can't steal it, any of it away. Your next package of Jell-O will prove it. Just open the package. Notice there's no heavy fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor and out it rushes in all its full, thrilling goodness. Order several packages of Jell-O tomorrow. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. Free for All, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our versatile master of ceremonies who started work this week on a new motion picture.
Yes, sir.
A man who is as much at home in front of a camera as he is before a microphone.
Like you said, I'm versatile. Say.
A man who has a profile like John Barrymore, and have you seen him lately? Jack Benny.
Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Chubby, you can rib me. You can rib me about it all you want to, but it sure feels good to be making a picture again. I tell you, Don, that's really my racket.
Well, Jack, I must admit that I do enjoy you on the screen immensely. I really got a big kick out of your last picture. You know, the one you made with Fred Allen.
With Allen? Wait a minute. That wasn't my last one, Don. See, I made Charlie's aunt after that. Remember when I was dressed like a lady?
Oh, yes. Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I didn't get to see that one.
You didn't see Charlie's aunt?
No, I meant to, but somehow I just didn't get around to it.
Oh.
By the way, Jack, who's the director of your current movie? Is it someone you've had before or somebody new?
Didn't get around to it, eh? Now, look, Don, I hesitate bringing it up right now, but you've been on this program 8 years, and you know our rule about not seeing my pictures. So what about it?
Oh, yes, Jack, I forgot. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, I hate to do this, Don, but if I make an exception of you, they'll all expect it. You know, rules is rules. Anyway, answering your question. Oh, here's your change, Don.
Thanks.
Answering your question, the director of my latest screen vehicle is none other than Lubitsch, Ernst Lubitsch.
Lubitsch? Well, that's wonderful. That's a great break for you, Jack.
It is?
Why, certainly. You know, there's a saying in Hollywood that Lubitsch can even make a lamppost act.
Don, any resemblance between me and a lamppost is purely coincidental. I'm slim, yes, but that's all. Anyway, Don, as I was saying, it sure feels good to be in front of a camera again. Right back where I belong.
What was that?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. What was that you said?
I was telling Don I'm very happy. I'm right back where I belong.
Oh, selling suits, eh?
I mean pictures. I'm making a movie.
Oh, that's right. You haven't sold a suit since you worked in your father's store in Waukegan.
Of course. That's over 20 years ago.
The one you're wearing held up nice.
Mary, one thing about my father's merchandise, it lasted and lasted. In fact, Dad used to have a slogan, buy this suit and you'll get sick of it. We sold plenty of them that way.
Well, I'll have to admit, Jack, that outfit you're wearing is very snappy.
Certainly. How do you like the pants?
Get a load of the cuffs. You look like Puss in Boots.
When my feet get cold, I roll them down. I can go along with a gag, sister. And incidentally, Mary, instead of coming in here with those wisecracks, why don't you congratulate me on the start of my new picture? You know, Carole Lombard is my leading lady.
Oh, boss, come now.
I'm not kidding. Carole Lombard is my love interest.
Lombard and Benny, hey, that's quite a team. Have you many romantic scenes with her, Jack?
Yes, lucky girl. Imagine. So, look, imagine I make love to her all day long, and then at 6 o'clock she drives home to Gable. But say, that Gable is a pretty good leading man himself. You know, he's no slouch.
Oh, Jack, you're just as attractive to women as Clark Gable any day.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Mary. That's sweet of you, but Clark is a pretty handsome guy, you know.
Oh, you're just being modest. You don't hear women talk about you like I do.
Oh, Mary, stop, will you? I'll admit I'm not homely, but what do the women say about me?
You asked for it, brother.
Never mind. You always have to start something, don't you? Always.
Say, Mr. Benny, I heard you talking before, and you think Carol Lombard is pretty good looking, don't you?
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
What was that you said?
I forgot now.
What a brain. Dennis, you said something about Carol Lombard being very good looking.
Oh, yes. Well, I go with a girl that's better looking than any movie star you ever saw.
Oh, you go with a girl? She is. Well, say. What's her name, Dennis?
Thelma Gray, Crestview 7071.
Oh, well, you didn't have to give me your telephone number.
I might as well. You'll force it out of me later.
Now, hold on, young man. When did I ever threaten you to get a girl's phone number?
Remember in New York when you took me to the top of the Empire State Building?
Never mind.
And you held me over the edge by one leg?
I was just showing Al Smith how strong I was. Anyway, you're lucky you didn't go out with that girl. You've still got your watch. Well, so much for your love life, kid. Now, how about a song?
Okay. I'm going to sing Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie, and I dedicate it to the Palm Springs Vaqueros.
Who cares, you little squealer? Go ahead with your song. Crestview 7071. I must remember that. Hold it a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Jello program. Why aren't you listening to it?
Mary, find out who that is.
Hello? Hello, this is Barton speaking. Belly Laugh Barton. Is Grandma there?
Just a second. It's for you, Jack. It's that kid you hired for a gag man.
Oh, Belly, huh? Oh, hello, Belly. What's on your mind?
Listen, I've got a terrific gag you can pull on Phil Harris tonight. Is he there yet?
No, what's the gag?
Well, this afternoon I told him to ask you how many hairs on a monkey's face.
Uh-huh.
And when he asks you, you say, the next time you shave, count them.
Oh. Well, now, wait a minute, Belly. That's kind of an old gag, isn't it?
Look, you know it and I know it, but the younger generation never heard of
it. Well, maybe you're right, Belly. Are you sure Phil will ask me that?
Yeah, and when you pull the answer, he'll never know what hit him.
Yeah, he'll really burn. Thanks, kid. And listen, I'll call you up after the show, let you know how it went over. Where can I reach you?
Crestview 7071.
What? Hey, wait a minute, Belly. Hey, Belly. Oh, well, that's a good gag he gave me anyway. The next time you shave, count 'em. I must remember that. Sing, Dennis. I can hardly wait.
I'm a roving cowboy, far away from home, far from the prairie where I used to roam, where the doggies wander and the wind blows free. Oh, my heart is yonder on the lone prairie. Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie, where western sky on the lone prairie. Give me back my saddle, give me back my gun, give me back that bronco that I used to run. Let me spread my blanket by a peaceful stream. Hear the cowboys singing by the campfire's gleam. Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me neath the western sky on the lone
That was Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, I must say that your voice is improving every week. No kidding. Someday you'll be another Bing Crosby. All right, Don. Dennis has a voice like Bing Crosby.
Thanks.
I'm not talking to you. All right, Don. Bing Crosby.
Oh, Jack, this one is so ridiculous.
Don, go ahead.
Why don't you do it yourself, you coward?
I'm not the announcer. Now, go ahead, Don. Bing Crosby.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you're in the mood for attempting an economical dessert, why don't you go a Crosby Street to your neighborhood grocer?
Yes, yes.
And bing home a package of Jell-O.
There. See? There you are.
Bing home Jell-O. Well, I haven't talked like that since I was 2 years old.
Oh, act your size, Willow. That happens to be a very clever idea for a commercial.
Did you think of it yourself, Mr. Benny?
Who else?
That's right. Who else?
Well, I like it. I think of that kind of stuff all the time. My mind runs that way.
I wonder if your father can make a straitjacket to match those pants.
Mary, let me analyze it for you. In the first place, well, look who's here. I'm so glad you were able to make it tonight, Phil.
Sorry I'm late, pal, but I was out in my car listening to the program.
Oh, listen to the program, eh? Well, how is it?
Jackson, you need me.
Well, for your information, Phil, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, Benny need Harris like apple need worm. And incidentally, that glint in my eye is Jimmy Dorsey. You know, I heard him last night.
Ah, don't get excited, Jackson. It was only a rib.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's all this ballyhoo about you making a new picture?
That's right, Phil. I started working on it this week.
Well, here, I ain't gonna see it.
Thanks. The picture isn't made yet, and already it's grossed $10. But I must tell Alexander Corder about that. But I wouldn't jump to conclusions, Phil. You see, Carole Lombard is in it, and Lubitsch is the director.
Not Ernest Lubitsch.
No, not Ernest. The name is Ernst. Ernst.
Look at his pivot tooth go around.
Well, if it stops on the red, you win. You know, I can go along with a gag. Believe me.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yeah?
Is that the same Mr. Lubitsch that directed Marlene Dietrich and Margaret Sullivan and Maurice Chevalier?
Yes, sir.
And Claudette Colbert and Gary Cooper and Greta Garbo?
Yep. And now he's directing me.
Is he slipping?
No. No, he's not slipping. The trouble with this gang, you're all too close to me. You don't realize I'm a good actor.
Say, Jackson, how'd you ever land a big director like that?
You mean Lubitsch?
Jack held him over the Empire State Building till he signed the contract.
Oh, stop. To hear you talk, you think I was the strongest guy in the world. Now, let's cut out this nonsense and go on with the program. Let's have a number, Phil, before Miss Livingston dreams up something else.
All right, what do you want to hear?
Music, but I'll take what I can get. No. Now, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Jackson, I want to ask you something.
Yeah? Yeah, what is it?
How many hairs on a monkey's face?
Well, I'll tell you, Phil. Oh, my goodness, I forgot the answer. Mary, get me Belly Laugh on the phone quick. The number is Crestview 7071.
You didn't forget that, you wolf.
Oh, never mind. It's too late to pull a gag now. Let's see. Phil is supposed to say to me, how many hairs on a monkey's face? I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, what do you want?
Boss, this is the last straw. Either you get rid of Mr. Billingsley or I'm going back home to Arabia.
Oh, don't get so excited. What's our boarder done now?
Well, you know that suit of armor we got in the hall?
Yes?
And you know how it's holding that big spear?
Yes?
Well, I was waxing the floor in front of it just now, and the first thing I knew, I took off.
Oh, Mr. Billingsley is in it, eh? What in the world is he doing in that suit of armor?
This week he's King Arthur.
King Arthur?
Yeah, better come home early. He's going to hold court in the dining room tonight.
Well, that's just silly. If you remember the legend, King Arthur's knights gathered at a round table. Our table is square.
It's round now. He saw it on the corner.
Well, this is your fault, Rochester. You know how eccentric Mr. Billingsley is. How did he ever get a hold of a saw?
A friend sent it to him in a loaf of bread.
That table is a genuine antique. Save the corners, Rochester. I'll think of something. Now, look, I'll be home soon, so let Mr. Billingsley wear that suit of armor. What was that? What happened?
King Arthur just fell off his horse.
Horse? What horse?
He's got a saddle on Carmichael.
Oh, my goodness. Well, look, Rochester, I'll be home soon, so humor Billingsley. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I finished making those Christmas cards for Mr. Lubitsch.
All right. All right, hang up.
He'll like them, boss. Right under the Santa Claus, I got his name in big silver letters. Ernest Lubitsch.
That's Ernst Lubitsch. Ernst. Now do him over.
How many T's in Ernst?
Just one. It sounds like more. Now, goodbye. You want anything done right, you got to do it yourself. All right, Phil, let's have your band number.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Answering your question, Phil, the next time you shave, count them. Ha ha! I knew I'd think of it. That was Wham Bang Crash Zowie, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Phil, I've got to say one thing about your arrangements. You certainly take care of the brass section.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. I got 3 violins in the band, and they're playing all the time.
Yeah, but who can hear them? Another thing, 2 pianos. What do you got 2 piano players for?
They're Siamese twins.
Oh, I'm sorry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, gee, I didn't know that. Siamese twins, eh?
Didn't you see the 3 of us dancing at Charlie Foy's the other night?
Yes, but I thought I was drunk. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't understand it. I only had ginger ale. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday, we want you all to listen in, because we're going to present our annual drama of the gridiron. Yes, sir, we're all going to play football. We're really going to kick it around.
We kick it around every Sunday.
Never mind. And I would also like to announce...
Say, Jackson, look, do you mind if I leave now? I've got a friend waiting for me out in the hall.
What?
Well, he just got in town a few days ago, and I'm having dinner with him.
I'm sorry, Phil, but your friend can very well wait till the program's over.
That's a fine way to treat Leo DeRocha.
I don't care who... Leo DeRocha? You mean the manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers?
Yeah, he's sitting right out in the hall.
Well, what are you waiting for? Bring him in. Bring him in.
Sure, a guest star for nothing.
Mary, I just want to say hello. I know him very well. Bring him in, Phil.
Okay.
So, Leo's in town, eh?
Say, Mr. Benny, who's Leo DeRocha?
I just told you, he's manager of them bums. Don't you remember, Dennis? I bet you $5 Brooklyn would win the World Series.
Oh, yes. How did that ever come out?
I'll tell you later, kid.
Well, fellas, here's that man.
Well, come on in, Leo.
Hiya, Jackson. Glad to see you.
Hey, this is quite a surprise, Leo. I didn't think you'd get in town till next week. Where are you staying?
I'm living over at Georgie Raff's house.
Oh, Raff's, eh? Well, why didn't you come over to my place, Leo? You'd love it there. Quiet surroundings. It's only 10 minutes from Hollywood, and I got a 40-foot heated swimming pool.
Now, I know. I got your folder.
Oh, well, then what made you pick out Raff's place?
Well, you don't understand, Jackson. I'm Georgie's guest. I'm living there for nothing.
Oh, I see.
Guys like Raph that are ruining the tourist business.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mary, I wanted Leo to be my guest, too. I wasn't going to charge him. Oh, Leo, this is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Or may I call you Mary? I've listened to you so often on the radio, I feel I almost know you.
Thanks. Gee, how can such a sweet fellow slug an umpire?
Mary.
It's easy, sister.
Good. And Leo, good. Leo, this is Don Wilson, our announcer, and Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Hello, fellows.
Glad to know you, Leo.
Say, I was wondering about the World Series, Mr. DeRocha. Who won, the Dodgers or the Yankees?
Is that Mick looking for trouble?
No, forget it, Leo. It's a long story. But, Leo, remember when I saw you that first game at the Yankee Stadium, and I said to you, how does it look, kid?
And I said, we'll moiter him?
Yeah. And then you lost 4 games out of 5. What happened?
Well, you can't tell about those things. It's like your radio program. You don't have a good one every week, do you?
No, but we don't have 4 bad ones out of 5.
Look, Jackson, you've been called bums as often as we have.
Look I didn't look at it quite that way.
Come on, Leo, let's go. Let's get out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. I want to talk to him. Say, Leo, didn't I hear you? Weren't you on Fred Allen's program a few weeks ago?
Yeah, what a sweet guy. I got laughs on his show.
Get laughs here if you'd read your lines right. Don't ad-lib with me, brother. I'm pretty fast on those answers.
Now, go on. You don't even know how many hairs on a monkey's face.
Oh, yeah? Well, the next time I shave, I'll count them. Wait, what am I saying? That was wrong. Give me that again, Leo.
Come on, Leo, will you? Let's go. Georgie's waiting for us across the street at the Tropics. Come on.
Okay.
Georgie, is Raph having dinner with you two guys?
Yes, you want to join us?
Sure, I'll be glad to. Oh, Don, carry on with the show, will you?
Who am I going to talk to, Dennis?
Mary is here. Stick out your stomach, and she's good for 3 jokes. Come on, Leo. Let's go, Phil. Come on. Well, Leo, I'm sure glad you came out to Hollywood. No hard feelings, even though I lost a little dough on the Dodgers. Reminds me I owe Jesse $50. But I want to tell you something, Leo. You got a great ball club there. And next time you'll be right back in the series. I know I'm going to bet on you, and I'll bet on you every time you play. That's me. I'm a sticker, Leo.
Here's a dessert, friends, that certainly does live up to its beautiful name. It's called Hawaiian Sunburst. And you've never seen a dessert that's more glamorous and attractive. Just picture it. A shimmering mold of deep crimson raspberry jello surrounded in a sunburst effect of shining wedges of golden Hawaiian pineapple. And how easy it is to make. You just dissolve a package of jello imitation raspberry flavor in 1 1/2 cups of hot water. Then add 1/4 teaspoon of salt, 1/2 cup of the juice from the can of pineapple slices. Chill in individual molds, and in serving, circle each mold with the wedge-shaped pieces of canned sliced pineapple. What a delight to the eye and a treat to the taste. So get them both and make up this lovely, luscious dessert. But be sure when you buy to ask for Jell-O, because only Jell-O's new locked-in process gives you all the flavor, always.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Did you know that the folks who make Jell-O also make 3 of the most delicious puddings you ever tasted? Jell-O chocolate, Jell-O vanilla, and Jell-O butterscotch puddings. And are they swell? Take Jell-O vanilla pudding. Why, even Grandma would be proud to make a pudding as smooth and rich as this one. Its wonderful homemade flavor lends itself to luscious puddings, cream pies, tarts, cakes with cream fillings, and lots of other grand desserts. And it takes only a few pennies to buy, a few minutes to make. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings, too. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. FI, Los Angeles. FI, Los Angeles. FI, Los Angeles.
The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Jump for Joy. What rich, thrilling enjoyment you get from today's new Jell-O. Now made better than ever by Jell-O's wonderful locked-in flavor. Here's one of the biggest improvements ever made in gelatin desserts. A new scientific method by which Jell-O's full original goodness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles. The gelatin desserts you used to buy continually lost flavor during the days they spent in the package. They became flat and tasteless as time stole away their freshness. But the new Jell-O is different. Today, all of Jell-O's bright, tingling flavor is locked into Jell-O's crystal-like particles, locked in for keeps where time can't touch it, no matter how long your Jell-O remains in the package. Just prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice there's no heavy, fruity aroma that tells of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O, and presto, you unlock its captive delight, and out pours a delicious flood of flavor. Don't wait another day to try it, friends. Order several packages of the new Jell-O tomorrow. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. was Jump for Joy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Thursday is Thanksgiving, and no doubt most of you will have turkey for dinner.
That's right.
So this evening, without further ado, we bring you a chestnut for your dressing, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, thanks so much for that introduction. It was not only topical, but flopical. Chestnut for your dressing.
Well, in my opinion, Jack, it was a very clever gag. I thought of it all by myself while I was shaving this morning.
And you didn't cut your throat? I can't understand it. Anyhow, Don, it'll soon be Thanksgiving, and I love you. By the way, would you and the little woman like to come over to my house next Thursday for a nice wild duck dinner?
Thanks, Jack. We'll be very glad to. Wild duck, huh?
Yep, I went hunting yesterday morning, and as usual, I brought home the limit, 3 ducks. Beauties, too. Huh?
But, Jack, the limit is 10 ducks.
Oh, I mean on one shot, Don. You see, I don't go out hunting and bang away like it's 4th of July, you know.
3 ducks with 1 shot. My goodness, I had no idea you were such an expert hunter.
Oh, sure, Don. For me, that's nothing, you know.
Well, I'd say that's darn good. By the way, Jack, what kind of a gun do you use?
My gun? Oh, it's just a plain, ordinary, double-breasted shotgun. It does the trick, though.
You mean double-barreled, don't you?
What? Oh, yes, double-barreled. It's a Westchester.
Well, this
I
is
never
certainly...
miss with it. You know, I really never miss it.
This certainly is news. Benny the sportsman. Tell me, what'd you get yesterday, mallards or canvasbacks?
I beg pardon, Don? What was that?
I said, what did you get, mallards or canvasbacks?
Yes, sir. But I want to tell you something, Don.
Well, what were they, mallards or canvasbacks?
They were ducks. Quack, quack. If you don't want to come to dinner, say so. Suppose every time I shoot a duck, I have to go up to him and say, my name is Benny, what's yours? Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to.
Okay, forget it. But believe me, Don, there's no thrill in the world like getting out at 5 in the morning, hopping into that rowboat, and waiting for those ducks to fly by.
Yes, there's no question about it. That's real excitement. By the way, Jack, do you use a retriever?
Well, I beg pardon, Don? Do I use a what?
A retriever. You know, a dog that swims out and gets the ducks after you shoot them.
A dog that swims... Say, that's an idea. That'll save Rochester from getting wet all the time. Wait till I tell him, huh?
Why, Jack, you don't mean to say that Rochester jumps into that cold water.
Yes, and he brings back those ducks without a tooth mark on them. Except once when I accidentally hit him on top of the head with an oar. Anyway, Don, be sure and come to dinner and you'll taste the finest... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Don. Hello, Mama.
Mama?
Yeah, she finally got a radio set.
Oh. Hello, Mama. Keep up the payments. Gee, now she can listen to us. Oh, say, Mary, I went out hunting yesterday and I brought you a little present. Here you are, some beautiful duck feathers. Here.
What do I want with duck feathers?
You can put them on a hat or something. What can I do with them?
Glue them on your chest. It's going to be a cold winter.
They'll just fit on my tattooed eagle. I can go along with a gag, sister. Anyway, if you don't want them, I'll give them to Dennis. He'll think of something.
Where'd you get those feathers anyway?
I told you I went hunting yesterday. I go every year. Remember last year when fall when you were with me?
Oh, yes. Did you tell Don what happened?
Never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Jack was in a rowboat when some ducks flew by, and boy, was he excited.
Oh.
So he pulled the trigger too quick, shot a hole in the boat, and came home with 18 trout.
Well, they were delicious. Fried in butter.
And the way you explained that hole to the owner of the boat.
Well, it could have happened.
It could not.
It could, too.
How can a boat be torpedoed in Lake Henshaw?
All right, forget it. It was years ago. And that's the last time I'll ever take you ducking. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, here's your tickets. Front row center. Best in the house.
Tickets? What tickets?
Here, Mary. Now, look. Hold them till Wednesday night and get there early. I don't want you to miss a thing.
Wait a minute, Phil. What are those tickets for?
Well, it says right there on them. And you guys don't think I can act, huh?
Well, I'll be darned. Get a load of this, fellas. The Hollywood Night School, 3rd grade dramatic club, invite you to a special Thanksgiving play entitled The Courtship of Miles Standish.
Well, who are you, Phil? Miles Standish?
Now let her read it. Go ahead, Mary.
This play stars Willie Shapiro as Miles Standish, Butch Peterson as John Alden.
Go on, go on.
And Philip Harris as Priscilla.
Priscilla?
That's me. I'm the heroine.
That's heroin. Heroin. So, Phil, Phil, you take the girls' part, eh?
Yeah, ain't that a novelty?
Well, not exactly, Phil. If you remember, I recently played the female lead in Charlie's Aunt.
Yeah, but you were an old bag. I'm young and tender.
Listen, Harris, I'll put on a sweater with you any day. Any day, brother.
The Courtship of Miles Standish, eh? Say, that ought to be very interesting, Phil.
Yeah, now look, fellas, get this plot. Miles Standish is the captain of the soldiers in Plymouth, Mass., and he knows plenty about fighting them Indians. But when it comes to clinching with a blonde, the kid ain't hep. Anyhow, Captain Standish sees this beautiful doll, Priscilla. That's me with my curls combed out. And I'm sitting by the window in my cottage spinning the wheel.
What are you doing, playing roulette?
I don't know it, don't say.
Isn't that awful?
Anyhow,
Phil, don't tell us the plot now. You'll spoil the surprise. What a character. Oh, Mary, would you mind telling our beautiful young pilgrim maiden to put down her spinning wheel and direct a band number?
Why don't you speak for yourself, Jackson?
Oh, go ahead and play, will you? Hold it, Prissy. Come in.
Telegram for Mary Livingston.
Right here, Bud. Give him a tip, will you, Jack?
Give him a tip, give him a tip.
Well, it's your program.
Okay. Here you are, Bud.
Oh, goody. A ticket to Miles Standish.
Get out of here. Every time I look at his head, I want to play tic-tac-toe. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from Mama. Dear Mary, program coming in fine. How can Jack have the heart to shoot a duck when he walks like one?
Well, the old battle axe is still punching him out. Belly Laugh Barton gave us that gag. Play, Phil. Why did she have to buy a radio? that was This Time the Dream's on Me, played by Pilgrim Harris and his Plymouth Rocks. Plymouth meaning the boys have landed musically, and rocks meaning I wish I had some. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last Sunday, the football season being in full swing, tonight the Benny Athletic Actors will present their annual drama of the gridiron entitled He Fumbled the Ball, or Who Tickled the Tackle. Now, as usual, I will play the part of Dennis. Dennis, I wish you'd get here on time.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Benny, but I couldn't find a place to park my car.
Dennis, you don't have to drive around the streets all day. There's a parking lot next door where you can leave your car for 15 cents.
How do you know?
I heard about it. I can go along with a gag. Now, where was I?
Say, Mr. Benny.
What?
I heard a broadcast last night that made my blood boil. It ought to burn you up, too.
Why, who was funny? I mean, what do you mean?
Well, I was over at my girl's house necking with her, and she got bored and turned on the radio.
Well, naturally. So?
So we listened, and there was a guy on the air that sounded just like you, and he even used your name, Jack Benny.
Dennis, that was me on the air last night. I was doing a special broadcast for NBC's 15th anniversary.
Then who played the part of Don Wilson?
That was Wilson himself. And if you'd have been with us, I'd still have to explain it to you.
Gosh, was that really you and Don?
Certainly. We did a comedy act. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, it was so lousy I couldn't believe it.
Look, kid. Kid, you just didn't get the idea of our act. We were very good.
Then why did my girl turn off the radio and go back to me?
I don't know. What a kid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to our drama, I will play the part of Flash Benny, the famous football coach of Flatfoot College.
Oh, Jack, why don't you let someone else be the coach? You don't know anything about football.
I don't, eh? Let me tell you something. When I was on the team at Waukegan High, they used to call me Tiger Benny.
That's because you scratched everybody with your long fingernails.
They called me Tiger because when I played, I was a snarling, vicious animal.
Like on payday?
What was that, Dennis? What was that?
Watch out for those fingernails, kid.
Oh, quiet. Now, let's get back to our casting. Phil, you're going to be right end. Dennis, you're going to be left end. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
You're going to be everybody in between, so loosen your belt. Now, Mary...
You mean I'm going to be right guard, left tackle, and center?
Yes.
Well, I must be quite an actor.
Take it any way you want to. Now, Mary, inasmuch as we're short of men, you'll have to play on the team, too.
I'm not going to be a man.
You are, too.
I'm not going to wear football pants.
And you're going to wear football pants.
They better have lace on them.
Never mind.
Ooh, what she said.
Dennis. No use talking. I must have a talk with that kid. Now, I'll play... Dennis, did you ever see Our Wilderness? You must see it sometime. Huh? Now, our play, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Well, what is it?
I was looking at those ducks you shot yesterday, and you know, boss, they're pretty small.
Yes, they are small.
In fact, they ain't ducks at all. They're pigeons.
Look, Rochester, I ought to know what I shot. What makes you think they're pigeons?
One of them's got a message on his right leg.
What?
Just took Manila. Signed Dewey.
Dewey?
Boss, those birds are going to be tough.
Oh, some kid must have put that message on for a gag. I still insist they're ducks, and we're going to have them for Thanksgiving.
Uh-huh.
Now take them out of the icebox and dress them.
I'll have to wait till you get here, boss. They're so full of buckshot I can't lift them alone.
Well, then ask Mr. Billingsley to help you. Where is he?
He took the message and he's flying to Washington.
Well, for heaven's sake, stop him. Stop him.
Too late now. He put the electric fan on his head and jumped off the roof.
Oh, my goodness. And what happened?
His feet are sticking out of the rain barrel.
Well, get him out of there. I'll be home soon, so hang up.
Okay. So long, boss.
So long. Oh, say, Rochester, I've got good news for you. The next time we go duck hunting, you won't have to swim out for them. I'm buying a dog to do it.
Thanks, boss. I was getting tired of chasing that ball anyway.
I just did that to keep you in practice. Goodbye. Of course, if I buy a dog, I'll have to get a dog house and a license. Sing, Dennis. Then if he bites the mailman, I'll be in trouble. Go ahead, kid. I have to think that over.
Once so gay, and gone the hopes held so long. Dusk was slowly falling on the leaves. The birds were hushed in every tree. Suddenly, so sweet, so strong, down from the hill came a song. I heard a lonely shepherd playing. It was a haunting melody. I heard the music clearly saying. That he was happy as could be. He played and he played, the world was forgotten. Like castles in air, my every care began to fade. La 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 la. If he would only play forever. His little shepherd
That was Shepherd's Serenade, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis, and quite a novel arrangement. Say, Phil, I noticed you put a harp in the orchestra for Dennis's number. And the harpist is a most attractive young lady.
Yeah, she goes with my guitar player.
Oh, the harpist and your guitar player. Is it serious?
Nah, they're just stringing each other. It's the Lulu.
Oh, Priscilla. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our drama of the gridiron entitled We Can't Lose. Or, We Can't, eh? The scene is Flatfoot College in the town of Friends. The first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. And Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Now, listen, men. In this next half, we got to go out there and fight. You're playing like a bunch of jellyfish. You've been out there 30 minutes, and what's the score? I ask you, what's the score?
Notre Dame 7, Northwestern 6.
That's the trouble with you guys. You're not concentrating on this game. Now, I don't want that portable radio out in the field while we're playing. It's confusing.
Well, I'm doing the best I can, Coach.
Listen, Livy. All during the game, you've been tackling Meatball's quarterback and slapping him in the face. What's the idea?
That's Jim. The rat never sends me pretty flowers.
Never mind the romance. Just stick to the game.
You said it, Coach.
And you, left guard, left tackle, and center. A fine game you've all been playing.
None of your lip or we'll walk out, won't we, fellas? You're darn right. Yes, you said it.
Now, cut that out. And you, Day.
Yes, Coach?
Every time you get the ball, you fall down. Why don't you run?
I keep tripping over the lace on my pants.
You're wearing the wrong one. Now, look, men. We've still got a chance. The game isn't over. All we got to do is get rolling. Why, the score is only...
65-0.
65-0?
Hey, when did we get a nothing?
We started with that. Now, come on, men. I'm going to play with you this next half and show you something about football. We'll win this game, or my name ain't Poison.
Here we are, folks. The score is Meatball 65, Flatfoot nothing, and the second half is about to begin. Meatball is already on the field, and here comes Flash Benny and his Flatfoot team.
JEKYL, JEKYL, hey, 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 best dessert in the USA. Flavor never goes away. Put it in, it's there to stay.
Ah, listen to those cheers, folks. There must be 18 people here today.
There's more than that on the team.
Oh, go shoot a pigeon.
Those were ducks. Darn that guy. Now, men, we got nothing to worry about. I'll call the signal. Day'll carry the ball and crash through for a touchdown.
Who, me?
Yes, you. We're depending on you, Day. You're the best player on the team.
That gives you an idea, folks.
All right, men, let's go.
Here we go, folks. Meatball's about to kick off. Flatfoot's lining up to receive. And there's the whistle.
Well, there's the boat, the Catalina. On your toes, men.
Well, there's my boat, folks. So I'll now turn the microphone over to that famous sports announcer, Mr. Raymond Radcliffe.
Thanks, Captain Henry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Raymond Radcliffe speaking.
Oh, fine.
I will now describe the last period of this thrilling football classic.
Classic?
Lefty Wanfield of Meatballs making the kick. And there goes the ball. Flash Benny of Flatfoot receives the ball on his own 30-yard line and is nailed in his whack.
Well, I didn't make much gain that time, fellas. But how can I with a fur ball?
Your toupee fell on it.
Oh. All right, men, this time we'll pull our famous hidden ball play. You know how it goes, Dave?
No, hum a little of it.
It means that you carry the ball. Now, come on, men, line up. This is our chance. Signal. Hey, Wilson, pull in your left tackle a little. You're offside. All right, signal. Valtram, Brigafront, Scrunch, hike.
It's a Kawasu play. Flash Benny grabs the ball and relays it to Howard. No, it's to Wilson. Wilson waddles today. Day grabs the ball and look at that fellow once.
Run, Day, run!
Day is crashing through the line. Look at him run. Look at him run. It looks like he's off for a touchdown. He's 11 yards from the goal. And what's this? He's tackled. Day is thrown on the 3-yard line, and he's knocked silly.
Oh, that poor kid.
Oh,
my goodness. He's out cold. Look at him laying there. Day, speak to me. Say something. Say something.
A truck hit me. Get the license number.
Oh, for crying out loud. Play, Phil.
Here's an unusual dessert, friends, that's unusually delicious. It's called Hawaiian Sunburst, and a grander-looking, grander-tasting dessert never decorated a table. Picture a brilliant mold of rich red raspberry jello surrounded in a sunburst effect by juicy wedges of golden Hawaiian pineapple. Sounds mighty good, doesn't it? And nothing could be easier to make. Simply dissolve a package of jello imitation raspberry flavor in 1 1/2 cups of hot water. Then add 1/4 teaspoon of salt and 1/2 cup of the juice from the canned pineapple slices. Chill in individual molds, and in serving, circle each mold with a wedge-shaped piece of canned sliced pineapple. Now, most grocers are featuring canned pineapple and raspberry jello all next week. So get them both tomorrow and treat the family to this swell, distinctive dessert. Just remember, to enjoy this dessert at its best, be sure to use Jell-O, because only Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 7th program in the current Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I want to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. Say, Mary, I'm having a big Thanksgiving dinner Thursday at my house. Would you like to join us?
Who's coming?
Well, there'll be Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck and Clark Gable and Carol Lombard, Mr. and Mrs. Henry Fonda, and the Fred McMurrays, and maybe Moe Lee.
Him, you're sure of.
Yeah. Good night, folks.
You know how delicious, how downright good Jell-O is. Well, you'll feel just the same way about Jell-O puddings. 3 luscious, creamy puddings that are made by the same people who make Jell-O. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, simply brimming over with the buttery brown sugar flavor of golden butterscotch, and just as smooth and rich as the homemade kind that Grandma used to make. Yet how easy and inexpensive it is. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and creamy golden butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. FI, Los Angeles. FI, Los Angeles. FI, Los Angeles.
JEKYL.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with One on the House. The biggest dessert news in years. That's what folks everywhere are calling Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Never has Jell-O tasted so rich and delicious. Today, it's even better than ever, and all because of a wonderful new process that locks in all of Jell-O's grand flavor, keeps it from fading, keeps it at full strength till the moment you use it. Today, Jell-O's vivid original goodness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, where time can't touch it. It's protected against fading or changing in any way, and it comes out of the package just as rich and full-flavored as it went in. Prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no heavy, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. But when you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive goodness, and out it pours for your pleasure. So order Jell-O tomorrow. Look for the big red letters on the box, and be sure to get Jell-O. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. That was One on the House, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take you back 3 days and show you how Jack Benny entertained the gang on Thanksgiving. The time, 2 p.m. last Thursday. The scene, the kitchen of Jack's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack, Mary, and Rochester preparing the dinner. Take it away.
Now, what else? Oh, yes. Rochester, hand me those little plates there, will you?
Here you are, boss.
Let's see. A black one for Phil, a green one for Alice, a black one for Don, a green one for Mrs. Wilson, a black one for Mary.
Say, Jack, make mine a green one. I don't like ripe olives.
All right, I'll switch you and Don. There.
I'm hungry. I think I'll eat mine now.
Drop that. I don't want you to spoil your appetite. You know, we're having wild duck for our Thanksgiving dinner.
No chipped beef this year, eh?
Not unless we run short. Rochester, what are you putting in that dressing?
I thought a dash of gin would snap it up a little.
What? Who ever heard of putting gin in dressing?
On Central Avenue, it's a must.
Well, I don't want it in this dressing. And put that gin back in the first aid kit. Oh, Mary, take a look in the oven and see how the ducks are coming along.
Okay.
What was that?
They're not quite done yet.
Now, look, that noise came from some live ducks I've got in the basement. These ducks here should be done by now. What time did we put them in the oven, Rochester?
About 10 o'clock last night.
Let's see, that's 16 hours. They're done all right. They sure look tender, don't they, Mary?
Tender? The middle one looks like Humphrey Bogart.
What an imagination. Now, Rochester, take each duck and stuff the dressing in it.
I ain't gonna touch old Humphrey.
Cut that out. Now, get busy and stuff those ducks.
Okay. Where's the shoehorn?
You don't need a shoehorn. Now, let's see. A green olive for me, a black one for...
Say, Jack, why don't you give those olives a little company and put some celery on the plate?
Celery? Okay. Open the icebox and get some.
I don't know the combination.
It's 45 right, 23 back, and 10 right. That's it.
Can I borrow your pencil, boss?
Don't bother writing it down. I'm changing it tomorrow. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, a green one for me, a black one for Billy Getz. That must be Dennis. Open the back door for him, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Send that kid on an errand. He takes all day.
Where'd he go, Jack?
Over to Ronald Coleman's to borrow something.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You're always borrowing from Mr. Coleman.
That works both ways, Mary. Within the last year, he's borrowed over a dozen of my best eggs.
Your eggs?
Yes.
His chickens laid him in your garage.
That doesn't make any difference. That's the same thing as the grapefruit near the fence. What hangs over is mine. Even Coleman's lawyer admits that.
Well, don't ever hang your head over the fence or Coleman will pick your toupee.
Ha, 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 I'm screaming.
Here's the punch bowl you wanted, Mr. Benny.
What is that?
Here's the punch bowl you wanted.
Thanks, kid. And what have you got in that bag?
Some corn. Mr. Coleman says, please feed it to his chickens.
I've been feeding him plenty. Now, Dennis, the gang will be here pretty soon, so rub some of this burnt cork on your face.
Okay.
Burnt cork, what's that for?
Dennis is going to help serve dinner tonight. It's an emergency. I hired Rochester's brother, and he didn't show up. What happened to him, Rochester?
I was wrong, boss. He got 60 days instead of 30.
Oh, well, I can use him New Year's Eve. Now, Dennis, Rochester will be busy here in the kitchen, so it'll be your job to... Whoop, there's the front door. Now, here's your chance to practice. See you at the door, Sylvester.
I's going, Mr. Benny. I's going.
Hey, that's all right.
That boy does the worst blackface I ever heard.
Not so easy. I'd like to hear you do Irish sometime. Come on, Mary. We'll sit in the music room until the gang gets here.
A jukebox and an old fiddle, and you call it a music room.
Don't run down that jukebox, Mary. And incidentally, I wish you'd stop playing it with lifesavers. You've got it all sticky.
Mr. and Mrs. Wilson are here, Master Colonel Benny.
Don't overdo it. Well, hello, Don, Peggy. Welcome to the Chateau Benny.
Oh, hello, Jack. Hello, Mary. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Well, you're looking fine, Peggy. Take Mrs. Wilson's coat, Sylvester.
Yeah, the yep.
I wish he'd hold it down a little.
Well, it's 2 servants tonight. You're kind of putting on the dog, eh, Jack?
Well, it's a big party. Gee, Peggy, I'm sure glad you and Don were able to come to dinner today.
Yes, I am, too. Don's been gaining weight again, and I'm so happy he's someplace where he can't overeat.
Good. Well, I hate to disappoint you, Peggy, but there's going to be plenty of food on that table.
Yes, and I love chipped beef.
We're having wild duck. Now, let's have a little music while we're waiting. Mary, put a nickel in the jukebox.
I've only got one. I'm saving it for the apple machine.
All right, I'll put one in. That is if I've...
Here's a nickel, Jack.
Thanks. Say, here's one of Phil's records, Chattanooga Choo Choo. He sings the chorus on this one. Very cute, too. Wait till you hear it.
Pardon me, boy. Is that the Chattanooga Choo Choo? Track 29. Then you can give me a shine. I can afford to board a Chattanooga Choo Choo. I've got my fare and just an inkling to spare. You leave old Pennsylvania Station about 3:45. Read the magazine and then you're in Baltimore. Dinner on the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina. When you hear that whistle blow an eighth of the bar, then you know that Tennessee is not very far. Hurry up and call in, gotta get a rollin'. Hoo-hoo, Chattanooga, there you are. There's gonna be a certain party at the station, satin and lace. I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that'll never wrong. Oh, Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? There's gonna be a certain party at the station, satin and lace. I used to call my bunny, honey, funny face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that'll never roam. So Chattanooga choo-choo, hooey, hooey, Chattanooga choo-choo, hooey, hooey, Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home?
Isn't Phil a ham? He even puts applause on the record. That was a good number, though.
Yes, indeed.
By the way, Peggy, I don't believe you've been in my music room before, have you?
No, I haven't, Jack. And you've got some lovely old pieces here. Who furnished it?
Harry's Hawk Shop.
I only got the melodeon there. You know, Peggy, if you look around, you can get some of the...
Uh-oh. Here comes your boarder.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to him. His arm's in a sling. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Having company for dinner, I see.
Yes, the others will be here pretty soon. Won't you have a seat?
Oh, thanks. I never touch them.
By the way, Mr. Billingsley, I noticed your arm's in a sling. How did you happen to break it?
I was putting on my long underwear this morning, and I fell off the ladder.
Oh, well, why do you have to climb a ladder to put on your underwear?
When I say long, I mean long.
Oh, I see. Won't you join us for dinner, Mr. Billingsley? We're having wild duck.
No, I'll have a glass of dressing later. Good night.
It's getting more eccentric every day. But who else would pay me $800 a week for room and board? An amazing character, you know.
Mr. Benny, can I speak to you confidentially? It's very important.
Oh, now what? Excuse me, folks. What is it, Rochester?
Boss, those ducks ain't never gonna get tender.
Why? What happened?
I just stuck a fork in one of them and it kicked gravy all over me.
Now, that's ridiculous. It probably slid in the pan. That's all.
You may be right, boss, but I don't think it would hurt to shoot them just once more.
Don't you dare. I shot those ducks. All you've got to do is cook them. I want dinner served as soon as Mr. and Mrs. Harris arrive.
But, boss...
Now get back to the kitchen. Dum-dee-bum-bum-ba-beam-ba-bum. Dum-dee-dum-dum-da-deem-da-dum-dum. Oh, sorry, folks.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, Rochester's having a little trouble with the ducks. It seems... Well, everything will be all right now. Yes, sir.
Jack, what was that noise? It sounded like a gunshot.
How do I know? Well, folks, just as soon as There's someone at the door, Sylvester. Sylvester, answer the door.
That's dough, boss.
All right, answer the door. And don't shuffle, just walk. Say, Don, would you like a cocktail before dinner? Eh, Don?
Definitely no.
Well, I can see who wears the pants in that family.
With Don's, there's room for both of them.
You said it.
Announcing Mr. and Mrs. Phil Harris.
Phil!
Hiya, Jackson.
And Alice.
Hello, Alice.
Well, Alice, I'm sure happy you were able to come to dinner.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for anything, Jackson.
Jackson. She calls me Jackson. You know everybody here, don't you, Alice?
Hello, Alice.
Oh, why, Peggy, I haven't seen you since our trip to New York.
And Alice, you know Mary Livingston, huh?
Oh, why, of course I do. Hello, Mary. So nice seeing you again.
Hello.
Hello? That's a fine greeting.
Who cares how many fan clubs she's got?
Mary. Don't pay any attention to her, Alice. You see, Mary is always jealous of any girl that shines up to me.
Well, who's shining up to you?
Well, I mean that you...
Explain that, Jackson.
Don't get excited, Phil. Now, look, fellas, let's not have a brawl. I don't want duck stains all over the furniture. Well, this is the first time you've ever been to my house, isn't it, Alice?
Yes, and I think it's furnished in very good taste. What did you mean, Phil, I should wear my old clothes?
Why, Phil, you little rascal. Say, Mary, call up Luella Parsons and tell her Alice Faye is visiting me.
She'll never believe it.
She will, too. And call Harrison Carroll.
Say, Phil, I want to congratulate you on your performance last night in The Courtship of Miles Standish.
Yeah, it's the best play our night school ever put on, Don.
Oh, yes, Phil. You were excellent as Priscilla. But as long as you were playing the part of a girl, why didn't you shave before you went out on the stage?
I didn't want people to think I was on the level.
Well, it spoiled it a little for me. By the way, Phil, use the ashtray, Peggy. These rugs are expensive. By the way, Phil, that's the girl. By the way, Phil, Phil, did you get those flowers I sent you before the performance?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for the Christmas anthemum.
Christmas anthemum?
Phil, I told you last night it's one word, chrysanthemum.
Oh, lay off, honey. I don't want no lecture on Thanksgiving.
Behave yourself, Phil, or I won't read that book to you anymore.
What book are you reading to him, Alice?
Oh, you know, Jack. A is for apple, so round and red. B is for butter. You spread it on bread.
What? Are you kidding?
C is for crackers. You eat them in bed. I know them all.
Gee, you'll be up to the Rover boys pretty soon. Well, I don't know about you folks, but I'm going to have a cocktail before dinner.
Oh, don't, Jack. You always act so silly.
I do not.
One cocktail and it's... Look, fellas, I'm a Spanish dancer.
Oh.
A Spanish dancer?
By that time, he's wearing a lampshade.
Well, someone's got to put a little life in the parties around this town. Oh, Sylvester.
Yowza, boss.
Go out in the kitchen and tell Rochester we're ready for dinner.
How's it going? Hold that barge. Lift that bed.
Oh, shut up! Well, Alice, I hope you're good and hungry. I'm on a diet myself. You see, I have to be on account of the new picture I'm making.
I knew he'd get around to that.
Quiet. You see, I'm working opposite Carole Lombard, and I must look my best.
Well, Jack, I've seen you in pictures before, and as I recall, you always look very nice.
Yes, I imagine I do, but of course I look much younger on the screen.
Oh, much.
Mary. You know, Alice, now that we're both at 20th Century Fox, maybe you and I will be working together soon.
Who knows? I think we'd make a swell team.
Yes, you with your youth and beauty, and me with my suave, debonair charm.
You're right, Phil. He is hammy.
You know, Alice, the next time I see Mr. Zanuck...
Dinner is served, folks. Walk. Do not run to the dining room.
Oh, boy, Now, this way, everybody. Now, Don, you take Alice. Phil, you take Peggy. And Mary... Oh, Mary, call up Hedda Hopper and Jimmy Starr and Herb Stein. Tell them that Alice Faye's having dinner with me today.
Okay.
And call Sidney Skalski, too.
Skalski?
Yes.
Who's going to boost him up to the telephone?
He's got a ladder like Billingsley. All right, everybody, grab your seats. And take your time now. There's plenty for all. Come on. We're all buddies. Boy, what a dinner.
Say, this dressing is delicious, Jack.
I'm glad you like it. Oh, Rochester, serve Mrs. Harris some more duck. Will you have another piece of duck, Alice?
No, thanks. I'm still chewing on my first piece.
Well, you've got beautiful teeth. Use them. I think the duck is very tasty, don't you, Mary?
Yeah, but the next time you go out shooting, be more careful. Mine's full of buckshot.
Mary, that's what that bowl is for. Dump the buckshot in the bowl.
Oh.
That's it. Personally, I think this is the finest meal that
Pass me that bowl, will you, Mary?
Here you are, Phil.
Thanks.
Well, I really banged away at that one, didn't I? But I still say this is a lovely dinner.
Yeah, everything from soup to lead.
Never mind, and have another cranberry.
One cranberry, you're supposed to have cranberry sauce.
Well, squash it. Are you helpless? What's the matter with you, anyway? Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Bring me a sharper knife. I got Humphrey. Say, Alice, I have a real treat for you. After dinner, I'll take you downstairs and show you Carmichael, my polar bear.
Oh, that's swell. I love animals.
You do? Have you got any pets, Alice?
Oh, just Phil, my little reformed wolf.
Good. Yes, sir. Some more dressing, Don?
No, thanks. By the way, Jack, where's Dennis? Didn't you invite him to dinner?
Yes, I wonder what happened to the kid.
Me too.
Mary, now don't give it away. Oh, Sylvester, have we heard from Mr. Day?
Yeah, he phoned and left word that he was having dinner with Miss Hetty Lamar.
Hetty Lamar?
That boy sure gets around, don't he?
All right, Sylvester, stop leaning on the table and get busy. Enjoying the food, Peggy?
Oh, it's fine, Jack. And the dressing's delicious. What's in it?
I really don't know. Oh, Rochester?
Yes, boss?
What's in this dressing?
What ain't?
He's like all good chefs, Peggy. Just won't give away his secrets. Get another bowl, Rochester. This one's full. Everything all right, Alice?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've never been to such a novel dinner party. Imagine, Phil, I got a prize in my dressing.
A prize?
Uh-huh. Look, a shoehorn.
That is a novelty, isn't it?
I got a Red Cross button in mine.
Well, hand it over. I joined yesterday. That reminds me everybody should, especially this year. Rochester, I think we'll have our dessert and coffee in the music room.
Okay, boy.
That is, if everybody's had enough duck. Come on, let's go in the music room.
What are we having for dessert, Jack?
What do you think?
I'll bet $1,000 it's Jell-O with that new locked-in flavor.
You win, Don. The flavor never goes away.
They put it in and it's there to stay.
Say, let's have some entertainment while we're waiting for the coffee.
Yeah, what do we do?
Well, we can... Oh, I know. Hey, look at me, fellas.
Jack, take that bowl of fruit off your head. You don't look anything like Carmen Miranda.
Well, somebody's got to entertain.
Well, what about Alice singing a song for us?
Yeah, what about it, Alice?
Come on, Alice, why don't you sing a song?
Come on.
Come on, will you?
You hear that, Alice? Will you sing for us?
Wait till I finish chewing this duck, huh?
All right. Now, tell you what. If you sing, I'll accompany you on the violin.
No, Jackson, no, not that.
All right. Come on, Alice. What's that song? Alice, what's that song you did in your new picture, Weekend in Havana?
You mean Tropical Magic?
Yeah, that's it. You sing Tropical Magic, and I'll pull rabbits out of a hat. Quiet, everybody. Alice is going to sing.
Tropical magic, strange fascination, moon of temptation, black velvet sky. Tropical magic, lost in your splendor, love will surrender to a passionate sigh. Whispering shadows out of a midnight, whisper mañana, but never goodbye. Music is playing tropical magic. You'll have me saying adios to my heart. Mañana, but never goodbye. Music is playing tropical magic. You'll have me saying adios to my heart, adios to my heart.
Well, anyway, folks, that's just about what happened at Jack's house last Thursday. Alice sang her song, and then we all played games and had a swell time. And just as we were leaving, we could hear Rochester calling Jack.
Mr. Billy,
What is it, Rochester?
what do I do with all this duck that's left over?
Well, we can have it tomorrow night.
What about the mashed potatoes and all this drink?
Very tasty.
Okay,
Make a pie out of them. Cranberry pie is delicious, you know.
okay. Oh, say, boss,
What?
I think we ought to turn this buckshot over to the government for national defense.
That's a very good idea. Early yet, so I'm going out to see a movie.
Is that still playing around?
I don't mean Charlie's Aunt. See you later.
Good night, boss.
Good night, Rochester.
One of Mary Livingston's favorite Jell-O desserts is a swell treat called peach and banana mold. Because I think you like it too, I'm going to pass it right along. It's an easy recipe to remember. Its main ingredients are canned sliced peaches, sliced bananas, and lime Jell-O. And you combine them like this. Make up 1 package of lime Jell-O as you usually do. Next, arrange 1/2 cup of canned sliced peaches on the bottom of the mold and pour the Jell-O over them. Then slice 1 banana into the Jell-O and chill until firm. When you unmold it, you'll have a beautiful 3-layer dessert. Golden peach slices on top, sliced bananas embedded on the bottom, and in between them and surrounding them, clear, glistening emerald lime Jell-O. Many grocers are featuring canned sliced peaches and lime Jell-O all next week. Get both and make up this grand treat. Just be sure when you buy to ask for Jell-O, because Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 8th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Well, Alice, it was awfully sweet of you to come over tonight and show the folks what happened last Thursday, and your song was really wonderful.
Oh, thanks, Jackson.
Jackson. She called me Jackson. Good night, folks.
Alice Faye appeared on our program tonight through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Pictures.
In gelatin desserts, it's Jell-O. In puddings, it's Jell-O pudding. And every well-stocked pantry should include them both. Jell-O puddings are rich, luscious desserts that you make with milk. And they come in 3 popular flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O chocolate pudding is a pudding that even Grandma would be proud to make. It has a smooth, creamy, homemade goodness all its own. A mellow chocolate flavor developed exclusively for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
JEKYL.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Be Young Again. It's new, it's better than ever. It's the new, better than ever Jell-O. Now made even more delicious by Jell-O's wonderful locked-in flavor. A flavor that is locked right inside Jell-O's crystal-like particles where it can't escape. No need to be afraid that your gelatin dessert will leak flavor while waiting to be used. When you open the package, you can be sure that every last luscious bit of Jell-O's grand goodness will be right there, untouched by time, unchanged in any way. By means of a new Jell-O process, all of Jell-O's full, vivid flavor is held captive in the tiny Jell-O particles. Locked there till you dissolve the particles and let their rich flavor pour out into a swell dessert. So get several packages of the new Jell-O tomorrow, friends, and see what a big difference Jell-O's locked-in flavor makes. In Jell-O, the flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. That was Be Young Again, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there being only 24 shopping days till Christmas, we bring you that 24-carat comedian with a heart of gold, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that was very sweet of you. Gee, I'm a 24-karat comedian with a heart of gold.
Did you like my introduction, Jack?
Yes. In fact, if I was an imbecile, I'd fall for it. Every year at this time, you give me that same hooey. You know, Don, you're about as subtle as your stomach. If you get what I mean.
Well, maybe so, Jack, but Christmas will soon be here, and you know the old saying, a word to the wise is sufficient.
Don, here's another saying that's not quite so old. Don't count your presents until Benny gets off the nest and cackles. But now that the subject's come up, what would you like for Christmas, Don? Something for the house or something personal?
Oh, anything at all, Jack. But I do hope it's more practical than what I got last Christmas.
Oh, I've forgotten, Don. What did I give you last year?
A sarong.
A sarong? Oh, my goodness. Then I must have given Dorothy Lamour your present. Oh, no wonder she hasn't spoken to me since.
What'd you give her, Jack?
Oh, Don, I'm so embarrassed I can't tell you.
Oh, go ahead. What was it?
Well, Don, you know how you were gaining weight last year.
Uh-huh.
So Dorothy got a 54-inch girdle. And, Don, here's the payoff. When you pull the zipper, it plays, why don't we do this more often? No kidding. I kind of surprised you there, didn't I? No, really, isn't that awful?
Hello, Jack. What are you blushing about?
Mary, I just found out that by mistake last Christmas I gave Dorothy Lamour Don's girdle. Can you imagine that?
Well, don't worry. She probably thought it was a hammock.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
Say, Jack, I want to get one thing straightened out right now.
What?
Before I buy your Christmas present, what are you going to give me?
Well, that's a fine spirit. Mary, half the pleasure of getting Christmas presents is a surprise.
Oh, sure.
Remember how thrilled you were last year when I gave you that brand new Plymouth?
You gave me a ticket on a Plymouth.
All right, I was just as mad as you were when you didn't win the drawing. Just as mad.
Madder, you wanted Congress to investigate.
Well, what are they down there for? Anyway, I'm not going to tell you what I'm giving you this Christmas.
Well, give me a clue. Is it big or little?
Oh, it's not so little.
Well, is it heavy or light?
Oh, medium.
Well, do you wear it or eat it?
Well, you can wear it or you can eat it.
Jeepers, a rabbit.
Never mind.
Say, Mary, have you got Jack's present all picked out?
I sure have.
What are you going to give me, Mary?
Well, Jack, you know how crazy you are about swimming.
Yeah?
Well, I'm getting you a bathing suit with short pants.
Oh, goody. Now I won't trip when I die. I can go along with a gag, sister. You know me.
Say, Mr. Benny, you know what I'm going to give you for Christmas?
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
What are you going to give me for Christmas, kid?
Is that what I said?
Yes. What are you going to give me?
Oh, well, you've been so nice to me, Mr. Benny. I'm going to give you a brand new photograph of myself.
A photograph, eh?
Yeah, and I'm going to write on it, with gratitude from your tenor, Dennis Day.
Well, look, kid, unless that picture is surrounded by a silver frame, you better write EX in front of that tenor. Put a frame on it.
Well, I'll have to think it over.
You better not. That's how Kenny Baker happens to be with Fred Allen.
Gee, you're hot today, aren't you? You said it, huh?
Why, Jack, I understand Kenny left you because Allen offered him more money.
Well...
I wouldn't leave you for more money, Mr. Benny.
Well, thanks.
I wouldn't leave you for all the money in the world.
Well, thanks. Thanks very much.
You're my dream man.
Oh, shut up! Never knows when to stop. And furthermore...
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, are you lucky I'm here today.
Oh, hello, Phil. What do you mean lucky?
Well, me and the boys were playing down in San Diego last night, and my fans just wouldn't let me go.
You mean you went over great, eh?
Great. Jackson, would you believe me if I told you we turned away over 10,000 people?
No, I wouldn't.
No, you see, Frankie, I made it too big.
You certainly did.
And on our way back this morning, we played Laguna Beach, Seal Beach, and San Pedro.
Now, hold on, Phil. There are no ballrooms open at that time of the day.
Who needs ballrooms? They got street corners, ain't they?
What? You play street corners?
Sure. We get out of the bus, give out a couple of tunes, and take whatever the people drop in the hat.
Well, that's a great system if you're not too proud.
How'd you do in Seal Beach, Phil?
Oh, it's terrific. We got 20 dimes, 8 quarters, and 15 halibut.
Halibut? Say, that's my favorite fish.
Speak to the piano player, 22 cents a pound.
Oh, you've got the fish and the piano, eh? Well, this will be the first time Charlie will be able to play a scale.
Oh, that's the Lulu.
Say, Dennis, I was wondering what was... I was wondering what was dripping out of the piano there. Say, Dennis, how about a song?
Who, me?
No, my Aunt Molly. Now, let's have your song.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Say, Mr. Harris, what do you want this bucket of ice?
Ice?
Yeah, Bud, just dump it in the piano. I got to keep them fish cold.
Well, if that isn't the most... Phil, what's the matter with you? That'll ruin the piano.
And get a load of that sign. Phil Harris and his orchestra. It's the fish that smell, folks.
Well, that's just protection. Sing, Dennis. And the guy's been with me 5 years and wants to charge me 22 cents a pound. I never...
The magic of magnolias in the night. It made us fall in love, magnolias in the night. For you and I were together, strolling under the trees. It came, it saw, it conquered us. That heavenly breeze. And now that we're apart, magnolias in the air still whisper to my heart that you will soon be there. And once again we'll share our fragrant life. The magic of magnolias in the night. It lingers on the air and says that you are there, my darling, when you're near. Fragrance of magnolias fills the night.
Was Magnolias in the Moonlight, sung by Dennis Day. Excellent, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening...
Say, Mr. Benny.
What?
Have you seen those bamboo frames they've got for pictures? They're very novel.
I don't want a bamboo frame. You said you were full of gratitude, paid with silver. I want a nice, heavy silver frame.
Not too heavy, Jack. You'll have to take a cab to the hock shop.
I'm not going to hock it. And now, folks, as I started to announce, this evening... This evening we are going to present our version of that immortal drama, that outstanding Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Thank you, boys. You can go back to the Samaritan Institute now. Now, in this epic, I will play Spencer Tracy's part, the dual role of Jekyll and Hyde. Dr. Jekyll, the kind, gentle, lovable character, who after taking a certain powerful drug, changes into Mr. Hyde, the fiendish, horrible maniac.
Gee whiz, Jack, that's pretty hard to do, isn't it?
Yes, especially Mr. Hyde, but I'll be all right. I was rehearsing out in the hall before the show. Didn't you see me with my face all screwed up and my tongue hanging out?
Was that Mr. Hyde? I thought your feet hurt.
Mary, my feet kill me, but not that much. Now, let's see.
Oh, Jack, here comes your gag man, Belly Laugh Barton.
Oh, yes, yeah. Hello, Belly.
Hello. Did you send for me, Grandma?
Yes, we're doing a play tonight, and I want you to act in it.
What do you mean act? I'm a writer.
Listen, Belly. Now, listen, Belly. You've got a 3-way contract with me, writing, acting, and publicity man. You know that.
Publicity man?
Yes.
What does he do, draw your picture on fences?
No, he's supposed to get my name in the papers. And incidentally, Phil, will you please stop selling fish during the program? Now, please.
Well, that lady in the first row wants some.
Madam, you'll have to wait until after the show. Now, Belly. I have to get him another name. Now, Belly, in our play tonight, you're going to be a newsboy.
Okay. By the way, did that rabbit gag get a laugh?
Oh, it was all right, but you'll have to do better next week.
Well, maybe Miss Livingston didn't put the gag over. Maybe she didn't sell it.
Listen, Junior, I punched my brains out on that gag.
Mary, leave him alone. Writers don't grow on bushes. Sorry, Belly.
All dames are alike. They're always beefing.
Yeah.
You said it. Man's best friend is his dog.
Ah, folks, what other program takes time out from the hokum to bring you such pearls of wisdom?
That reminds me. Say, Pearl, why don't you go down to the neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O?
Who's Pearl?
My cook.
Oh.
She knows that Jell-O has that new locked-in flavor.
Oh.
Goodbye, Pearl.
Well, Don, you're certainly quick on the trigger tonight. Now, getting back to our play, folks, this will go on immediately after a... Phil, take off that rubber apron. It's time for a band number. Now, go ahead.
Okay, Jackson.
What a guy. Dennis, remember, that bamboo frame is out. That was Keaton Smiling, played for the first time on the air by John Philip Harris and his orchestra.
You know something, Jackson? The boys in the army camps all over the country were listening to that song just now.
Well, I hope they enjoyed it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Take it, Don.
The opening scene, ladies and gentlemen, takes place in Dr. Jekyll's office in early morning. As the curtain rises, we find his two secretaries seated at their desks. Curtain, music.
Hello, Dr. Jekyll's office. This is the secretary speaking. No, but I expect him any minute. Thank you. I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Hyde's office. Yeah, this is the secretary talking. No, he isn't in. If he wants, heaven help you. What? Goodbye yourself.
Gee, I hope Dr. Jekyll is himself today and not that horrible Mr. Hyde.
Well, I hope he is, Mr. Hyde, so he'll think I'm beautiful.
Here he comes now.
Ah, good morning, Miss Jones.
Good morning, Dr. Jekyll.
Are there any messages?
Yes, Doctor. Mr. Allen called and said he couldn't pay his bill.
Mr. Allen, will you tell Fred not to worry about it? Any time at all will suit me. You see, Miss Jones, the poor boy doesn't earn much on the radio. He gets paid by the laugh, you know. Anyway, don't press him for the money.
All right, Doctor.
In fact, Miss Jones, just tear up his bill. See how sweet I am, folks, before I take the drug?
By the way, Doctor, there's a patient in the waiting room. He's very anxious to see you.
All right, send him in. Ah, good morning, young man.
Good morning, Doctor. My name is Fingerwave. Otis J. Fingerwave.
Well, sit down, Mr. Fingerwave. What seems to be the trouble?
I've got a terrible affliction, Doctor. I walk in my sleep.
You do? How often does this occur?
Every night. Every night I walk in my sleep.
Well, where do you live?
All over.
That's too bad. Well, look, young man, there really isn't a cure for your condition, but as long as you're here, I'll check you over. Now, stick out your tongue and say ah. Come on, say ah.
Ah.
That'll be $2. Next patient, please. Next.
Can I try for the $4 off?
No, that'll be all, young man. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Anyone else, Miss Jones?
Oh, yes, Dr. Jekyll. Miss Carole Lombard just called and wants you to come over to her house right away.
Carole Lombard? What's wrong with her?
She's making a picture with Jack Benny, and she can't keep a thing on her stomach.
Kay Francis had the same trouble. I'll run over later.
Oh, Doctor, your newsboy is here.
Oh, Johnny? Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Dr. Jekyll. You want a paper today?
Yes.
Here you are, sir.
And here's $1. Keep the change.
Gee, a 95-cent tip. Thanks, Dr. Jekyll.
That's all right, Johnny. I'll be back later, Miss Jones. Wait for me, will you, my dear?
Yes, Doctor. Gee, he's a sweet man.
It is midnight, and we find Dr. Jekyll returning to his office after a busy day calling on his patients.
Oh, what a hectic day. And goodness, look at the hour. Any calls, Miss Jones?
No, but Mr. Fingerwave came by a few moments ago.
Oh, was he walking in his sleep?
I think so. He had a do not disturb sign pinned on his pajamas.
Well, he must get his rest, you know. Miss Jones, I've had a very bad day, and I'm frightfully tired. Will you give me a glass of water, please?
Yes, Doctor.
And have you seen my powders around anywhere? Oh, here they are. Yes, my powders.
Oh, Dr. Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll, please don't take those powders.
It's all right, Miss Jones. Don't worry.
But, Doctor, you know what they always do to you. Please don't.
Quiet, Miss Jones. Quiet. There.
Please don't take that stuff again. Oh, Dr. Jekyll, Dr. Jekyll. Oh, Doctor, why did you do that?
It's all right, Miss Jones. It's
It's all right.
Oh, Dr. Jekyll!
Mr. Hyde to you. Get back. Get back to your desk before I break every bone in your body. Get back, you little worm. Where's my other secretary?
Here I am.
Oh, you are you? Where have you been?
None of your business.
Blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Now take a letter to Fred Allen. Dear Rat, so you can't pay that bill you owe me, eh? Will you get that money here by tomorrow morning, or I'll put your adenoids back in. That's all. Oh, it's you.
You want a paper, Mr. Hyde?
Yes.
That'll be 5 cents.
Take it out of that dollar I gave you when I was Jekyll. And hand over that change, or I'll kick your teeth out. I'm going out for a walk now. A nice long walk. And before I come back, someone will be dead. Murdered. Murdered. And it may be that fish peddler.
Scene 3, Dr. Jekyll's office the following morning.
Yes? Yes? I'll tell him as soon as he comes in. Goodbye. Good morning, Dr. Jekyll.
Boy, have I got a hangover. Any calls, Miss Jones?
Yes, Doctor. There's a gentleman waiting in your office.
Thank you. Wow, what a head. I gotta go back to liquor. Those powders are killing me. Oh, well. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Doctor. My name is Beaumont. Tex Beaumont.
Tex Beaumont. That name is familiar. What can I do for you?
Well, Doctor, I'm in a horrible predicament. You see, I'm a cowboy actor, a star in Western pictures. But unfortunately, I work very little.
Yes, yes, go on.
The reason for that, Doctor, is my speaking voice. My voice is much too beautiful for a cowboy.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I'm not at all convincing. Even my horse laughs at me.
Well, that is unfortunate, but I don't see how.
But you must help me, you must. You see, when I go out a-shooting and a-killing, no one's a-believing it.
Well, as I say, Tex, I'd like to help you, but I'm afraid changing your voice is a little out of my... Hey, wait a minute. Maybe I can help you. You see this powder here?
Yes?
Well, by mixing it with water, an unusual thing sometimes happens. It may even help you.
Doctor, what are you doing?
I'm not going to take it. Not the way I feel. Now, Tex.
Yes, Doctor?
I want you to drink this. It may change your voice, your personality, maybe your whole career.
Oh, Doctor, I don't know how to thank you for what you're...
You can thank me later. Drink. Drink. Drink it all. That's it. Now, just a little more. Good. He's twitching. Now, Tex, how do you feel? Tell me. How do you feel?
Well, to tell you the truth, Doc, I feel kind of dizzy.
What? What was that? Say that again.
I beg your pardon?
Quick, drink some more.
Oh, okay, here it goes.
Never mind, you don't have to. Well, Tex, you sound like a real cowboy now.
Yeah, but my teeth are a little long, ain't they?
Don't worry, they'll stop growing when they reach your chest.
Okay, thanks, Doc. I'll never forget you for this, for it's blood on this battle.
That man's voice was strangely familiar. I wonder if it was... Oh, no, it couldn't have been. Play, Phil.
make this test. First, open a box of the new Jell-O and smell it. Notice there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor, because Jell-O's delicious flavor is locked inside the Jell-O particles where it can't leak out. Second, put a few of these magic Jell-O particles on your tongue and taste them. Notice how moisture unlocks their glorious flavor and lets it gush out, just as it does when you dissolve the Jell-O in a dessert. Third, actually make up a dessert and see the wonderful richness that Jell-O's locked-in flavor gives it. Try Jell-O's peach and banana mold. Make up one package of lime Jell-O, as you usually do. Then arrange 1/2 cup of canned sliced peaches on the bottom of the mold and pour the Jell-O over them. Slice a banana into the Jell-O and chill until firm. And there you'll have the final proof of how extra good a treat like this can be made with Jell-O's locked-in flavor. Remember, Jell-O is different because Jell-O gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 9th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that the man who sounded like Andy Devine on tonight's program was Elliot Lewis and Andy Devine. See how I clear things up? Good night, folks. Oh, Phil, 19 cents a pound. No use getting stuck with them.
This is the time of year, folks, when pies are most popular. So why not serve a delicious pie as one of your desserts next week? Try a banana cream pie made the quick, easy, inexpensive way with Jell-O vanilla pudding. This grand pudding makes the smoothest, creamiest filling you ever saw. And when you blend it with sliced bananas, well, there's just nothing better. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O vanilla pudding, as well as those 2 other Jell-O puddings, chocolate and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony Incorporated. C. Anthony Incorporated. C. Anthony Incorporated. C. Anthony Incorporated.
JEKYL.
The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O puddings, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with the Gay Ranchero. A convenient way to buy Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, is to get several packages at a time and use them as you want them. And with the new Jell-O, you can do this without any fear that your supply of Jell-O will lose flavor and freshness as it stands on the pantry shelf. You can now buy a dozen packages of Jell-O at one time and know that they will all stay at the peak of their goodness until you want them. Because today, Jell-O's flavor is locked in. Locked into the Jell-O particles by an exclusive Jell-O process. The tiny Jell-O particles deliver their full-strength flavor to you intact. Now prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it pours in all its original richness. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, order several packages. Get all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, and always have a full assortment on hand from which to choose. You can keep Jell-O as long as you please. Its flavor doesn't go away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. The Gay Ranchero played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my very great honor to bring you a man who last Sunday on this program gave you what was undoubtedly the finest performance of his acting career.
That's right, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
So without further ado, I give you the only actor in America who can make Jekyll and Hyde sound like Brenda and Cobina, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that may be your idea of a funny introduction. But to ridicule my performance of last Sunday, which everyone hails as a dramatic nugget, that really burns me up.
Now, take it easy, Jack. I thought you played the part well enough. But I happened to see the picture, and I didn't think you were as good as Spencer Tracy.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Well, Don, let me ask you something. Who signs your check every week? Spencer Tracy or the Benny Goose that lays the golden egg company? Take that as my thought for today.
But, Jack, you don't seem to understand.
Oh, no.
When Spencer Tracy played the part, there was a decided difference between both characters. But when you did it, I couldn't tell your Jekyll from your Hyde.
Well, you can't tell your stomach from an igloo. So what do you know about it? A fine pal you turned out to be.
Now, Jack.
And don't call me Jack. From now on, you will please address me as Mr. Benny, and I'll call you Mr. Wilson. Is that clear?
Oh, I think you're being very childish about the whole matter. Absolutely childish.
Don't try to bring my age down. Flattery won't help. Remember that, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson? Who's Mr. Wilson?
That hulk over yonder. Listen, Mary, you witnessed my performance last week. What did you think of it?
Well, personally, I thought you were very good as Georgie Jekyll.
I wasn't Jekyll, I was Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll.
Well, in that case, phooey.
Phooey? What do you mean, phooey? I don't get it.
All right, take the word lovely and fool around with it.
Let's see. Lovely, lively, Mr. Benny to you. And let me remind you and Mr. Wilson of something that you both may have forgotten. When I switched from Dr. Jekyll to that horrible Mr. Hyde and that gruesome look came over my face, women in the audience screamed. One of them even fainted.
Well, it won't happen today. They caught that mouse.
Oh, then I guess I can take these bicycle clips off my pants. However, as long as you and Don are in such a critical mood, I'd like to point out that Christmas is only 18 days away.
Why else did you come in mad at everybody?
All right, keep it up, keep it up. You know, I already bought your Christmas present, young lady, but I may exchange it for something cheaper.
Something cheaper?
Yes.
They don't dig a bargain basement that deep.
Well, you worked in more of them than I did. I can go along with a... Ouch! You do that once more, Miss Livingston, and there'll be a... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, Mr. Benny. Gee, was that a performance you gave last week? Was that a performance?
Well, thanks, Dennis. I'm glad you liked it.
Not only me, my whole family thought you were wonderful.
That's nice. I'm glad someone appreciated me.
Listen, Jack, the trouble with you is the minute you do something halfway good, it goes right to your head.
Mr. Benny was wonderful.
Quiet. Why, to hear you talk, Jack, anyone would think you were the biggest ham in Hollywood.
Oh.
I'd like to see a bigger one, by golly.
Well, thanks, Dennis. You tried. Anyway, you thought I was good.
Oh, marvelous. What a performance.
Well, look, kid. I'm making out my Christmas list today, so before singing your song, how about throwing out a few hints? What would you like Uncle Jack to get you?
Well, I thought of a few things, but they're pretty expensive.
Just name them. You're one person in this cast that deserves the best. Wait till I get my pencil here. Now, what do you want, Dennis?
Well, I'd like to have a nice gray suit with a pinstripe.
Okay. One gray suit with pinstripe. Anything else?
Well, I'd love to have a grand piano to practice my songs on.
Okay. One grand piano.
Are you sure you got lead in that pencil, Mr. Benny?
Yes. Now, what else do you want, Dennis?
Well, I've always wanted one of those toy birds on a stick, and when you swing it around your head, the bird goes...
Okay. One bird on stick. Now, what else do you want?
Oh, stop, will you? You're just trying to make Don and me jealous. Dennis isn't going to get all that stuff.
Well, he's getting something he wants.
Gee, I wonder what it is.
I'll give you a hint, kid.
Don't spoil the surprise, for heaven's sake. Now, go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to congratulate you on your performance as Mr. Hyde last week. I was so frightened, my hair stood on end.
Your hair? What hair?
Right there. Stand up, Herman.
Oh, get out of here. Herman. Well, I suppose if you only got one hair, you might as well have a name for it. Sing, Dennis.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement. The entire regular personnel of the sheriff's and police office has been placed on a 2-platoon basis with 12-hour shift. All auxiliary personnel has been directed to stand by for emergency service instructions. The regular county defense program is functioning in an orderly manner, and citizens are urged to remain calm and avoid all unnecessary confusion because of hysteria. Citizen volunteers are asked to go quietly to their nearest police or fire stations and offer their services if they wish to help. There is no immediate cause for alarm, and coolness will accomplish more than anything else.
A medley of Everything I Love and All the Things You Are, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis, but what's the idea of singing 2 songs today, huh?
Well, Mr. Benny, I've got 2 girls, and I thought I'd dedicate a number to each of them.
2 girls? Well, that's modern youth for you. You know, Dennis, when I was your age, I was satisfied with only 1 girl. Gussie Bagelquist. Gussie was a dream, yeah.
Is that the girl you sued because she cut you with her buck teeth?
I never sued her. I just told her to get a brace on. Anyway, I was talking to Dennis.
Whatever happened to your girl, Mr. Benny?
Gussie? Oh, I went into vaudeville, and she went away to veterinary college. We sort of drifted apart. She's one of the biggest horse doctors in northern Illinois now. Doing very well, too.
Do you keep in touch with her, Mr. Benny? Do you ever write to her?
Oh, once in a while when he has a cold or something.
Yeah, I had a touch of the flu a couple of weeks ago, and she sent me some pills that were as big as baseballs. And some liniment to rub on my withers. One thing about Gussie, though, I never get a bill from her. That's... Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. How's my pal?
Don't Jackson or pal me, Mr. Harris. Let me ask you something. Did you or did you not go into the Brown Derby after last Sunday's show and tell people that my acting was putrid?
Last Sunday? Maybe I did. I say that lots of times.
Well, you did. You told everybody at your table that I was very bad as Jekyll and Hyde.
How do you know?
Because I've got a waiter there that spies for me.
Naturally, you couldn't tip a waiter just for waiting on you.
Mary, that's a little arrangement between Andre and me.
Yeah, I should have known that waiter was a spy. His mustache fell in my soup.
He wearing a false mustache? I told him not to overdo it. Anyway, Phil, you did run down my performance.
Yeah, but I changed my mind about that. You know, I met one of the greatest dramatic actors in this town last night, and he said you were great. Orson thought you were terrific.
Who, Orson Welles?
No, Orson Buggy. Ain't that a Lou?
Well, that settles it. If I don't get Glenn Miller in my stocking Christmas morning, I'll never write another letter to Santa. And incidentally, Mr. Harris, you better have a good excuse for coming in late today.
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but I was out shopping. Say, Mary, you know what I'm getting Alice for Christmas this year?
No, what?
A roaster.
A roaster, say.
You know, for the oven.
That's a roaster. Buys his wife a roaster for Christmas and calls it a roadster.
All right, I'll put wheels on it. That's a Sharpie, eh, Jackson?
It's a Sharpie, eh, Jackson? Sharpie. And don't call me Jackson. I'm Mr. Benny to you and to everybody else on this program except Dennis.
You mean I can call you Jack?
Yes, until I make up with the others. What burns me up, I worked my head off on that play last week and did a swell job.
You sure did, Jack.
And this little episode just shows me who my friends are.
That's telling them, Jack.
After all, I had to follow a pretty good actor in that part, Spencer Tracy. Why, I would never have even tried it if we both hadn't won the Academy Award.
Wait a minute. When did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
I said, when did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
Answer my question. When did you win the Academy Award?
I wish I had, brother. Would I have you in a spot? I guess that takes care of you.
You said it, Jackie.
Look, Dennis, just Jack, not Jackie. Give him an inch. She wants to take a whole foot. What a gang. I got a good mind to go home.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jack, will you stop acting like a baby? You ought to know the whole thing was a rib.
Oh, sure.
As a matter of fact, I liked your performance in Jekyll and Hyde so much that I wrote a sequel to it.
Well, ain't you the fat little Noel Coward? Who cares what you wrote?
And Jack, now get this. As a favor to me, I want you to play the leading part in this drama.
I'll tell him when he comes in. You can keep your old sequel.
But you've got to help me out, Jack. There's no one else in the cast with sufficient dramatic ability to handle it.
Look, I'm not going to... Dramatic, eh? Well, all right, Don, I'll do it.
I thought you were mad at him.
Never mind.
You'd go over Niagara Falls in a Dixie cup if someone told you it was dramatic.
What's dramatic about a Dixie cup? Don, you say you've written a sequel to Jekyll and Hyde?
Yes, Jack, but my play is called Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll.
Oh, well, that sounds interesting.
Here's the script.
Thanks. Just a second, Don. I'll give you a build-up. Chord, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Don.
The scene is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Homer D. Hyde in the thriving little town of Upper Plate, Indiana. It is 7:30 p.m. Curtain. Music.
Oh, dear, it's 7:30 and Homer isn't home yet. I wonder if his horse and buggy broke down. Gee, I hope it isn't one of his moods. Ah, here he comes now. Good evening, Homer, dear. You're a little late, aren't you?
All right, I'm late. And I'll be late any time I feel like it.
Aren't you going to kiss me, darling?
Kiss me. Every night a kiss. I'll kiss you with this umbrella.
Ouch!
I'm going to bed. Good night.
But, Homer, you haven't even said hello to the twins, Otto and Blotto. Say hello to Daddy, children. Hello, Daddy.
Hello, Daddy. Oh, shut up. Also, one more peep out of you kids, and I'll kick your teeth out as soon as they grow in. I'm going to bed now.
But, Homer, darling, you haven't had your dinner yet.
Dinner, every night dinner. I don't want any dinner.
But, Homer, dear, at least have some dessert.
What kind of dessert?
I won't tell you, but I'm sure you like it. Here, have a dish.
Very well. I'll try it. But if I eat it and decide I don't like it, someone will be dead. Murdered.
He's eating the dessert. I do hope he likes it. If not, what will happen to me and Otto and Blotto?
Gee. Oh, boy.
Homer, speak to me. Speak to me.
Oh, my darling. That tasted so good. What is the name of that tempting and economical dessert with a new locked-in process?
Jell-O, dear, and it comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and wine. My sons, at last I love you. Well, Don, congratulations. You wrote a wonderful play.
But, Jack, without you, it would have been impossible. You were even better than last week.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Well, how about a band number, Phil?
Okay, Dowdy.
Hold it. Come in.
Well, Mr. Benny, you did it again.
Were you scared?
Look at Herman. He just won't go down.
What a head he's got. That's the only persimmon I ever saw with brown eyes. Play, Phil.
Another war bulletin. Shanghai. The Japanese took over the American Shanghai Power and Light Company this morning. A bulletin from New York. The Japanese news agency broadcast tonight the Japanese Foreign Minister, Shigenori Togo, summoned U.S. Ambassador Joseph C. Grew and handed to him Japan's reply to Secretary of State Cordell Hull's terms for peace in the Pacific. This news came hours after the bombing of Honolulu. We return you now to Hollywood.
That was Nango from Weekend in Havana, played by Blonto Harris, and that goes for the whole orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next week is a special attraction.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I can't get over the way you played Mr. Hyde just now. Was that a performance?
It thrilled you, eh, Dennis?
I'll say. That crazy laugh just sent shivers right through me.
Well.
The kid's right, Jackson. How'd you ever learn to do that?
Well, Phil, you just have to get into the mood and feel it. You have to imagine that you're a raving maniac.
When was the first time you ever did that crazy laugh, Jack?
Last year at Santa Anita, he lost 3 races in a row.
Never mind.
When they caught him, he was chewing down the grandstand like a beaver.
Well, you'd be mad, too. So let's forget it. Now, as I started to announce, ladies and gentlemen, next week is a special attraction.
You know, Mr. Benny, I'd like to learn how to do that laugh so I can scare my girlfriend.
Oh, it's easy, Dennis.
Yeah, I wish you'd show me how to do it, Mr. Benny.
Oh, I don't
Come on, Jackson, do that laugh for us again.
Well, look, Dennis, here's the way you do it. You've got to screw up your face and get it all distorted. Then you rip open your tie and shirt.
Well, don't you have to muss up your hair a little?
My hair?
You know, those 3 Hermans.
That's not important. Anyway, Dennis, once you're in this mood, you read a menacing line and then laugh. Now, get this. I'm going out for a walk now. A nice, long walk. And when I come back, someone will be dead. Murdered. Murdered. Ooh.
What's the matter, Jack?
My jaw's been out of place. Look at it.
His what?
His jaw slipped out of place.
Get a doctor. Hurry up.
What a performance!
Don't say that. Look at me. Call my doctor.
Gussie Bagel Twist, Waukegan 8362.
Not her. Just someone in town.
Now, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy.
Oh, it hurts.
Just hold still, Jack, and I'll snap your jaw back in place.
All right. Hurry up, Don.
Now, brace yourself.
Okay.
Thanks, Don. Dennis, the next time you want me to show you something, wait till the program's over.
Well, it's your own fault for showing off.
I wasn't showing off. Phil.
Well, I got a few left over from last week.
Put those fish back in the piano. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce before I dislocated my jaw, next week as a special attraction, the Bentley Stock Company is going to present... Oh, now what? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
Boss, it's no use. I tried, and I can't get Carmichael to go to sleep.
Rochester, that polar bear's got to go to sleep. He's supposed to have been in hibernation over 10 days ago.
Uh-huh.
If Carmichael doesn't get to sleep by the middle of this month, he'll be a wreck in the spring. Where is he now?
Sitting up in bed reading Esquire.
Esquire? Well, take it away from him.
Oh, come now, boss. He's been around.
I mean, he's got to get to sleep. Now, Rochester, use a little psychology on him. Give him some warm milk. Give him some warm milk, put on his pajamas, and brush his teeth.
Would you mind repeating that slowly, please?
I said give him some warm milk.
Uh-huh.
Put on his pajamas.
Uh-huh.
And brush his teeth.
Uh-uh.
Rochester, what are you afraid of? That bear is as gentle as a lamb. He wouldn't bite you.
He wouldn't, eh?
No.
Then why am I the largest single user of Band-Aids in the USA?
Rochester, listen, Carmichael doesn't hate you. He likes you. He likes everybody.
Then what happened to the gas man?
Nothing happened to the gas man. Carmichael doesn't eat people.
You ought to see that letter he wrote Santa Claus.
What letter?
Dear Santa, please send a fat boy to read the meter.
Oh, stop making things up. Now, you keep Carmichael in bed, and when I come home, I'll sing Rockabye Baby to him. That'll put him to sleep.
Okay, so long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you coming home for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Well, that'll finish up the wild duck.
Good. So long. I gotta get that bear to sleep before Christmas, or he'll want a present. Play, Phil. Ooh, my jaw.
Friends, while you're looking through the December magazines in search of an idea for Aunt Martha's Christmas present, keep an eye open for this month's Jell-O page. A full page of Jell-O treats illustrated in such rich, glowing colors that it makes your mouth water just to look at it. One of the desserts is called Jack Benny's Special Apricot Ring, and honestly, friends, I think it's just about the grandest-looking dessert Jell-O ever made. It's an easy recipe, too. Just dissolve 1 package of lemon Jell-O in 1 1/4 cups of hot water. Next, add a dash of salt and 3/4 of a cup of syrup from the canned sliced apricots. Then chill until thickened and fold in 2 1/2 cups of the sliced apricots themselves. When molded, serve with a garnishing of whipped cream, apricot quarters, and green maraschino cherries. And there it is, a golden, glistening mold of juicy sliced apricots and sunny lemon Jell-O. Canned apricots and lemon Jell-O are being featured by many grocers all next week. So get them both and make up this delicious treat. Jell-O makes any gelatin recipe taste extra good because its locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 10th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, you want to have dinner at my house tonight?
No, thanks. I've had so much of that duck, I'm a bigger quack than Gussie.
Don't pay any attention to her, Gussie. Good night, folks. Phil!
Tomorrow, when you visit your grocer's, look at the shelf where you always see those familiar packages of Jell-O. Right beside them, or very near them, you'll spy another Jell-O product. Jell-O puddings in 3 grand flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. You might try Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's as smooth as cream and simply full of rich, golden butterscotch flavor. A pudding that your whole family will want to enjoy again and again. So when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Here's more late news. New York. The latest Singapore communique is broadcast by the London radio says British fighters are strafing enemy troops in the Malay Peninsula. Around Kedar, the British radio says the Royal Air Force has successfully harassed enemy troops in communications. And British fighters drove off 3 attempts by Japanese planes to raid Penang. In Burma, waves of British fighter planes roar over Rangoon at every alert. But the Burmese capital has not yet been bombed, according to London radio, heard in New York by the NBC listening post. London, an Anglo-Russian conference will open in Moscow soon to coordinate the work of the 2 general staffs. It may clear the way for a joint plan of strategy by all anti-Axis powers, including the United States, for offensive as well as defensive.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny talking. And before our program begins, I'd like to say a word or two about defense bonds. You know, right now we're all partners, you and I and the family next door. And we've all got a job to do, a job that's going to require a lot of money. And that money must come from you and me and all of us. So let's decide right now that we're going to put every possible dollar into defense bonds, every possible dime into defense stamps. Buy bonds at your post office, bank, or savings and loan association. Get your defense stamps from your retail store or ask your newsboy to deliver them to your home every week. Let's really do a job. Thank you.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Thank Your Lucky Stars and Stripes. For many years, dessert lovers have been buying Jell-O and looking for the big red letters on the box. JELLO. Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And folks have come to know that it stands for the very finest in flavor and quality. Today, as always, the Jell-O that you enjoy so much comes in that same familiar package with the big red letters on it. But the Jell-O inside that package is new and different. Now, Jell-O brings you more flavor than ever before. By means of a wonderful new Jell-O process, Jell-O's rich taste and tingle is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, protected against loss of flavor. And that keeps Jell-O at the peak of its goodness. Just prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping flavor and fragrance. Yet the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it pours for your pleasure. Get several boxes of Jell-O tomorrow. The package is the same, but the Jell-O inside is better than ever, thanks to Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. That was Thank Your Lucky Stars and Stripes, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the height of the Christmas shopping season, let us leave the studio and journey 2 blocks north to Hollywood Boulevard, where we find Jack Benny's Maxwell cruising along and holding up traffic as usual.
Gee, I wish we could find a place of...
Come on, get going, get going.
Take it easy, will you? What's the rush?
Get that cement mixer off the street.
Says you. Guy's lucky I got my glasses on. Rochester, can't you step on it a little bit?
Boss, this car couldn't go any faster if it was spring and there was a pretty Maxwell up ahead.
All right, then, just drive. Boy, the streets sure are crowded today. I hope I can get all my shopping done.
How far is it to the store?
About 8 more blocks.
You think we'll make it by Christmas?
Mary, we've got 10 days. It's a cinch. And don't be so... Whoop! There's a place, Rochester.
Where?
Oh, somebody else pulled in there. My goodness, we've been an hour and a half just looking for a place to park the car.
Well, why don't you spend 15 cents and put it on a lot?
Because the streets belong to the people, and I'm a people. I mean... Oh, for heaven's sake, Rochester.
What's the matter?
You just missed another swell place to park, up by that lamppost.
That's all right. This car only turns left.
Oh, yes, I forgot. The steering rod's broken, Mary.
Well, if the car doesn't turn right, how are we going to get back to Beverly Hills?
I got it all mapped out, Miss Livingston. We go straight to Pasadena, left to Bakersfield, left to Oxnard, then down the coast and home.
We'll get home all right. Once we get to Carthay Circle, we can head in any direction. Are you comfortable up there in front, Dennis?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Benny.
That's good. And, Dennis, please take that sign off your back.
Well, I want it there.
You don't need it. Everybody knows you're not Japanese. Now take it off.
Well, I've been mowing your lawn so much, everybody calls me Togo.
Never mind. The kid's got a face like Jiggs, and he's worried. Believe me, Dennis. Whoop, whoop. There's a whoop, whoop.
What are you whoop-whooping about?
Rochester, there's a place to park right across the street.
Can't do it, boss. I'll have to make a U-turn.
A U-turn?
There's a $2 cover charge for that and no floor show.
Well, make it. Nobody's looking. Grab hold of the door, Mary, so it won't fly open.
The door's on your side.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we are. Uh-oh, a whistle. Is that a policeman?
It ain't the Chattanooga choo-choo.
It's a cop, all right. Shut the motor off. Gee.
What are you going to do, Jack?
Quiet. Dennis, you're Irish. You talk to the policeman.
Gosh, I don't know what to say.
All right, let me handle it. I'll think of something.
Hey, you. What's the idea of making a U-turn in the middle of the block?
Eh? What's that, son?
I said, what's the idea of making a U-turn in the middle of the block? Don't you know that's against the law?
Well, I'll tell you, officer, I don't get steady very often, so I don't know much about them newfangled laws you got here.
What a performance!
Edry, be quiet. You see, officer, I live out Sherman Oaks way, and I just drove my old lady and my boy in to see Santa Claus. Patooey. Ain't that right, Miranda?
You're darn tootin'. Patooey.
This is the missus, officer.
Glad to know you, ma'am. Now, look, old-timer. You got to observe the traffic rules while driving in the city.
Well, I'll tell you.
Get your gun, Pa. That man's a revenuer.
Ezra. Well, officer, I reckon we'll mosey along now. Thanks very much for your advice.
All right, old-timer, but don't let this happen again.
I won't. So long. Merry Christmas, officer.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Well, gotta get the shopping done. Drive on, Zeke.
Oh, boss, come now.
Rochester. Get going, Zeke. Gotta get that shopping done.
Later.
Whoop, whoop. There's a place over there, Rochester. Oh, darn it. Someone beat us to it.
Now, listen, Jack. If you don't put this car in a parking lot, I'm getting out.
Oh, all right. But I don't see what... Rochester, stop in front of that cigar store. I'll be back in a minute, Mary.
You can cash in those coupons some other time.
Okay, Smarty, but if those pearl necklaces, number 58, are all gone, you'll be the one to suffer. Now, where's the parking lot?
There's one up the road a piece, Pa. Patooey.
Dennis, you're not a rube anymore, so take that blackjack gum off your tooth. Rochester, drive into this parking lot here.
Okay, boss.
All right, come on, Mary, get out. You too, Dennis. Dennis, get out.
Wait a minute. My pants are caught in the springs.
You wouldn't sit on that newspaper. You had to be a smart aleck. Now, hurry.
Here comes the attendant.
Hey, buddy, be careful where you put this car. I don't want the fenders scraped. I'll be back in an hour.
Sorry, mister. I can't accept this car until it gets dark.
What? What do you mean?
I knew this was going to happen someday.
Now, look, buddy, that sign says cars parked 25 cents, and here's my quarter. Now, park my car.
Okay, but I'm going to hide it in back of that billboard.
All right, hide it. Come on, Mary.
Hey, wait a minute. How do I know you'll come back for this thing?
I'll come back, don't worry. Come on, Mary.
Okay. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, lady?
That steering rod is broken, so if you want to turn right, you got to go through Pomona.
Let him find out for himself, the wise guy. Rochester, I'll meet you right here in an hour.
Okay, boss.
And remember, for every bottle of horseradish you sell, you get 3 cents. See you later. Dennis, you stay with Rochester and sing. That'll attract the crowd. Come on, Mary. Mary, don't look at me that way. That horseradish grows wild in my backyard.
You're my filigadusha, shinamarusha, balleralder, bum tootie, rose o' day, rose o' day. You're my filigadusha, shinamarusha, balleralder, bum tootie, rose o' day, rose o' day. You're my filigadusha, shinamarusha, balleralder, bum tootie. You're daring, you're darling, you're lovely. That's what I mean when I say Rose o' day, Rose o' day. You're my filigadusha, shinamarusha, ballerala, bum tootie. Oh, Johnny McCarthy loved Rosie O'Day. She was the prettiest thing, so they say. And every night in this sweet Irish way, under her window he'd sing in this way. Nan Moriarty, Sue Donahue, Mary Malone and the rest, sure they do. They all want his favors, but what does he do? He sings to the one he loves best that he do. Rose o'day, Rose o'day. You're my filigadusha, shinamarusha, ballerala, bum tootie, Rose o'day, Rose o'day. You're my filigadoosh, shenamaroosha, balarala, bum-tootie. You're daring, you're darling, oh, you're lovely. That's what I mean when I say Rosade. You're my filigadoosh, shenamaroosha, balarala, bum-tootie, bum-tootie, bum-tootie. Rosade.
See, the store is crowded. Everybody pushing and shoving. Oh, Mary, have you got my Christmas list?
Yes, here it is.
What does it say?
Unless my vacuum cleaner is returned before January 1st, I shall take legal action. Signed, Ronald Coleman.
The list is on the other side. Let's have it.
Well, why don't you give Mr. Coleman back his vacuum cleaner?
Because Mr. Billingsley took it apart and made a bagpipe out of it. It's all I hear around the house lately. The Campbells are coming, ta-ra, ta-ra. Well, let's see. What's on the list here? A safety razor for Don. Hey, oh, my goodness. Hey, Buddy. Buddy, what are you doing with your hand in my pocket?
Like you said, we're buddies.
You're a pickpocket. Get out of here. Now, let's see. Let's see. A razor for Don, a dozen blades for Phil, and a bird on a stick that goes brrrr for Dennis. Remember, Mary, last week he told me he wanted one.
You told me at Ciro's last night you were going to buy Dennis a grand piano.
Last night I had over 4 glasses of Muscatel. I'm all right now, so where's the toy department?
Let's ask the floor walker. There he is.
Oh, yes. Dennis will love that bird on a stick.
How much do they cost, Jack?
Oh, 15 cents. Or $15. Who knows?
You do.
All right. Anyway, he'll love it. Now, pardon me, sir. Are you the floor walker?
What do you think I am with this carnation? A flower pot?
Well, I'm looking for a toy bird on a stick. And when you swing it around your head, it goes brrrr, brrrr.
You're a little old for that, aren't you, Quiverlip?
It's not for me. I'm getting it for a young friend of mine. He loves toy birds.
Don't alibi. If you like to swing birds around your head, come out and say so.
I don't like to swing birds. Believe me, it's for a kid I know. Now, will you please direct me to the toy department?
Very well. It's on the 3rd floor.
Thanks.
Like fun it is.
Never mind. I'll locate it myself. Certainly a fine store to do business with.
You walked in, Sugarfoot. Nobody dragged you.
Oh, quiet. Come on, Mary. I think the toy department is over there in the back there.
Say, Jack, what are you going to get me for a present?
Well, Mary, I thought I'd buy you something to go with that sable muff I gave you last year.
Sable muff? That was rabbit.
It was sable.
Rabbit. I was walking through the farmer's market yesterday, and it snapped at a head of lettuce.
Listen, Mary, a lot of sables are vegetarians, too. And it happens that... Oh, my goodness. Now, look, buddy, I'm warning you for the last time. Take your hand out of my pocket.
Ouch, my finger.
You asked for it. Now, give me back that mousetrap. Hand it over. The cheese, too? There's no cheese in it. This one's for pickpocket. Now, get away from here. Now, Mary, I think if we go down this aisle...
Say, look, Jack, look who's coming. Isn't that your boarder?
Oh, yes. Hey, Mr. Billingsley. Mr. Billingsley.
Hello there, Mr. Vanny. Doing your Christmas shopping, I see.
Yes, I'm in here buying a few knickknacks.
Me, too. I found some lovely nicks, but what floor are the knacks on?
I really don't know. You'll have to ask the floor walker.
They'd get along fine.
Yeah. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, I suppose I shouldn't ask you this, but what are you getting me for Christmas?
Well, Mr. Vanny, you know how crazy you are about raising flowers.
Yes?
And you'd certainly like to win a prize at the next flower show.
Yes, yes.
So I'm getting you a 100-pound sack of fertilizer.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, it's a practical gift, I'll say that. Come on, Mary. There's the toy department at the end of this aisle here. Gee, I thought it was over here. Maybe the toy department is on the next floor.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's the perfume counter. I think I'll get some for my sister Ethel.
Well, don't spend a lot of money on perfume for her. She's so nearsighted she can't read the label.
No, but she can smell like a bloodhound, so it's got to be good.
Well, go ahead, buy it.
Pardon me, miss. I'd like to get
Well,
some...
Mary Livingston, of all people.
Well, for heaven's sake. Dolly Dinkelhoff.
Dolly Dinkelhoff?
It's Dolly Dinkelhoff Harrington now. I finally got a man.
It can't be the Harrington I know. He'd have wired me.
What's new with you, Mary? Anything exciting?
Oh, I'm still on the radio.
You know, I always thought you'd marry Butch Leroy, the fellow that worked at the gas station.
Oh, we broke up, Dolly. I haven't seen Butch in years.
Well, you should have hung on to him. He's got his own gas station now with 3 grease pits.
Imagine. Can't be Tom.
Hey, who's this gentleman with the gray hair? Anything serious?
Oh, pardon me, Dolly. This is my boss, Jack Benny.
Oh, hello, miss.
Gee whiz, Jack Benny. You know, I heard you do Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde last week. What a performance!
Can't be Tom Harrington. Well, thanks, Dolly. Come on, Mary. You can get your perfume later.
All right. So long, Dolly.
So long, Mary. I'll tell Butch I seen you.
Butch Leroy. I'll bet that Butch was a corny guy.
At least he was a gentleman.
What do you mean he was a gentleman?
When all the lights went out the other night, you grabbed me and wanted a neck.
Well, I was so nervous I didn't know what I was doing. Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. Mary.
Are you shopping around too, Phil?
Nah, I'm just waiting for Alice. She's up there in the beauty saloon having her hair done.
He's only got one line on the program, can't get it right. Phil. In the first place, that's salon, not saloon. Incidentally, Ringlet. Ringlet, why aren't you up there?
Because it ain't a saloon.
Oh, that's a Sharpie. See you later, Phil.
So long. Oh, say, Jackson, I just seen Billingsley walking out of the store with a big sack over his shoulder. What's the idea?
That's my Christmas present, Phil. Boy, am I going to have flowers. Big ones yet. And how?
Come on.
Huh?
Come on, Jack. We're going to get that toy for Dennis.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute, Mary. Phil just reminded me of something. Let's go down to the bargain basement and get some cheap ties for the boys in the orchestra.
Oh, Jack, why don't you get him some good ties?
Look, Mary, as long as the elastic snaps in them, they're happy. Come on. Here's the door to the basement right here.
Jack, I am not going down to the bargain basement this time of the year. It's murder down there.
Oh, it won't be so bad. Open the door.
Okay.
It is pretty crowded at that. Come on, we'll get Dennis's toy. I can just see that kid's face Christmas morning. Oh, here's the toy department. Where's the clerk?
Here he comes.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the toy department. What can I do for you?
Look, I'm interested in a toy bird on a stick for a young friend of mine.
Well, I don't know if we got one, but here's a novelty that all the kids is crazy about. A chemistry set.
A chemistry set?
Yeah. You know, it's a science thing with a lot of chemicals.
Oh, you mean chemicals, huh?
Take it, Jack. It'll make a beautiful Christmas present.
Mary. Well, it's nice, all right, but aren't these chemicals a little powerful?
Are they? I give one to me youngster on his birthday, and he blew up 3 safes before they got him.
Well, I don't think I'd care for that. I'm interested in a toy bird on a stick.
Well, here's something that's not only fascinating, but entertaining as well. A mama doll.
A mama doll?
Yeah. See how it works?
Well.
Ain't that the nut?
Yeah, a mama. Yes, a mama doll is a lovely gift, but I'm afraid that...
You know, I used to have one of those things when I was a kid, but my big brother broke it. And when I woke up the next morning, there was my poor little dolly with the head all smashed to pieces.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Can I borrow your hanky?
Yes, here you are. Now, look, mister, what I really want is a long stick with a toy bird on
Hey, Jack, here's one. Is this what you want?
Yes, that's it. A yellow canary on a stick. Look, Mary, here's the way it works. You swing it around your head like this, and the bird goes... Hey, mister, what's the matter with this? It doesn't work.
What's wrong with it?
Look, I'm swinging it around my head, and the bird is supposed to go... Brrr! 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 Aha!
So you were buying it for a little boy, huh?
What? You didn't want to play with it yourself.
Not much you didn't.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Floorwalker. I was just testing it out to see if it worked. It's supposed to go brrr, and it doesn't. The reason it doesn't go brrr is because you broke it. I did no such thing, did I, Mary?
No, you broke the mama doll.
I didn't break the mama doll. It was this guy's brother years ago.
When I woke up in the morning, the poor little head was all smashed.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now, look, Mr. Floorwalker. All I came in here for was a bird on a stick. And if you haven't got that one that goes brrr, I'll go someplace else. And you're not going until you pay for the one you broke. So, Mr. Mr. All right, I'll pay for it. But I'll tell you one thing. This is the last time I'll ever do shopping in this store. And here's something else. I've been walking before, and you're the only one I like to walk before. So don't get ready. Fine lot of shopping I did today. I'll have to start over tomorrow.
Gee, it's getting dark.
Yeah. Say, Rochester, how are the headlights on this car?
Boss, they've been ready for a blackout since 1922.
Well, turn them on anyway. By the way, Rochester, are there any blackouts down on Central Avenue?
Yes, sir, night and day.
Oh, what I meant was...
Hey, Jack, there's that policeman who was going to give you a ticket.
Oh, yeah, slow down, Rochester. Howdy, officer. Got my shopping done. Going back home now. Between. step on it, see?
Okay, boy. Bye, Packy.
Have you good people ever noticed how a tempting meal can cheer you right up? It needn't be elaborate. Fragrant old-fashioned beef stew will do it. But be sure to wind up with a grand dessert. A dessert like Mary Livingston's favorite. It's called Jell-O Pear Whip. The most enticing dish you ever dipped a spoon in. And here's how you make it. Prepare as usual, 1 package of Jell-O imitation strawberry flavor. Chill it until cold and syrupy. Then place in a bowl of cracked ice and whip it up till it's fluffy and thick and luscious, like rose-colored whipped cream. Next, open a can of pears and fold in a cup of pear pulp into your whipped Jell-O. Arrange slices of pears in sherbet glasses. Fill each glass with Jell-O and garnish with gay green cherries. Now just picture it. Individual sherbets filled to the brim with summer-sweet strawberry Jell-O whipped to a fluffy rose-colored foam. Both canned pears and strawberry Jell-O are being featured by many grocers all next week. So get both of them and try a treat. For remember, Jell-O makes any gelatin recipe taste extra good because the locked-in process protects the flavor for your complete enjoyment.
This is the last number of the 11th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Gee, Mary, I'm so tired from all that shopping.
Imagine how you feel if you'd have bought something.
Oh, I'd have been a wreck. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by BILTMORE and Ed Beloy. JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Relax. You know, friends, it's not really considered quite fair to open packages before Christmas. But, of course, there's one package that you can open any day with the whole family's hearty approval. And that's a package of Jell-O. Open a package and serve it tomorrow. And let the folks at your house enjoy Jell-O's wonderful new locked-in flavor. Jell-O's gay, scintillating colors add charm to any table. Lend a festive touch to any meal. Why, just to look at a bright, shimmering mold of Jell-O is enough to set appetites a-tingle. And when it comes to flavor, well, Jell-O is simply in a class by itself. There's just nothing that can beat Jell-O's rich, tangy taste. So full of intriguing flavors, so downright good and refreshing. Tomorrow, treat everybody to a tempting dish of Jell-O. Ask your grocer for all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. They're all locked in, and they're all better than ever. That was Relax, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the Yuletide season is here with all its joy and gaiety. So without further ado, we bring you a star to place atop your Christmas tree, Jack Benny.
Well, hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was quite a whimsical introduction. A star to place atop your Christmas tree. I suppose you said that because I'm a movie star. Is that right?
No, Jack, that wasn't my thought at all.
Oh.
I meant that you actually and physically resemble a star.
Well, I don't get it, Don. What do you mean?
Well, for instance, you've got a dash of silver in your hair.
Yes.
And you've always got a merry twinkle in your eye.
Yes, yes.
And the seat of your pants is always bright and shiny.
Yes, yes, yes.
And you're wearing the only pair of pointed shoes in Hollywood.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I'm not going to argue about the silver and the twinkle, and I'll even go along with the shiny pants.
But these pointed shoes I've got on are very popular. They're French Schreiner and Erner's new bayonet model. They're very snappy, don't you think?
Snappy is right. But personally, Jack, I like a shoe that spreads out.
Listen, brother, any shoe you step into is doomed. Believe me.
Oh, I'm not so heavy on my feet.
You're not, eh? Don, your arches fell the first time your mother said, "Come on, Snookums, walk toward me." But speaking about these shoes I'm wearing...
Wow, get a load of them. Did vaudeville come back?
No, vaudeville didn't come back. Just so happens that for a change, I switched to a pointed, tight-fitting shoe.
Then where do you keep your money now?
I've got a hollow tooth. I can go along with a gag, sister. Now, let me tell you something, young lady. Any more of those Livingston Lulus tonight, and your invitation to my Christmas party next Thursday is automatically canceled. Remember that.
Oh, Jack, speaking of your party, what are you going to serve for dinner? Turkey, goose, or duck?
Ham hocks, and not another word about it. Come early, Don. You know, a lot of big movie stars are going to be there.
Movie stars? Name one.
Now, there'll be lots of them.
Come on, name one.
Oh, they'll be there.
Don't stall. Name one movie star that's going to be at your party.
All right, Rodney Dangerfield. I know he's coming because he already sent me a wire by Western Union.
Western Union I heard about, but who was Rodney Dangerfield?
Who is Rodney Dangerfield? Well, I'll be... Mary, did you see the Fargo Kid rides the Pony Express on the Santa Fe Trail at the Hitching Post Theater last week? Did you?
No.
Well, that was Rodney's greatest performance. If you could have seen him jump out of the second-story window of a burning building and gallop out of town on his horse, blazing away with his six-shooter in one hand and playing Tumbleweed Girl, I Love You on his guitar with the other. Well, what a scene.
Pretty thrilling, huh?
Was it? A kid sitting in back of me got so excited he beat me on the head with a stick of licorice. Anyway, you'll meet Rodney at my house next Thursday.
Well, who else is coming, Jack?
Well, you know, I'm making a picture with Carole Lombard, so naturally I had to invite her. And I also told her to ask Clark if he wanted to come.
Gee whiz, is Clark Gable going to be at your party?
Well, I'm not sure about him, but I got a definite no from Lombard. Let's see, and the Gary Coopers can't come, and the Henry Fondas had a previous engagement, and Bob Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck have a toothache.
Between them?
How do I know? And then Claudette Colbert can't come. She sprained her ankle.
I saw her dancing at the Macombo last night.
With that ankle? Poor kid. And then Errol Flynn can't make it. He's in New York, you know. Well, let's see. Oh, yes, Barney Dean. He's coming. I'm sure of that.
Well, here I go again. Who's Barney Dean?
Who's Barney Dean? Did you see Sergeant York?
Yes.
Well, he was a soldier in that. That's who. Anyway, Barney Dean will be there. And then I invited... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Bub. Sorry I'm late, but I was across the street shooting pool.
Shooting pool? Well, let me ask you something, Phil. Who paid you your salary, me or the pool room?
Look, Jackson, if I didn't take the salary I get here and double it over there, I'd have to give up meat.
Too bad about you.
Hey, Phil, are you and Alice coming to Jack's party?
Oh, I don't know. Who's going to be there?
Everybody from Barney Dean to Rodney Dangerfield.
Don't run him down.
Hey, is Rod Dangerfield going to be at your party?
Yep.
Oh, that guy's terrific. I think he's darn near as good as Hoot Horowitz.
What do you mean, darn near as good? Did you see Rodney's latest picture, the Fargo Kid rides the Pony Express on the Santa Fe Trail?
Yeah, I seen it last week.
That was a thriller, wasn't it?
You said it. I got so excited I hit some old bird in the front of me with my licorice stick.
Oh, ho! So that was you. You were at the Hitching Post Theater last Tuesday evening.
Not so loud, Jackson. I was playing hooky from my night school.
Oh. Well, don't worry. I won't squeal.
You better not, Sponger, or I'll have to drill you. A bang, a bang, a bang.
You're not a drilling me, son, because I'm the sheriff. A bang, a bang, a bang.
These two cowboys come to you through the courtesy of Jello, who are open for suggestions.
Never mind. We'll talk about the picture later, Phil. Now, how about a band number?
Okay.
Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Am I going to be invited to your Christmas party? My name is Pigeon.
Walter Pigeon?
No, Dead Pigeon. A bang, a bang, a bang.
What a head he's got. That's the only grapefruit I ever saw that can take shorthand. He's my secretary, folks. Play, Phil. That was Popo Catapedal, played by Phil Harris and his Yuletide Orchestra. Yule meaning you'll have to go a long way to hear a band like this, and tide meaning I wish they'd go out with it. But no kidding, Phil. That number sounded swell. It was really the Nuts. All right, Don. Phil's number was the Nuts.
Oh, Jack, this one is utterly absurd.
Don, Phil's band number was the Nuts.
You know it wasn't.
That's not the point. Come on, Don. Phil's band number was the Nuts.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer...
You see?
Why not ask him for a package of Jell-O with its new locked-in flavor?
Now, here's the clever part, folks.
Oh, Jack, I'll never be able to face my friend.
Don Nuts!
Oh, very well. So whether your name is Hazel or Filbert, you will not regret buying this tempting and economical dessert. Buy Hickory.
Very good. Very good. There you are, Don. That was one of the most novel things I've ever written.
Oh, Jack, you didn't write that.
Yes, I did.
All by yourself?
All by myself.
You mean it came to you like a flash?
Like a bolt out of the blue.
Keep talking, brother. When I get the right lead, I'm going to murder you.
No, don't be so critical. That was a very clever commercial. Wasn't it, Dennis? Hey, where's Dennis?
Here I am. I'm back at Mr. Wilson's.
Oh.
Peekaboo.
Peekaboo. You gotta humor the kid. Say, Dennis, have you got a nice song prepared for today?
Yeah, but first I want to thank you for letting me come over to the studio the other day.
Oh, don't mention it.
That was a pretty hot love scene you did with Carole Lombard, by golly.
Yes, it was.
Gosh, when you grabbed her and gave her that big kiss, I got so excited I was quivering all over.
You were?
She didn't even move a muscle.
Never mind.
What's the matter with that girl?
I don't know.
Look, boy, she kisses Gable when she leaves home in the morning, and she kisses him when she gets back at night. Anything in between is strictly cheesecake.
Well, I don't want to be catty, but, oh, well, forget it. How about a song, Dennis? What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing a medley of Christmas carols.
Good. Oh, say, fellas, that reminds me. I've got to go home early tonight and do some work on my Christmas tree. I want to get it all trimmed up for the party. You want to come and help me, Mary?
Sure, why not?
Phil, after Dennis's song, you can play a few selections and fill out the program.
Well, that'll give me a chance to play a couple of high-class numbers like who's this plays? Andre Costa. What's the rest of this here?
Lannis, Andre Costa Lannis. Oh, brother.
Well, why do you always embarrass me by making up them big words?
I didn't make up anything. That's the man's name. He's married to Lily Pond.
Her I can say.
Look, Phil, just accompany Dennis's song, then put on your hat and go home. Come on, Mary, let's get out of here. What's that? Come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Right here, Bud. Give him a tip, will you, Jack?
Okay. Here you are, boy. Here's $50 for you.
Thanks. I can go along with a gag. A boom.
You can louse it up, too. He had to put a boom on the end of it. Wasn't satisfied the way it was written. Had to put a boom. Anyway, I'd like to see one stooge in this town with hair. Come on, Mary.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. This letter's from Mama.
You can read it in the cab. Come on.
Oh, let her read it now, Jack. Mary's she's just a riot.
Oh, all right. I'm glad you got that out, too. If we had an hour program, we'd be very successful here. You know that. All right, read your mother's letter, Mary. What's the head of Hopper of Plainfield got to say?
My darling daughter, Mary, just a line to let you know that Christmas is almost here, and as yet I have not received your check.
Check?
But don't get me wrong. If your check has been delayed in the mail, I take back everything I'm thinking.
How can anybody be so mercenary?
Your sister Ethel and her husband are here for the holidays and will spend several weeks with us. Inasmuch as they live right next door, I think this is an imposition.
Oh, I don't know.
Quiet. You ought to see your sister's new baby. Everybody says it's a regular little doll, and they're right. It looks just like Popeye.
Well, no wonder, after all, your sister is no road. And that husband of hers, does he still sell bluing house to house?
No, he's a vanilla extract man now.
Oh, vanilla extract man. Oh, he's going places. Come on, finish the letter.
Speaking of Christmas, I saw your father tiptoeing up the stairs last night with a great big package over his shoulder. I was thrilled to death until I found out the package was your Uncle Willie.
Boy, was he full of vanilla.
No more news, except that your brother Bacardi...
Bacardi?
Papa named him off a bottle.
Oh.
Except that your brother Bacardi was turned down by the Army on account of flat feet, chest, and head. Also, his hands drag on the ground when he walks.
Gee, his nails must be a mess.
Love to all, Mama.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's the P.S. Tell Jack I heard him do Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde on the program a few weeks ago. What a pew foreman.
Pew foreman? Let's see that. Well, I'll be darned. If I'd have known this was going to happen, I'd have put another cup of water in that perfume I sent her. Sing, Dennis. See you Christmas, fellas. Come on, Mary. Let's get over to the house.
Noel, the angel did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay, keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel. Away in a manger, no crib for his bed, the little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the heavens looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep in the hay. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconciled. Joyful all ye nations rise, join the triumph of the skies. With angelic hope proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
Right up here, buddy. It's that big white house with the iron reindeer on the lawn.
Okay, pal.
Boy, look at that meter, $1.50.
Oh, driver, how much do I owe you?
Like she said, $1.50.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what. How would you like to match? $3 or nothing?
Double or nothing? Okay, pal.
I'm matching you. Just a second. Okay, here goes. Come on, lift up.
Well, so long, pal.
Darn that Rochester, why doesn't he answer the door? I have to stand here all night?
Oh, take it easy, Jack. Calm down. What's $3?
It's not the money. I don't believe in gambling. Don't talk to me. I feel awful.
Why don't you take off one of those shoes and cut your throat?
Mary, I'm in no mood for any...
Good evening, boss. Happy Yuletide.
Rochester, you were late answering the door, and I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm fining you $3. You understand?
I wish the stock market would come back that fast.
Never mind. Any messages, Rochester?
Yes, sir. Mr. Charles Boyer called and said he won't be able to attend your Christmas party.
Why not?
You got me, boss. He gave his excuse in French.
Well, that's the sneakiest thing I ever heard of. Any other messages?
Yes, Lady Mendel phoned. Said she got your lovely invitation, and who are you?
Did she ever go to the movies, for heaven's sake? Come on, Mary. The tree is in the library.
Bring my slippers, Rochester.
Your slippers?
Yes.
Lounging, bedroom, or ballet?
I'm in no mood for a ballet dance, believe me. Bring in my lounging slippers.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mary. While I'm putting the star on top of the tree, you can be hanging popcorn balls on the branches.
Oh, is your tree going to have branches this year? Yes, it's going to have branches. Well, I think the one you had like... Uh-oh, here comes your boarder.
Yeah. I wonder why he's carrying that hatchet. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benny. Home a little early, I see.
Yes, I have some work to do around the house. Oh, Mr. Billingsley, what are you doing with that hatchet? Are you a Boy Scout now?
No, I'm going out to dinner later, and when I say chopped chicken liver, that's what I mean.
I see.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Keep 'em flying.
I can't understand Mr. Billingsley lately. You know, Mary, he slept under his bed last night. He hung onto the springs like a bat. You know? Weird fellow. Well, there you are. There's my Christmas tree, Mary. Isn't it nice?
Yeah, that's the biggest one you ever had. Where'd you get it?
Got it just north of Redwood City. Well, let's start with the decorations. Mary, you hang up these candy canes, and I'll... Rochester, what happened to that box of popcorn balls we had in the closet?
I got bad news, boss. There's nothing in there now but a big fat mouse.
Darn it, I'm short of ornaments. Got to have something to hang on that tree.
Yes, those socks look awful by themselves.
The socks are coming off as soon as they're dry. I wanted popcorn balls to add a little... Say, I have an idea. How would oranges look there?
Oranges?
Yeah, I've got a backyard full of them. I'll go out and pick some. Meanwhile, start with those candy canes, Mary. I'll be right back. Jingle bells, yum bum 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 dum dum dum. $3. I had to match them. Yum dum 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 bum 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 bum. Oh well. Jingle bells, yum dum dee. Let's see. I think there's some big ones in this tree over here. Yeah, these will be fine. A nice big juicy one. I'll take about a dozen. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello, mister. What are you doing?
Hello. 6. Oh, hello, little girl. Where did you come from?
I was just looking around your yard. Where's your polo bear?
My polar bear? Oh, he's asleep for the winter. Do you live around here?
Yes, we just moved into that new house next to Ronald Coleman's.
Oh, next to Ronald Coleman's. Oh, that's swell. We're going to be neighbors, aren't we?
Uh-huh. You're Jack Benny, aren't you?
That's right. That's who I am.
Gee, I heard you do Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde on the radio. What a performance!
Hey, it was pretty good. Say, little girl, your face is kind of familiar. Haven't I seen you in pictures?
You might have. My name's Carolyn Lee.
Oh, Carolyn Lee. Well, this is certainly a surprise. So little Miss Lee is my neighbor.
You can call me Carolyn.
Good. And you can call me Jack.
Okay, Jack.
Gee, she's cute. Say, Carolyn, are you going to be busy Christmas morning?
I don't know why.
Well, I had a telephone call from Santa Claus last night, and he told me he was going to leave a beautiful present under my tree, especially for you.
Well, let's analyze this. How did Santa Claus know you were going to meet me?
Oh, he even knows about things before they happen. He knows everything.
Then
that's why we've got to be real good, especially around Christmas.
Then why are you picking Mr. Coleman's oranges?
Look, Carolyn. These aren't Mr. Coleman's oranges. What hangs over the fence is mine. Now, let me tell you something about Santa Claus, Carolyn. Every year at this time, he makes a list of good little boys and girls, and when they wake up Christmas morning...
Hey, boss, come in here.
I'll be with you in a minute.
And, Carolyn, if these old boys and girls have been real good...
You gotta come in now, boy. Mr. Billingsley's chopping down the Christmas tree.
What? Chopping down the tree? See you later, Carolyn. Mr. Billingsley! Mr. Billingsley! Mary, stop him!
It's too late now.
Oh, my goodness. I knew I should have taken away his hatchet.
What a combination. Golden apricots and rich, shimmering lemon jello. That's the swell blend that makes jello apricot rings such a grand treat. Just sliced canned apricots and lemon jello, deliciously molded into one of the most tempting desserts you ever tasted. And one of the easiest, too. Simply dissolve 1 package of lemon jello in 1 1/4 cups of hot water. Next, add a dash of salt and 3/4 cups of syrup from the canned apricots. Then chill until thickened and fold in 2.5 cups of the sliced canned apricots themselves. When molded, served with a garnishing of whipped cream, apricot quarters, and green maraschino cherries. And there's a dessert you just can't beat for taste and attractiveness. Juicy sliced apricots blended with the richness of sunny lemon jello. So get them both and make up this delightful treat. Jello makes any gelatin dessert taste extra good because the locked-in process protects the flavor for your complete enjoyment.
We're a little late, so good night, folks, and Merry Christmas to all.
Remember, tomorrow when you order Jello puddings, too, in all 3 flavors. Jello puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
JEKYL. The Jello program brought to you by Jello and Jello Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with "We Did It Before and We Can Do It Again." That was "We Did It Before and We Can Do It Again" from the Broadway show Banjo Eyes, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who gave a big party last Thursday at his home in Beverly Hills. A host whose Christmas dinner was the greatest thing since Harper's Bazaar diet, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, for a man who ate 15 stalks of celery, and heaven knows how many when I wasn't looking, you're a fine one to complain.
But after all, Jack, that's all there was to eat. Celery and ham hocks.
Ham hocks? I had turkey.
You had ham hocks. Sticking that feather duster in them didn't fool anybody.
Look, it fooled Dennis because he asked for the breast. Anyway, Don, ham hocks are marvelous. I'm crazy about them.
Well, I'm glad of that, because my wife says the next time you come to our house, that's all you're going to get.
Well, that's the cheapest thing I ever heard of. You've got a backyard full of chicken. Anyway, Don, regardless of what you say, my party was a success.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Say, Jack, you notice anything new today?
Well, let's see. Are you wearing a new dress?
No.
New shoes?
No.
New pocketbook?
No.
Well, I give up. What's new about you?
I'm wearing that lousy mascara you gave me for Christmas.
Now, just a minute, young lady. In that gorgeous hand-painted gift box, you also found a lipstick and talcum powder and bath salt and a beautiful pink and white washcloth.
The washcloth I already returned to the Ambassador Hotel.
That didn't come from the hotel. It was made by the Ambassador Knitting Mill. Read before you return. speaking of Christmas presents, I've got a good notion to tell Don what you gave me.
What was it, Jack?
A lot of thought she put into it.
Well, it was useful. You've got to admit that.
Sure, useful.
Well, what was it, Jack? What did Mary give you for Christmas?
A nutcracker for coconut. So big I can't even lift it.
Well, I was going to get your muscles, but I didn't know where to buy them.
Very funny. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Mary. You can take that present you gave me right back to the May Company. First thing in the morning.
You take it. Every time I go there, I forget and punch the clock.
All right, I'll take it back myself. But the next time...
Hey, look at Dennis. What's the matter with him?
Where? Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Just ask me how my girl is. Go ahead, ask me.
All right, Dennis, how's your girl?
She can go sit on a tack.
What's this all about? What's wrong between you and your girl?
Well, I gave her some beautiful earrings for Christmas, and just because I swallowed one, she slapped me.
Well, Dennis, how in the world did you happen to swallow one of your girl's earrings?
I was whispering something to her, and I got too confidential.
Oh. Well, that could happen.
But only to him.
You said it. Anyway, don't worry, Dennis. You and your girl will make up.
Oh, yeah? As soon as I get my bicycle back, I'm going to give her the air.
Well, I don't blame you.
I sold over 8,000 magazines to get that bicycle. It's mine.
All right. Forget about your girl and your bicycle. And change the subject. Say, Dennis, did you have a good time at my Christmas party?
Yeah, but gee, the turkey sure made me thirsty.
It was a little salty, but you had fun, though, didn't you, Dennis? You certainly met a lot of celebrities.
What do you mean, celebrities?
I mean movie stars. Ginger Rogers was there, wasn't she?
Ginger Rogers' car broke down, and she stopped in to use your telephone.
Whoever walks in that front door is a guest. Whether it's Ginger or Moyvin. And there were other stars there, too. Oh, say, Don, did you read any notices about my party in the society pages? I imagine all the papers covered it, huh?
No, Jack. I looked, but I didn't see a word about your party.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Oh, I saw a swell write-up, Jack.
Where? Who did it? Where? What? Where? Where'd you see a write-up?
In the downtown shopping news.
Oh.
I thought you'd like to read it, so I clipped it out.
Oh.
Get a load of this, fellas. Jack Benny's Christmas party last Thursday was one of the outstanding events of the Beverly Hills social season.
Well.
Among those present were Rodney Dangerfield, the cowboy star, Barney Dean, Stella Buggenhaven.
That's Rodney's leading lady, remember? Yeah.
And your reporter, Scoop Scoopsky.
Good old Scoop. Go on, Mary.
A delicious ham hocks a la Duster were enjoyed by all.
Ham hocks?
Quiet. Go ahead, Mary.
And the highlight of the evening was when Miss Ginger Rogers stopped in to use the telephone.
I'll never forget the look on Scoop's face.
After dinner, the guests retired to Mr. Benny's rumpus room, which was tastefully decorated with holly, mistletoe, and a huge bag.
That was the present Mr. Billingsley gave me. Boy, am I going to have flowers. What else does it say, Mary?
The party broke up around 10 p.m. when the ace of spades fell out of Barney Dean's sleeve.
For a minute there, I thought Rodney was going to shoot him. That was a lovely notice, Mary. Well, Dennis, give it to me, Mary. I'll send it to my father. He thinks I'm cheap. Well, Dennis, it's time for a song, so how about it?
Say, I thought Mr. Dangerfield did take a shot at him.
Dennis, we won't discuss those things now. Let's have your song.
Okay.
Hold it.
Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
A happy new year, you I wish, and season's greetings so delish. I hope your days are bright and sunny.
Well, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, honey.
Get out of here! Sing, Dennis. I must call up Barney and see if he needs another transfusion. Call, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was swell. By the way, kid, before I forget it, I want to thank you for that lovely Christmas present you sent me. Shaving cream is one thing I can always use. Yes, sir.
That wasn't shaving cream, Mr. Benny. That was a tube of anchovy paste.
Oh, anchovy paste. I was wondering why it didn't lather. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the cat kept licking my face all morning. That should have tipped me off right there. Oh, well. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Hiya, fellas. Well, tomorrow's the big night. You got your reservation in, Jackson?
What reservation?
You know, me and the boys. We're opening downtown at the Biltmore Bowl.
Oh, yes, that's right. Wilshire Bowl, Biltmore Bowl. You and your orchestra have been in more bowls than a pair of chopsticks.
Hey! Yeah, that's all right. I'm going to pull that tomorrow night. Can I have that gag, Jackson?
It's yours for $2, Phil. That's what I paid for it. I'll be glad to get out from under, you know. Say, Phil, what kind of a show have you got lined up for the opening?
It's terrific. First, we're going to play some straight band numbers, and then sing a lot of novelty songs, and then Charlie Bagby's going to do a soft shoe dance.
Bagby, your piano player? Does he dance?
No, but we got to get him up. That stool needs painting.
Oh.
And then, on the late show, Frankie, my guitar player, is going to get up and do some acrobatic tricks.
Look, Phil, on the late show, if Frankie just gets up, I'll give him a hand, believe me. And don't tell us any more, you'll spoil it. Huh?
Say, Phil, your opening going to be formal? Do I have to dress?
Well, you ought to wear something. Always an answer. That Harris is a clip. A clip? That Harris is a clip.
What a character.
Say, Phil, shall we tell Jack the surprise we got cooked up for the opening?
Yeah, Jackson, Mary and me are going to do a cute little number called How About You? You know, it's the one that Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland sing in their new picture.
Hey, that ought to be good. And listen, if you want another great idea, how about, this is terrific. How about in the second chorus, if I pick up my violin and
See
play...
what I told you, Phil?
Listen, Mary, it's Phil's opening, and if he wants me to play a violin solo, that's his business. Hey, Philzy?
Them ham hocks I ate, but the violin is over my dead body.
All right.
Say, Phil, why don't you and Mary try out that song for us tonight?
All right, come on, Mary. Let's show them how it goes.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. But if you hear a violin in the second chorus, don't be surprised. Go ahead, let's have the song. Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
I was just wondering, boss, can I have tomorrow night off on account of New Year's Eve?
Rochester, New Year's Eve isn't until Wednesday night.
Well, I want to let my hair down, and it takes me 2 days to drink the curl out of it.
Now, Rochester, let me make one thing clear. You're getting New Year's Eve. You're getting New Year's Eve off, and that's all. And furthermore, I want you to be back to work at 9 a.m. the next morning.
9 a.m.?
Yes, 9 a.m.
Okay. If I ain't in the kitchen, look in the rose bushes.
I'm not going to hunt for you. Now, look, Rochester, there are a lot of things you can do on New Year's Eve besides drinking. You can throw confetti.
Uh-huh.
And you can blow horns.
Uh-huh.
And break balloons.
Uh-huh.
And when midnight comes and the old year passes out...
I want to go with it.
Rochester, believe me, I know what I'm talking about. You'll feel much better the next day if you stick to ginger ale like I do.
Okay, you're the boss.
You mean you're going to stick to ginger ale?
No, just okay, you're the boss.
Well, I don't care what you do, but I want to see you 9 o'clock the following morning on the job. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I forgot to thank you for that beautiful Christmas present you gave me.
That's all right, Rochester.
I always wanted a fountain pen.
That's good.
Now that I got that bottle of ink, I'm going to buy one.
I knew you'd like it. So long, Rochester. So hard to figure out what to buy him. He has everything. Now, where were we?
Well, Mary and me are going to give out with that song.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Remember what I said about the second chorus. Sing, my little chickadees. My writers are working for W.C. Fields now.
I like New York in June. How about you?
I like the Gershwin tune. How about you?
I love a fireside when a storm is due.
I like potato chips, moonlight, and motor trips. How about you?
I'm mad about good books, can't get my fill.
And Robert Taylor's look gives me a thrill.
Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you?
I like Fred Allen's jokes.
To a degree.
I love the common folk.
That was How About You from the MGM picture Babes on Broadway, sung by Mickey Harris and Judy Livingston, with violin hot licks by Jivin' Jackie Benny. You see, that fiddle bit in there really helped the number, didn't it, Mary? Didn't it, Phil? Didn't it, Don? Didn't it, Dennis?
Who, me?
Thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is our custom at this time of year, tonight we are going to present our annual New Year's play entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 41, Hello 42. Now, once again, I will play the part of
Say, Mr. Benny, every year you do one of these plays and I don't understand them.
Well, you see, Dennis, these little sketches we do at the close of each year are not so much plays as they are allegorical fantasies.
Oh.
See, they deal with the abstract and the esoteric rather than with the prosaic.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Do you understand, Dennis?
Give me that again, and if my face lights up, stop.
All right. Now, look, kid.
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is explaining tonight's play to Dennis, let me tell you about Jell-O with its new locked-in process.
Such as we often do in most
Jell-O is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. I thank you.
But listen to the thought behind it. So remember, it's nothing but abstract symbolism. Have you got it, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Rub a little on me, will you, kid?
Phil, you've got an important role. You're going to be Uncle Sam, so study it. Now, in our sketch tonight, I will play the part of the old year, 1941, who has been living in a big boarding house called the United States, run by Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia. Mary, you're going to be Columbia, and you have 48 children, one for each state in the Union.
48 children? Holy smoke.
Well, you were born in 1776.
Oh, well, that's not so bad then.
Of course. And, oh, yes, you have some adopted kids, too, like Puerto Rico, Hawaii, the Philippines, and so on. And now for our play. As the curtain rises, it is almost midnight of December 31st. And old man 1941 is up in his room, packing his bags and ready to make his exit. Curtain. Music. Oh, Columbia. Columbia, will you come up here, please?
What do you want, 41?
Give me a hand with this packing, will you? Got to get out of here before midnight and make room for the new tenant.
Oh, yes, little 42 will be here any minute.
Boy, am I a wreck. I'm glad I'm not a leap year. I couldn't stand another day.
You're telling me. If you didn't have starch in your beard, you'd topple right over.
I do look a little like a tripod. I can go along with the gag. Say, where's Sam on him?
Oh, the place? You know, he's in day.
He sure has. Like the way all your kids have pitched in and helped him, too. Here comes one of your boys now.
Yeah, that's my fattest one.
Hello, Texas.
Hello, old-timer. Hiya, Ma.
My, look at the size of that boy.
Yeah, it's getting a little plump around El Paso.
His Galveston could stand a little reducing, too. Fine boy, though.
Say, Ma, have you seen Pa around? I got some new airfields I want to show him.
Oh, he's out in the yard somewhere, and he's madder than a hornet.
I'll go look for him. See you later, Mom.
You know, Columbia, I don't blame Sam for being so riled up.
You mean about our little adopted daughter, Lulu?
Yep, Lulu. Burns me up just thinking. There she was on a Sunday morning out in the yard picking pineapples, minding her own business, when a swarm of them darn yellow jackets flew in and stung her right in the back.
That was a low-down trick if I ever heard of one.
Well, she's got plenty of flip there now. Let 'em come back. Hey, Columbia. Columbia, hand me some of that swing music, will you? Might as well pack that. Take it along with me.
Here you are.
Thanks. Hot, shut, wrong, turn down the real wrong. In a brawl, let's do it. Boy, am I sick of that. Well, I'll just pack it in here in my grip.
You might as well take all these strikes and arguments with you, too.
Yep, you won't be needing them for a while. No, siree.
Hey, old-timer, come over here by the window. Look.
I'll be darned, there's that mad dog Adolf. Look at that bear chasing him.
Is that a Russian bear?
It ain't Carmichael. Look at him go. Oh, shut up, Benito. Who cares about you? Well, we gotta be out of here before long. What time is it, Columbia?
About 3 minutes to 12.
I better get finished up here.
Doggone them double-crossers. I'll get even with them if it's the last thing I do.
Here comes Sam now.
Hello, Uncle Sam.
Ain't you gone yet?
Nope, got about 2 more minutes. Now, calm down, Sam. Don't get excited.
Well, it's about time I got excited. When I think of what they're doing to my boy Manila.
Well, I don't blame you.
I'm going to kick the teeth out of them yellow devils. That's about all there is to them anyway.
Attaboy, Sam.
Well, Sam, I'll be leaving you pretty soon. Doggone, look at that clock. Just got my duds together in time. That's the first stroke of 12. Wonder what's keeping the new tenant. Little fella should be here by now.
Don't worry, he'll show up.
Now, here's a little tip for you, Sam. Just keep your shirt on, but your sleeves rolled up. Everything will be all right.
Well, when I think of what they did to Lulu...
Take it easy now. Take it easy. Time's a-fleeting. I can't leave till that little shaver gets here.
That must be him now.
Yeah. Come in. Well. Hello, young fella. You the little New Year?
This ain't a sarong I'm wearing.
That's good. You're going to need a sense of humor, kid. Come on in. Want to meet Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Glad to know you, folks.
Hello, Sonny.
Hiya, Bob. Make yourself to home.
Well, son, I hope you brought some good things with you. You like staying in this house. It's the finest home on the block.
I'm glad to hear that. You better be moving along, old-timer. I've got work to do.
Yep. Might as well be moseying along. Before I go, a little advice. Take good care of here. Head when he wants to. He don't fly off the handle.
Damn gall darn pest.
See what? Take care of his friends and good neighbors, too. That Dutch uncle.
Good to me, old-timer.
And look, may have to put out there in the house once. See that front gate is... Before I forget, Uncle Sam's got a nephew named Franklin that's taken mighty good care of the old boy. Ain't he, Sam?
You're darn tootin'.
So keep an eye on him, son, and give him all the help you can.
Franklin, huh? Well, I'll write that down.
And as long as you're writing down names, here's another one for you. Put down Winston.
Winston?
Yep.
Franklin and Winston. What are these two fellas' last names?
Ain't necessary, son. Everybody knows them.
Anyone else?
Well, let's see. You can put down Chiang Kai-shek. Nice fella. Believe me, he's just as tough as he is to pronounce. And, there's a lot more of them, but Sam will give you the names later. Well, gotta be leaving. So long, Sam.
So long, old-timer.
Here we go.
So long, 41.
So long,
flying.
The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Be Young Again. Not just a little flavor. That was Be Young Again, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us take you back to last Wednesday night and show you how Jack and the rest of us celebrated New Year's Eve. Our little story opens at Jack's house around 7 p.m., where Jack, assisted by Rochester, is getting dressed for a big night at the
Rochester, where did you put the cufflinks for my dress shirt?
The what?
The pearl cufflinks. What happened to them?
Don't you remember, boss, you said I could wear them to my lodge meeting the other night?
All right, now give me my cufflinks.
Well, here's what happened, boss. One of them slipped out of my cuff and rolled under the pool table.
Uh-huh.
And when I got down on my knees to pick it up, somebody faded me.
Well, I'll be... So you lost one of my links in a crap game. What happened to the other one?
That lasted for about 3 passes, then bingo.
Well, that's a fine fix you put me in. What do you expect me to do, keep my hands in my pockets all evening?
Why don't you stick one of them in your vest like Napoleon?
Napoleon?
He was Emperor of France.
I know what he was. You don't have to tell me about Napoleon. My cousin Boo Boo's worn his hat sideways since he was 12 years old. Oh, well, I'll just have to roll these cuffs up a little and hope they stay there.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny, but what conveyance are you planning on to take you to the Biltmore Bowl?
You're driving us there in the Maxwell, of course. Then afterwards, the evening is yours. Are you going to celebrate tonight, Rochester?
Yes, sir. I'm going to a ball at the Central Avenue. You walk in. If you're not carried out, you get your money back club.
Oh. Well, you better walk in and out. Now, remember, Rochester, you promised not to drink tonight.
Yes, sir. I'll just order martinis and eat the olives out of them.
That's right. You can eat all the olives you want.
I got a bad tooth, though. I might have to float them down.
What was that? Now, Rochester, I'm warning you for the last time. When you come to work tomorrow, if you're not... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Aren't you dressed yet?
I'm just finishing up.
Well, hurry. Dennis is waiting outside for us in a cab.
A cab? Mary, I told you Rochester's going to drive us down to the Biltmore and the Maxwell.
I am not riding in that smudge pot with this new evening gown.
You're going to take the Maxwell. You're not the only one that's dolled up, sister. I've got my tuxedo on.
You can burn that under an orange tree, too.
All right. We'll take a cab.
Then come on, let's go.
I can't leave until little Carolyn Lee gets here. I promised to let her see me all dressed up.
That kid is sure crazy about you, boss.
Well, I have a way with the ladies, I guess. Whether they're 6 or 60.
But in between, you can't get one unless they're hungry.
Now, listen, Mary, I'm a ladies' man at any age.
Then why did you phone at the last minute and make me break a date to go out with you tonight?
Because Stella Buggenhaven happens to be working. And I sent her an orchid this afternoon before I found out. Like a darn fool.
How do you know she's working?
Because she canceled her date with me. She got to do retakes on her new picture, The Sweetheart of Gopher Gulch.
Well, she looks like a gopher if I ever saw one.
Mary, if you ever looked a gopher right in the face, you'd see that they have beautiful, soft brown eyes. And so has Stella. Anyway, I'm hooked for an orchid. Oh, well.
Come on, Jack. That's Dennis waiting for us in the cab.
Well, run along. I'll join you in a minute. Here, take my violin with you.
Oh, Jack, you always have to drag that fiddle every place you go.
Mary, Phil's orchestra's playing there, and Phil may call on me to entertain. If he wants to remain on my program. Now, take it with you.
Okay. Happy New Year, Rochester.
Same to you, Miss Livingston.
Well, Rochester, I guess you can run along, too. Have a good time tonight.
Thanks, Mr. Benny.
And look, Rochester, I know it's New Year's Eve, so I'm not going to be a wet blanket. I'll tell you what. It's okay with me if you take one drink at the stroke of midnight.
There's 12 strokes, boss. Let's hit them all.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it. You can go now, Rochester, but remember, I'm putting you on your honor.
That'll take care of everything. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Rochester. Oh, by the way, have you seen... Oh, well, I'll find it. Must be around here somewhere. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, bum-dee-da-da-dee. Not there. Da-dum, bum-dee-da-da-dum, bum-dee-da-dee. I had it yesterday. I can't imagine what happened to it. I wonder if it's in the... Oh, hello, Carolyn.
Hello, Jack.
Well, I'm wearing my tuxedo. How do I look?
Gee, I think you're the prettiest man in the whole world.
Now, wait a minute, Carolyn. You're taking in a lot of territory. Prettiest man. By the way, honey, this afternoon when we were playing those games, did you hide something you didn't tell me about?
What do you mean, Jack?
Well, I've been looking all over for a certain something, and I can't find it. Did you hide it somewhere? Huh?
What do you think?
I think you did. Now, tell Uncle Jack where you put it.
No, you'll have to look for it.
Carolyn, I'm in a hurry. Now, tell me, where is it?
No, you'll have to guess.
Carolyn, I'm in no mood for guessing. Look, kid, I'm going out tonight. I've got to have my toupee. Now, Carolyn, please tell me, where did you put it?
Well, I was out in the yard, and a poor little bird didn't have any nest.
Oh, fine. Well, I'll just fluff my hair up a little. That'll have to do, I guess. I have to leave now, Carolyn, so kiss me goodnight, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I thought I was going with you.
Carolyn, I didn't say tonight. I said when you're 18 years old, I'll go out with you on New Year's Eve.
But when I'm 18, you'll be 35 or 40.
I'll take that. Now, good night, honey. Run along home and tell your mother I said Happy New Year.
I want to stay here and have some bread and jam.
You can have bread and jam tomorrow. Now, good night, Carolyn.
Good night, Jack. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sweetheart. Four jars of jam already this week. Not only that, my toupee is up in a tree somewhere. Oh, well. I'm coming. Ooh, my shins. Darn, these dress shoes are too slippery. Got to wear them more often. Oh, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. A little cockeyed, I see. No, I just tripped and fell down the steps. Say, you're home rather early, Mr. Billingsley. Aren't you going to wring out the old and ring in the new? Not tonight. I always do my laundry on Monday. Oh, I see. Well, good night, Mr. Benny. Good night. A gentleman wouldn't say that. Well, I never saw one that didn't. What does that mean? I can't figure him out at all.
Hurry up, Jack. We can't wait here all night.
I'm coming. Click, 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 click. Listen to that meter. 3:35 already. Wow. Say, Dennis, how come you haven't got a date? I thought you were going to bring a... Whoop, 3:40. I thought, Dennis, I thought you were going to bring a girl tonight. What happened?
She had to work.
Oh, is she a chorus girl?
No, she's a welder at Lockheed. Well, I can sympathize with you, Dennis. I had a date with Stella Buggenhaven tonight, but she had to do retakes on the Sweetheart of 350. I know that thing is going too fast. Go for Gulf. It's too bad I sent her that orchid. Well, here we are at the Biltmore Bowl.
Look at that sign. Phil Harris and his orchestra, but come in anyway.
Yeah. How much is that, buddy?
Exactly what it says, $3.50.
Oh.
Let me pay it, Mr. Benny.
No, Dennis, this is on me.
But I insist.
Nothing doing, kid. This is my treat.
Okay.
Here you are, buddy.
Thanks.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, boy, I bet we're going to have fun tonight.
Oh, boy, if you can't talk sense, shut up. Come on, let's go in. There's Phil's band. I hope he reserved a good table for us. Where do you think you're going, Dennis?
I'm going with you.
Oh, you are, eh?
Oh, Jack, for heaven's sake, what's the matter with you?
I can't stand a cheapskate.
Say, Phil got us a nice ringside table, didn't he?
Yeah, right near the orchestra. Yippee!
Dennis, have fun, but don't kick my violin. It's right there by your foot. Gee, I wish I had a paper hat like everybody else.
What do you want with a paper hat?
You're supposed to wear one on New Year's Eve. I'll straighten this out. Where's the waiter? Pardon me, are you the waiter?
What do I look like with this napkin over my arm? A roller towel?
Now, just watch your step, Bud. I happen to be a very good friend of Phil Harrison.
You can have him, too.
Now, look, waiter, you get me a paper hat, or I'll tell this young man with me not to leave a tip after he pays the check. Scram. The thing I hate is a fresh waiter.
Well, look who's here. Cash customers. Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Phil. You sure got a big crowd here tonight.
Why not? Good music, good food, and just oodles of Harris.
Hey, what more can anyone ask? Huh?
Say, Phil, I see you've got a bigger orchestra tonight. Isn't that a new man in the front row?
Where?
That big guy with the mustache.
He ain't no musician. That's a house detective.
Well, what's the house detective doing in your orchestra?
He claims the bass fiddle is full of spoons.
Are you kidding? Why, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but if he ever looks in that tuba, we're cooked. Well, see you later, kids. I'm going over to say hello to Don Wilson. He and Peggy are in a big party over here.
Oh, well, tell him to drop over, huh? Hey, waiter. Waiter, what about that paper hat?
Here you are, a gorgeous green one.
How can I wear a green hat with my blue eyes? The colors clash.
Oh, what are you worried about? You'll be asleep in a few minutes anyway.
I'm going to stay up tonight. I took a Benzedrine. Get me another hat, waiter. And here's something else. There's no confetti at this table. When it's midnight and the celebration starts, what am I going to throw?
Shake that tuxedo and let the moths fly out.
Now, listen, you one more wisecrack, and I'll speak to Baron Long, the owner of this hotel. He's a pal of mine. If you don't mind, we'd like to order drinks. What do you want, Mary?
I'll just have a lemonade.
Okay. I'll have a glass
Good evening, Mr. Bernie. Are you having a good time tonight?
Yes, thank you.
That's good.
I'll have a... Who was that, Mary?
Your pal, Baron Long.
Oh. Waiter, I'll have a glass of muscatel. How about you, Dennis?
Make fine a zombie.
A zombie? You'll have a lemonade the same as Mary.
Okay, but I'm going to hiccup.
All right, hick. Do anything you want. Waiter, that'll be 2 lemonades and a glass of muscatel for me.
Yes, sir. I'll bet you're a beast when you have a couple of drinks in you.
Quite the contrary. I'm very jovial. And don't forget that confetti. Come on, kids. Let's blow our horns and have fun. For heaven's sake, it's New Year's Eve.
Hey, Jack, look who just came in.
Where?
He's coming down the steps. It's Rodney Dangerfield, that corny cowboy.
Oh, yeah.
And look who's with him.
Who? Well, I'll be Stella Buggenhaven. So she was working tonight, eh? Imagine ditching me for that.
Hello, Rodney.
Howdy, ma'am. A mighty happy New Year to you.
Same to you, partner.
And Jack, how be you?
I be fine. Who's the young lady with you, Rod?
Hello, Jack.
Well, it can't be Stella Buckenhaven. She's working tonight. And where did you get that lovely orchid, as if I didn't know? Miss Buckenhaven?
Why, Jack, I do believe you're jealous. Come on, Rodney, let's go to our own table.
Oh, no. Do join my little party. I bought that orchid. I'm going to smell it. One smell. Sit down. Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
What do you have, Stella?
A champagne cocktail, please.
A champagne cocktail for Miss Buckenhaven.
Do you want to go that high, Daddy?
Just bring it. And what do you have, Mr. Dangerfield?
I'll have a great big tall glass of carrot juice.
Carrot juice? Isn't that a little too strong for you, Rod? Sissy?
Oh, Jack, you say the funniest thing.
Well, I've always got an answer, ain't it, Phil?
Hey, kids, they're still back in the bandstand. Looks like the show's going to start.
Oh, I hope he doesn't ask me to stand up and take a bow. Get the fiddle out of the case, Dennis.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for our second show. And I see we have a lot of sobralities sitting in our audience.
Sobralities?
And I'd like to ask a few of them to stand up and take a bow. Now, first,
I want you to meet one of the greatest movie stars.
Oh, I wish he wouldn't do that.
That famous cowboy of Western pictures, Rodney Dangerfield.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. I'm sure sorry I didn't bring my guitar.
Had to bring his gun along. What a ham.
And sitting right next to him is his lovely leading lady, that charming girl of the Golden West, Miss Stella Buggenhaven.
Thank you. I love you all.
A very pretty speech, Stella. Brief, but it had a message.
You make me sick.
Behave.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce a very dear friend of mine. A great radio star who needs no introduction.
Dennis, give me the fiddle.
I have been associated with this grand personality for a number of years. And he came here tonight to relax and enjoy himself, just like everybody else. There. But I know if we insist, we can get Dennis Day to come up and sing a chorus for us. What? Come on up here, kid.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't me. I came here to relax and enjoy myself, like he said.
Well, sit down. You look like a sap with that violin under your chin.
Oh, yes.
How are you, Dennis? What's it going to be, kid?
I'm going to sing a song I did on the JEKYL program a few weeks ago, Rose O'Day.
Well, hit it, Pappy.
Hand me his lemonade, Mary. I'm going to put pepper in it.
You're my Filigadusha, Shinnamarusha, Valderalda, Boomtoody, Rosade. You're my Filigadusha, Shinnamarusha, Valderalda, Boomtoody, Rosade. You're my Filigadusha, Shinnamarusha, Valderalda, Boomtoody. You're daring, you're darling, you're lovely. That's what I mean when I say Rosade. You're my Filigadusha, Shinnamarusha, Ballarala, Bunturie. Oh, Johnny McCarthy loved Rosie O'Day. She was the prettiest thing, so they say. And every night in this sweet Irish way, under her window he'd sing in this way. And Moriarty, Sue Donahue, Mary Malone, and the rest who they do. They all want his favors, and what does he do? He sings to the one he loves best that he do. Rosade, you're my Filigadusha, Shinnamarusha, Ballarala, Boom-Toodie, Rosade. You're my Filigadusha, Shinnamarusha, Ballarala, Boom-Toodie. You're daring, you're darling, oh, you're lovely. Sure, that's what I mean when I say Rosade. Oh, Rosade. You're my Filigadusha, Shinnamarusha, Ballarala, Boom-Toodie, sweet Rosade.
Thank you, Dennis. That was swell, kid, and I appreciate your getting up here.
Hey, Phil! Don't be so obvious. If you can't see your violin, the heck with them.
Yeah, that's right. The heck with him.
And now, folks, sitting at a table on the other side of the room is my old pal and one of the greatest announcers in radio, Don Wilson. Come on, Don. Say something, will you?
Okay, Phil. Hello again. This is Don Wilson speaking.
Hello again. He stole that from me.
And I hope you're all having as much fun as I am tonight. I've had 6 delicious dishes of Jell-O, and I'm raring to go. Yippee!
I've been saying Jell-O again for years. It's mine.
In a few minutes now, it'll be 12 o'clock, and I want to wish you all a very happy and prosperous New Year.
Mary, pass me that glass of water, will you?
What are you taking there?
Another Benzedrine. I'm getting sleepy. Thanks.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Phil. Oh, yes. And now, folks, here comes the biggest surprise of the evening. I'm sure that with a little encouragement and applause, we can get Jack Benny to come up here...
And play a violin solo. Here I
come. Well, I'm a little embarrassed here. Thanks for asking me to come up here, Phil, although I'm really not prepared. However, ladies and gentlemen, I've had many requests...
Sit down, you bum! Sit down!
One drunk in the audience. He had to wait for me. Oh, well. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had many requests to play Love and Bloom. And being in a sentimental mood this evening, I'm only too happy to oblige. Love and Bloom, folks. I hope you like it.
It's 1942, folks. Happy New Year! Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to Everybody dance, folks. Come on. Hit it, boys.
Oh, well, let's celebrate. Where's the muscatel?
Here's a suggestion for a mighty swell dessert, friends. It's Jack Benny's Jellied Fruit Medley, and one of Jack Benny's own special favorites. And it's an easy recipe to remember. Just canned fruit salad molded in strawberry jello. Now, all you have to do is dissolve one package of jello imitation strawberry flavor in 1 pint of hot fruit juice and water. Next, chill until slightly thickened, and fold in 1 can of fruit salad cut into small pieces. Chill until firm, and then serve with a garnishing of spicy mint leaves and bright red cherries. You'll say, as does Jack, that this is one of the finest desserts you ever tasted. Many grocers are featuring canned fruit salad and strawberry jello all next week. Get both tomorrow and make up this grand treat. Just be sure when you buy to get Jello, because Jello's locked-in process brings you the flavor for your enjoyment.
This is the last number of the 14th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, folks, that's exactly what happened when we went out and celebrated on New Year's Eve.
Tell him what happened in the cab on the way home.
All right, so I fell asleep. How many Benzedrines do you think I carry with me? Good night, folks.
The Jell-O Show. The orchestra opens a program with me and my buddy next door. What is it, friends, that makes Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert? Well, the answer is Jell-O's all-around goodness. For Jell-O is a perfect dessert, a dessert that has everything. There's Jell-O's ease of preparation and its low, thrifty price. There's Jell-O's inviting color, its bright, beguiling beauty and attractiveness. There's Jell-O's famous flavor, a flavor that reminds you of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. And now, today, there's Jell-O's new and exclusive locked-in process. This wonderful new process locks Jell-O's delightful goodness right into the tiny Jell-O particles and gives you extra richness, extra pleasure every time you enjoy a swell-looking, swell-tasting Jell-O dessert. Let your next package prove it. Open a box of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Yet the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it pours for your enjoyment. So get several packages of Jell-O tomorrow and all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. See if you don't enjoy Jell-O even more than ever, now that Jell-O's glorious flavor is locked in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Don Wilson. Jack Benny will not be with us tonight, but he hopes you will enjoy the program we have prepared for you. Jack wants you to know that he will be back with us again next week. In the following half hour, you will hear Malin Merrick, his orchestra, his singing chorus, the Sportsman's Quartet, and Dennis Day.
There's room here for two, dear, but after the ceremony, we'll both ride back home, dear, as one on my pony from old Cheyenne. See that lovely land we knew, Madeleine, flower of Normandy, Madeleine, my weeping fleur-de-lis. Stars have lost their light since we're apart. Silent night, my heart is calling. Madeleine, someday we'll meet once more. Once again, we'll dream just like before. Pray with me that we shall see that lovely land we knew. Then, Madeline, I'll come back to you. Through the sad and lonely hours of night, the stars are shining sentinels of light. I know they smile on Madeline, comforting, promising. Madeline, someday we'll meet once more. Once again, we'll dream just like before. With your love to guide me back to happiness we knew. Then, Madeline, I'll come back to you.
Malin Merrick and his orchestra with La Comparsita.
there's a funny-looking booba. He plays the Roomba on the tuba down in Cuba. Oh, when he's apple, selling apple, but the shepherd rabbit rapper with his Oompa,
Oompa, Oompa, they prefer it to the Hoopa Doopa Doopa.
He's on the Roomba on his tuba down in Cuba. It doesn't take him long to get a tumble, for all the Roomba love is love is rumble. Oh, how I love to see his double, for without a bit of trouble with his Oompa,
Oompa, Oompa.
He can knock 11 ladies for a Oompa. He's on the Roomba on his tuba down in Cuba. He's not a greenhorn, he goes a greenhorn. I love to see You bet your biz.
He surely is.
You bet he is. Well, now Havana loves this booba.
Oompa oompa.
Who plays the rumba on the tuba down in Cuba.
Oompa oompa.
I guess they lay the but they tell us every peanut vendor's jealous of his
Oompa oompa oompa. They prefer it to the hoopa doopa doopa.
They love the rumba on the tuba, they do. They love the rumba oompa oompa on the tuba, they do.
Oompa oompa oompa, they prefer it to the hoopa doopa doopa.
They love the rumba on his tuba. Down in Cuba.
You heard of Phil, the fluter of the town of Ballymuck. The times were going hard with him. In fact, the man was broke. So he just sent out a notice to his neighbors, one and all, as how he liked their company that evening at a ball. And when writing out, he was careful to suggest to them, if they found a hat of his convenient to the door, the more they put in. Whenever he requested them, the better would the music be for dancing on the floor with the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety till the fluters fall? Then little Mickey Mulligan got up to show them how, and then the widow Cafferty stepped out and makes her vow. I could dance you off your legs, says she, as sure as you were born. You'll only make the piper play, the hair was in the corn. So Phil plays up to the best of his ability. The lady and the gentleman begin to do the share. Faith and Nick, it's you that has agility. Be got a Mrs. Cafferty, you're leaping like a hare. With the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety till the fluters fall? Then till the fluter tipped a wink a little crooked pat. I think it's nearly time, says he, for passing round the hat. So Paddy passed the hat around and looking mighty cute. Says you've got to pay the piper when he tutors on the flute. Then all joined in with the greatest joviality, covering the buckle and the shuffle and the cut. Jigs, Wofford danced of the very finest quality, but the widow beat the company of handling the foot with the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety at till the fluters ball? The orchestra brings you Blue Room from the musical score of The Girlfriend.
My wife and I lived all alone in a little old hut we called our own. She drank cider from a mug, but I liked mine from the little brown jug. Ha ha ha, you and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee? Ha ha ha, you and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee? I love thee. Tip-a-tip-a-tip, brown jug, tip-a-tip-a-tip, brown jug. 'Tis you who makes my friends and foes, 'tis you who make me wear old clothes. Here you are so near my nose, so tip her up and down she goes. Yuck, 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 you and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee? Yuck, yuck, yuck. brown jug, don't I love thee?
When we're alone, my wife and I, we tip our jugs and drink 'em dry.
I like butter.
So do I.
Boy, oh boy, his buttons are right.
Well, down the hatch.
After
Little brown jug, don't I love thee? The rose is red, my nose is too. The violet's blue, and so are you. Yet I guess before I stop, I'd better have another drop. One more drop. Tippity, brown jug. Tippity, brown jug. When our jugs are empty dry, and the world is spinning by, we holler out for lemon tea to come and have some jug music. Little brown jug, don't I love thee? Little brown jug, how I love thee.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we remind you again that Jack Benny will not be heard on this afternoon's Jell-O show. He will be back, however, next Sunday afternoon at this same time.
Long ago when the world was gray, I strolled away from the throng, on the lands that were once so gay, and gone the hopes held so long. Dusk was slowly falling on the leaves. The birds were hushed in every tree. Suddenly, so sweet, so strong, down from the hill came a song. La 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 la. I heard a lonely shepherd play. It was a haunting melody. I heard the music clearly saying, la 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 la, that he was happy as could be. He played and he played. The world was forgotten. Like castles in air, my every care began to fade. La 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 la. If he would only play forever. Little shepherd
Dennis Day, the mixed chorus with Malin Merrick's orchestra singing a hymn of praise for our land of the free, America the beautiful.
For beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties, above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee.
Tomorrow night for dinner, delight the folks at your house with one of the easiest desserts you ever made, and one of the best desserts they ever tasted. Cherry Flake Jell-O, one of Mary Livingston's own special favorites. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and a package of cherry Jell-O. Because here's how simple it is. Just dissolve your package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. What a treat it is. The tangy goodness of golden grapefruit, deliciously combined with rich crimson cherry Jell-O. So get a package of cherry Jell-O tomorrow and make up this swell treat. Just be sure when you buy to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O gives you extra richness, extra enjoyment, thanks to Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Tune in again next week, won't you? And listen to the Jell-O Show when Jack Benny will be back with us with his Jell-O gang, Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Phil Harris and his orchestra, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Good night, everyone. JEKYL.
Jell-O and Jell-O puddings, 2 of the grandest desserts that ever brightened a meal. Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert, and Jell-O puddings, smooth, luscious puddings with a swell homemade flavor that everybody loves. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding. This rich, creamy treat is full of golden butterscotch goodness, and it has a delightful old-fashioned flavor that you'll really enjoy. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Boy, Oh Boy. Boy, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who...
Hold it down. Jack isn't here yet.
Well, where is he?
I just left Mr. Benny a nickel to make a telephone call.
Oh, he's probably talking to his lawyers again.
His lawyers?
Yeah, Harrington, and Drew. It's about that accident Rochester had with the Maxwell a couple of weeks ago.
Remember when we were up at Marchfield?
Oh, but that was Rochester's fault. He was driving along and smashed right into a truck.
Well, Jack claims the truck cheated. It had brakes. Let's open the door and listen.
Okay.
Gee, I hope I get my nickel back. It's my life savings.
Quiet.
Shh. Yes? Yes, Rochester was on his way to Marchfield to pick me up. But the accident wasn't his fault. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out. Yes, but... Look, who am I talking to? Harrington, or Drew?
It's gotta be Drew.
Well, look, Mr. Drew, make a note of this right away. The damages to the Maxwell amount to $158.64. What? How can I lend you my pencil? We're talking on the telephone. 4 names on the door and no pencil. Well, now look, Drew, I'll tell you what. You get in touch with the trucking company, And if they're willing to settle out of court... What's that, operator? Another nickel for 3 minutes? Well, now, look, Droop, you get in touch with the trucking company. If they're willing to settle out of court, it's okay with me, but tell them that $158.64 is what I want, and not a penny less. Goodbye. Phew.
What a workout that nickel got. I'll bet the buffalo lost 6 pounds. Duck, fellas, here he comes.
Oh, sorry I'm late, kids. Go ahead, Don. Introduce me.
Okay.
Who are you talking to, Jack?
Oh, on the phone just now? That was an old girlfriend of mine from Waukegan. She just got into town. Boy, was she a hot mama.
Then why did you call her Droop?
The years have taken their toll. Anyway, she's in town, and we're stepping out tonight.
Oh, stop, will you? We heard you talking to your lawyer about that little accident with the Maxwell.
Oh, so you were all snooping around, eh? Well, if you want to know something, it wasn't a little accident. My goodness, look what happened to Rochester.
Well, I saw Rochester the next day, and he didn't have a scratch on him.
Well, fortunately, since then, he's had the hives, and he's all bandaged up now. But I'm not bringing that into the case unless I have to.
There's just one thing I can't understand, Jack. You say that Rochester bumped into the truck.
That's right. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out.
Well, I'd say that your brakes must have been in pretty bad shape. So if I were the judge, I'd look into that.
Well, you're not a judge, and if you don't keep your big fat mouth shut, you won't be an announcer either. Now, let's settle down and get on with the program. You'd think that... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, I did it. Harris done it. Congratulate me.
Congratulate you. What'd you do, Phil? What happened?
Well, I passed the midterm examination at night school.
Oh, so you're out of the beginners class, eh? You're not a freshman anymore.
Nope, from now on I'm a semaphore.
First you're a freshman, and now you're a semaphore. Let me ask you something, Phil. When are you going to be a sophomore?
Who knows? I may quit school before then.
Well, I give up. I'll just let semaphore ride.
How were the examinations, Phil? Were the questions very tough?
I'll say, here's a sample, Mary. Name the 48 states and give the capital to those that have them.
Those that have them? Phil, every state has a capital. And I doubt very much that you answered that question correctly.
Oh, yeah? Well, try me out. Ask me one.
Okay, what's the capital of Idaho?
Boys Town.
That's Boise. Boys Town. It's Boise. The reason I remember that is because when I was in vaudeville, Boise, Idaho was one of my best towns. They loved me in Idaho.
Then why did they throw baked potatoes at you?
They didn't throw them at me. I got paid in potatoes. Get it straight.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you get a big salary in those days?
Well, I don't like to brag, kid, but I haven't played Boise since 1927, and I've still got half a sack left. And I love my starches, if you know what I mean.
By the way, Phil, what other subjects did you have in your examinations besides geography?
Well, we had arithmetic and history.
Uh-huh.
Hey, fellas, here's a tough question I nearly missed. Who crossed the Delaware, Washington or Lincoln?
Oh, that stumped you, eh?
Yeah, so I flipped the coin, it came out Washington, and now I'm a semaphore.
Phil, that word is... No, I won't tell him. No, now, Phil, let's forget about night school and have a band number.
Okay.
Say, Phil, tell Jack about that new subject you're taking up.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to give you the hot news, Jackson. You know what I'm studying this term? French.
French?
Get a load of this. Je mange la fenêtre.
Oh, very good. What does that mean, Phil?
I ate the window.
You ate the window?
Yeah.
Well, what the heck do you want to eat a window for? You eat bread, you eat rolls, you eat cake.
Wait till I learn them. Till then, I eat the window.
Well, here's a tip for you, Phil. Stay out of French restaurants.
You better stay out of them, too, till you learn the language.
Oh, I can read French. Come on, Phil, let's have your band number.
Tell him what happened to you at Gaston's the other night.
Oh, that could happen to anybody. Come on, Phil, play.
Well, wait a minute. What was it, Mary?
Well, you know how Jack likes to show off.
Oh.
Well, we sat down at the table, and naturally the menu was all in French.
All in French, all in French. Forget it.
And what happened?
Jack ordered a nice, thick, juicy watch your hat and coat with mushroom sauce.
Well, eventually I got a steak. Go ahead with your number, Phil. I've got to go out in the hall and call up my lawyer.
Has your lawyer got a phone?
There's a phone in the barber shop downstairs from his office. They'll call him, don't worry. All right, hit it, Phil. Yes? Yeah. Now, look, Mr. Droop, you tell the trucking company that if they don't settle right now, I'll take them to court first thing in the morning. Postpone it till Wednesday. What do you want to postpone it for? Oh, Harrington is wearing your suspenders. Well, you can try the case with your pants at half-mast. Be there tomorrow morning. No wonder they call him Droop. Now, Droop, tell the trucking company. What's that, operator? Tell the trucking company I want $158 to straighten the chassis, $8 for repair headlights, 64 cents for a wing fatigue on radiator. Goodbye. People don't stick their hands out. They've got to pay.
What are you mumbling about?
Oh, this darn case has got me all upset. Anyway, that was High Neighbor, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, Phil, although it was a little loud. Phil?
What?
I said it was a little loud.
Well, how do you know it was loud? You were out in the hall and couldn't even hear it.
I couldn't hear your band? Phil, you play in the Biltmore Bowl of the Biltmore Hotel here in Los Angeles, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I know some people who live at the Biltmore that haven't been able to sleep since you opened, and the Biltmore I mean is in Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm not kidding.
Well, it's their own fault. They ought to close their windows.
Oh, fine.
You know, like I said, they ought to manger la fenêtre.
That's eat the window, you semaphore. We're 2 words ahead of that semaphore there. Now, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the show here. Come on. Now, let's see, where are we?
Boise, Idaho.
We are not.
Well, someone just hit me with a potato.
I don't care. We're in Hollywood. Now, let me announce our play. Ladies and gentlemen, for our dramatic offering this evening, the Benny Retreaded Thespians are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled The FRIGHTWIG Murder Case, or He Died with His Tooth On. Now, I will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny, as fearless a bloodhound as ever sniffed a clue. Phil Harris will be Sergeant O'Reilly, my assistant sniffer. Mary, you're going to be the wife of the murdered man. And Dennis, you're going to be the victim.
Gee, there's no future in that.
I'm going to be your wife. What have I got?
Quiet. Now, let's see.
I want a bigger part, Mr. Benny. Why don't you lay on the floor and be the murdered man?
I wish I could. My feet are killing me. Now, who else? Oh, yes, Don, you're going to be the butler.
Oh, every time we do a mystery, I'm the butler. Why can't I be a detective?
Because any man that can't look over his stomach is apt to overlook a clue. Say, say, that's all right. That line was pretty clever, eh, Mary?
What do you care? You saved your money.
Well, I liked it. Now, before presenting our mystery, folks, let me give you a brief synopsis of what happened up to now. On the night of January 24th, A.D., after dinner, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a social lion, was found murdered in his den. Just before the murder, his wife was in the room reading a copy of Live Alone and Like It, which may have thrown her a thought. The victim was playing solitaire when he was suddenly interrupted by a lead kibitzer. Now, who committed this crime? Was it the chauffeur?
No, I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you, innocent.
Was it the butler?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
What do you mean you didn't do it?
At the time of the murder, I was at my neighborhood grocer's buying a package of Jell-O with the new locked-in flavor.
Oh, yeah?
Please believe me. It's America's favorite gelatin dessert, and it's economical, I tell you. Eek, 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 eek.
Now, pull yourself together. Was it suicide?
No, I didn't kill me. I tell you.
What?
Me is my best friend. I love me and me loves I. You gotta believe me.
And now the wife, Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Did you or did you not kill your husband?
I hated him. I loathed him. I despised him. So that night,
Stop! We can't give it away, folks, but this mystery will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Sing, Dennis. I'm going out and call Harrington, and Drew.
I'll never forget the people I met, braving those angry skies. I remember well as the shadows fell, a light of hope in their eyes. And though I'm far away, I still can hear them say, thumbs up. For when the dawn comes up, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. There'll be love and laughter and peace ever after. Tomorrow, when the world is free, the shepherd will tend his sheep, our valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. Thumbs up, for when the dawn comes up, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliff of Dover. Tomorrow, when the world is
That was The White Cliffs of Dover, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or... Now, as the scene opens... lay down on the floor, Dennis. You're the murdered man. Lay right there on your back.
If I lay on my back, I'll snore.
You're getting paid, and you'll stay awake till the program is over. Now, as the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Benny and Sergeant Phil O'Reilly in their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. There's the phone, O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Never mind, I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, I want to talk to Detective O'Benny.
That's me. What is it?
My name is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. I want you to come over to my house right away. My husband has been shot.
Oh, really?
Is that for me, Cap?
I said, oh, really, O'Reilly. Shut up. Now, madam, what makes you think your husband was shot?
He's laying on the floor, and there's an extra buttonhole in his shirt.
There is, eh? Well, I'll be right over. And don't make any more buttonholes till I get there. See you in a few minutes.
Okay, Cap, bring some White Rock.
I ought to bring some aspirin for that cold of yours. Goodbye.
What happened, Cap?
Homer J. Frightwig has just been murdered. It's up to me to find out who did it. I think there's a woman in the case.
A woman, eh? Well, you know the old saying, manger la fenêtre.
That's cherchez la femme. Now, you stay here, Sarge. I've got work to do. I'll take the patrol wagon.
You can't. The boys are delivering beer in it.
Oh, then I'll take the squad car. And I'll solve this case, or my name ain't... Well, here it is. This is the place, all right. Open up in the name of the law.
This is police headquarters.
Doggone, I forgot to release the brake. Well, I'll try it again. Better come with me this time, Sarge. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Pick up some pretzels. We got a barrel left over. That is all.
Step on it, Sarge. We got to solve this case and get back. This must be the place, Sarge. Open up in there. Come on, open up.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, eh? Make a note of that, Sarge.
Okay, Cap.
Now, come on, you. Where's the murdered man?
That ain't a brass rail you got your foot on.
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
That's okay, Mr. Benny.
Shut up. Now, the first thing we got to do is grill the suspect.
I thought the Frightwigs lived here.
They do. Suspects can be anybody. Now, wait a minute. Are you the butler here?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly? Shake hands with O'Reilly. O'Reilly, 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 O'Reilly. Now, let's get on with the case. Wait a minute. Who's this? Are you Mrs. Frightwig?
No, I am the French maid.
The French maid, eh? Well, tell me, where were you at the time of the crime?
Je n'en sais rien du tout. J'étais dormi dans ma chambre et j'entendais un bruit terrible. Alors je m'habillai immédiatement et je descendais. Je ne sais absolument de ce crime féroce. Je suis innocent. Je vous affirme, complètement innocent. Il faut que vous me croyiez.
Translate that, Sarge.
Are you kidding?
Well, you're studying French, aren't you? What was the maid doing tonight?
She didn't eat the window, that I know.
A fine help you are. Now, let's get to work here. Where is Mrs. Frightwig?
Here she comes now.
Well, good evening, gents. What's all the commotion?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Frightwig. I'm here to find out who killed your husband.
Oh, let's not talk shop, Kathy. Come on over here on the sofa and sit down.
None of that, Mrs. Frightwig. I represent the long arm of the law.
Well, wrap it around me. I'm lonesome.
I haven't got time for that.
I have, but I'm a married man.
Quiet, Sarge. Now tell me, madam, where were you at the time of the murder?
Back of a gun, minding my own business.
Back of a gun, eh? Then you admit you killed your husband.
Sure, I admit it.
Uh-huh. And why did you kill him?
He was always singing shortening bread.
Oh.
Mama's little baby loves shortening. Mama's little baby
I know
loves
how it goes. Well, I don't blame you, Mrs. Frightwig, but I still have to arrest you in the name of the law. Wait a minute, hold everything. Nobody leave this room. Come in. What do you want here, fellas?
Pardon me, but we're looking for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny, but you'll have to wait. I'm right in the middle of a play.
Well, you'll have to stop your play. This is important.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. What's going on here? Who are you?
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Droop.
Oh, my lawyers, eh? Now, look, fellas. I
We're
want
here to tell you, my good man, that you are in the soup.
The what?
You're in the soup, the soup, the soup. You're in the soup, the soup, the soup.
You tell him, Droop.
You're in the soup. You're in the soup.
What do you mean I'm in the soup?
Well, let's review the facts.
Whereas you've got to admit that a truck was hit at a certain arterial junction. Whereas they claim that your chauffeur just wouldn't pull over, or mayhap his brakes wouldn't function.
Oh.
Whereas they state that your Maxwell was minus an axle, thus knocking our case for a loop. To wit, you're in the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup.
Now, stop. Now, look, gentlemen. It wasn't Rochester's fault. The truck driver didn't have his hand out.
He didn't have his hand out. Poor lad. Well, I would say that things for him look bad.
What is this, anyway?
For his ugly crime, he surely will serve time, and then hang by the neck until death.
Until death, he will hang until death.
No. I don't want the truck driver to hang, fellas. Now, let's get this straight. Rochester started out from Sunset Boulevard and Vine Street to pick me up at March Field. And everything was all right until he got to Figueroa Street.
Figueroa?
Yes.
Figueroa.
What's that got to do with Figueroa Street, fellas?
Figueroa.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Will you wait a minute? I can't talk to you now. Go away. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny, and don't worry. The most the judge will give you is 30 days.
What do you mean I'll get 30 days?
30 days. You'll get Billigadooshie, Shinnamarooshie, Balleralla, all 30 days. 30 days.
For heaven's sake,
30 days. You'll get Billigadooshie, Shinnamarooshie, Balleralla, all 30 days.
Well, that's about the silliest. I'll be darned. Fine lawyers I've got.
Come on, let's finish the sketch.
Yeah, who killed me?
We'll never know, Dennis. Play, Phil.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that your family will add to their list of favorite desserts the very first time they taste it. And it's one of Mary Livingston's own favorites, too. A beautiful, tempting dessert called Cherry Flake Jell-O. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and one package of cherry Jell-O. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. The result will be a tempting blend of canned grapefruit and rich crimson cherry Jell-O. A treat the whole family will want to enjoy time and time again. Many grocers are featuring canned grapefruit and cherry Jell-O all next week. So get both and make up this swell dessert. But remember, when you buy, to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's new process locks in its extra rich flavor.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Say, Mary, do you want to come to my house for dinner tonight?
Yeah, what are we going to have?
Oh, Rochester picks up some baked potatoes and a nice Virginia ham.
Oh, you played Richmond, too.
Yeah, I went over big there. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloit.
Have you plenty of Jell-O puddings in the pantry? If you haven't, better get several packages tomorrow so the family can keep on enjoying those grand pudding treats they love so much. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, one of the smoothest, creamiest puddings you ever tasted. And it has such a rich, mellow flavor, especially developed for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch puddings. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. Los Angeles. Los Angeles. Los Angeles.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Call Out the Marines. Back in Grandma's day, when Grandma wanted to serve the folks a particularly fine dessert, the dessert she chose was pretty apt to be rich, shimmering Jell-O. And today, housewives still reach for that familiar red-lettered package, still depend on Jell-O for their most tempting treats. Yes, Jell-O is now more than ever America's favorite gelatin dessert. Because Jell-O today is better than ever. That famous Jell-O flavor has a new vividness, a new thrill to it. It's now locked in, protected for your pleasure by a new and exclusive Jell-O process. A process that locks Jell-O's intriguing goodness right into the tiny Jell-O particles and gives you an exciting new richness and extra delicious flavor that will have you shouting hurrah for the first time you taste it. But why not prove all this for yourself? Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O just as you would in making a Jell-O dessert. And notice how the captive flavor rushes out marvelously rich. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O tomorrow and discover for yourself how Jell-O's new process makes Jell-O better than ever. Call Out the Marines, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as this evening marks the halfway point of our radio season, I think it only fair that we pay tribute to the man who has contributed his invaluable services to the Jell-O show.
Well,
a man upon whose broad shoulders rests the burden of maintaining the high comedy level of this program.
gee.
And here he is, folks, our sound effects man, Mr. Virgil Reimer.
Hey, what is this?
Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, I want to tell you this is the happiest
Wait
day
a minute. Wait a minute. What's going on here, Don?
Well, Jack, I thought the public might be sort of tired of hearing me introduce you week after week. So for a switch, I thought I'd introduce one of the men behind the scenes.
Oh, you thought you'd pull a little surprise on your old boss, huh?
And you certainly fell for it.
I did at that. Well, Don, I've got a little surprise for you, too. Remember one day in New York when I was having lunch with Harry Von Zell?
Uh-huh.
And you got all upset about it, and I told you not to worry?
Yes?
Well, knit your eyebrows, brother. The heat's on again. Now, let's get going with the program.
Okay. Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way...
Virgil! Go away, will you, and stick to your sound effect.
Oh, give him a chance, Jack. After all, I introduced him, so let him say a few words.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Virgil, but make it snappy.
Thanks, chum. Ladies and gentlemen, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. I was walking down the street. And the traffic was something terrible. Oh, for Pete's sake. When all of a sudden a panhandler walked up and asked me for a nickel for a cup of coffee, so I gave it to him.
Oh, fine. Now listen, Virgil.
Just then, it started to rain.
Rain? It's a wonder it didn't thunder. Now cut that out! All right, Virgil, you gave the panhandler a nickel, so what happened?
It was a lead nickel, so he took out his gun and killed me. I thank you.
That was very clever, Virgil. Now get up off the floor and go back to your clinks and clanks. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's the sound man doing on the floor?
Virgil? Oh, he's just trying to be funny. Everybody working for NBC wants to be a comedian.
Well, what's wrong with that? Give the kid a chance.
Listen, Mary, comedians are born, not made. Take me, for instance. I got the biggest laughs you ever heard when I was only 3 months old.
What'd you do, make off like a fan dancer with your diapers?
No, I used to stick my feet in my mouth and roll around like a rubber ball. I can go along with a gag, sister.
Jack, you say comedians are born and not made. Now, did you get into show business as a comedian?
No. As a matter of fact, Don, I started out as a concert violinist.
You started out as a janitor at the Barrison Theater in Waukegan.
As a janitor?
Yes, I found an old picture of you, and you were holding a broom.
I was holding that broom because I was cast as a witch in a Halloween play. That takes care of the broom.
Good. Now explain the dustpan.
Well, you got me in a corner again. You know, someday I'd like to broadcast from a roundhouse. You know? Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the old gent with the gray hair?
He's fine. I just got a letter from my dad this morning.
Phil means you.
I know who he means. Anyway, thanks for asking, Phil.
Say, Phil, how are you coming along with your French lessons? Have you learned anything new?
Oh, yes. How's our French scholar progressing?
Well, remember last week how I learned to say je mange la fenêtre?
Yes, you ate the window, yes. Yes, I remember.
Well, get a load of this one. Je dormais dans la encrière.
Very good, Phil. What does that mean?
I sleep in the inkwell.
What? What are you talking about? You sleep in the inkwell?
He must have had a fight with Alice.
Look, Phil, as long as you're studying French, why don't you learn something that makes sense?
Jackson, it's a tough language. I gotta take it any way I can get it.
All right, sleep in the inkwell. Eat the window. It's your life. All I ask is that you don't show off when Humphrey Bogart gets here.
Humphrey Bogart? Is he going to be on the program tonight?
Yes, we're going to finish the murder mystery we started last week. And Bogart has had a lot of experience along that line in pictures, so I thought he'd be just the right guy for my assistant.
Let me get this straight. Humphrey Bogart is going to be your assistant?
Yes. That is, he's going to be one of my assistants. Phil will be my first assistant, and Bogart will help Phil. It'll work out fine. Now, Dennis...
Yes, please?
You, of course, are going to be the murdered man, and you'll have to lay on the floor again tonight.
I figured on that, so I wore my old clothes.
You can't wear old clothes. You're supposed to be Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a wealthy stockbroker.
Have you seen the market reports lately?
That's not the point. Anyway, take this carnation and put it in your buttonhole so you look a little more convincing. And here's another thing.
Say, Jack, he's here.
Who? Who's here? Oh, well, hello, Humphrey.
Hello, Jack. Glad to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that star of Warner Brothers Pictures, Mr. Humphrey Bogart.
Thank you.
Well, Humphrey, it's darn nice of you to come over here tonight and help us solve our little murder mystery.
I'm glad to do it, Jack. I heard you play last week, and I figured somebody should do something about it.
Good. Say, Humphrey, we'll start casting in a minute, but first I want you to meet the members of my gang. This great big fellow here is Don Wilson.
It's a pleasure, Don.
Put her there, Humphrey. Out!
Watch out, Don. He's as strong as a 3-cent cigar.
You ought to know.
Quiet. And, Humphrey, this is Mary Livingston, our little comedienne. Say something funny for Mr. Bogart, Mary.
Oh, shut up.
Well, shake hands with him anyway.
Okay.
Glad to know you, Miss Livingston. Put her there.
Ouch! Mary. And this is Dennis Day, our young tenor, and Phil Harris, our musical genius.
Hiya, fellas.
Bonsoir. Come on, tally-boo, Humphrey.
Humphrey? Is that French, Humphrey? Phil, stop showing off, you know?
You know, Mr. Bogart, I took my girl to see you and all through the night, and did you make a hit with her? Did you make a hit?
Dennis.
Ah, she kind of liked me, eh, kid?
Well, she talks out of the side of her mouth now, if that means anything.
Well, that's real hero worship. I guess we can get started with the casting, Humphrey.
Say, where's Rochester? I'd like to see him.
Oh, he won't be with us tonight, Humphrey. He has a cold. He'll be all right next week, though. He's got the strongest cough medicine. Well, let's get started. You've met everybody.
What about me? Am I an old shoe or something?
Believe me, Virgil, he's not interested in meeting you. But if it'll make you happy, all right. Humphrey, this is Virgil Reimer, our great sound man.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Reimer. I've admired your work on this program for a long time.
You see?
Okay. Now let's get on with our sketch. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the second episode of our mystery melodrama, The FRIGHTWIG Murder Case, or That Rug Will Have to Go to the Cleaners. Now, Dennis Day will be Mr. Frightwig, the victim.
Howdy, folks.
Lay down. Mary will be his wife, who misses him now but didn't when she shot him. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
You're going to be Jurgen, the butler. Only this week, I wish you'd be a little more highbrow. Can you talk with an English accent?
Well, I'll try.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you toddle down to your neighborhood grocer, why don't you ask the clerk for a package of Jell-O?
Package?
You will find that it comes in 6 terribly divine flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and pip-pip.
Don, if it weren't for the fact that you were talking about our product, I'd say that your accent was about as English as Sambo and Tambo, you know? Now, where are we? Oh, yes. I, of course, will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny of Police Headquarters. Phil Harris will be my assistant, and Mr. Humphrey Bogart will be Phil's assistant. Now, in this drama...
Just a minute, Jack. Hold it. Would you mind repeating that?
Why, certainly. I said, I'll be Detective Captain O'Benny, Phil will be my assistant, and you'll be Phil's assistant.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I'd like to speak to you about that.
Uh-oh.
What are you uh-ohing about? Why, what's on your mind, Humphrey?
Well, frankly, I don't like the idea of being Phil's assistant.
Well, all right, then you can be my assistant, and Phil can be yours. Now, in this drama...
Just a second, Blue Eyes.
Well, thank you. What is it, Humphrey?
Now, let's get this straight. Here's the way it's going to be, see? I'm the captain, Phil's going to be my assistant, and you're going to be his assistant.
But Humphrey...
Now, look, I don't want any trouble. I'm a nice, easygoing guy, but I didn't come over here to get kicked around.
Well, who kicked you? I mean... Did you kick him, Dennis? Did you kick him, Don?
You know what I mean. I'm going to be the captain, and that's final.
All right. And you don't have to grab my coat while you're talking to me. Now, let go. And another thing, Mr. Bogart, I'm paying you for being here on this program tonight so you can be a little more civil.
Oh, are you going to pay me?
Yeah. Well, I'm not exactly paying you in cash, but I was going to send you a lovely present. A fountain pen or something.
Now, you send me a fountain pen, I'll squirt it right in your eye.
Is that so?
Oh, Jack, let him be the captain.
What else can I do? Got a good mind to punch him right in the nose.
Well, why don't you?
Because he's carrying a gun.
He's what?
A gad. He's packing a gad. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Humphrey Bogart will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny.
I want my own name.
All right, you'll be O'Bogart. And Phil, I will be your assistant. Are you happy?
Yes.
Well, then let go of me. How many times do I have to tell you? Now, this exciting drama, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Play, Phil. Here's my part, Humphrey. Get familiar with it.
That was Popocatépetl, rendered by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Render meaning to tear apart.
That's a Lulu! Virgil! Now, Virgil, get away from that mic. And stop trying to be funny on my program.
What's the matter? Do you see the handwriting on the wall?
Now, listen, Virgil. Virgil, if I have any more trouble with you, you're getting out of here. And I'd also like to get rid of Bogart.
What was that? What did you say?
I said when I was a kid, I had a go-kart. Do you mind if I had a little fun? If I hadn't given a quart of blood to the Red Cross, I'd tear him to pieces.
A quart of blood?
Yes.
You've been down there 10 times and they haven't even found a vein yet.
They'll find one, don't worry. Now, settle down, everybody. Let me announce our play.
Pardon me, Jack. I'm announcing it.
All right, announce it. Boy, I never saw such a ham. Ought to have my head examined for inviting him over here.
And will you cut out that mumbling?
Listen, I've been talking to myself for 20 years. I'm not going to stop now. Go ahead, announce the play.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to offer the second episode of our mystery melodrama entitled The FRIGHTWIG Murder Case, or All Through the Night.
Had to give his new picture a plug. I like the picture, though, but what I could have done with his part, boy.
Jack, pipe down.
Oh, poof.
Now, as you may remember, last week, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig was found murdered in his den. He was shot several times. In fact, his chest looked like a well-patronized punchboard.
Boy, I'd have gotten a yell with that line. A yell.
They'd have screamed at me.
Virgil! Go ahead, Humphrey, you gangster.
Captain O'Benny was called into the case, but was unable to make any headway. So this week, I will solve the crime.
I'll bet. Go ahead, you thug.
As the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants.
Had to make a mistake.
We find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants. Yes. In their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. Oh, Sergeant O'Harris.
Yes, Captain.
What's new on the Frenchel robbery? Did you find out if the chauffeur had anything to do with it?
Well, it couldn't have been the chauffeur, Cap. He had an airtight alibi.
Alibis. This is the third month of the investigation, and we're no further than we were when we started. Something has got to be done, I tell you. I want action. Do you understand? Action.
Yes, sir.
Not scaring me, I can tell you that.
Now, listen, O'Harris. What makes you think the chauffeur is innocent?
Well, at the time of the robbery, he was out of town. We traced him as far as Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Altoona, eh?
Boy, what a hit I used to be in that town. Stop the show every night.
Well, what happened after he left Altoona?
Well, we traced him as far as Chicago, and then we lost track of him till last week when he turned up in Los Angeles with a blonde.
With a blonde, eh?
Shut up!
All right, but if you ask me...
There's a phone. I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
All right, take it. Such a little guy, I can't understand why I don't slug him.
You're a coward.
Oh, yes. Oh, well.
Hello, police headquarters, Captain O'Bogart speaking.
Hello, Bogey. This is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig.
Oh, yes. What is it, Mrs. Frightwig?
Listen, Cappy, why don't you come over and investigate my husband's murder?
It's no use. I can't find any clues.
Well, drop in anyway. It's a rainy afternoon. Come on over.
Okay, madam. But I'm going to find out who killed your husband.
Well, if you're real nice, I'll tell you. Come on over.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Swell. Bring some olives. I've got the toothpicks. So long.
So long.
Who was that, Cap?
Yeah, who was it? Fine part I've got. Wish I had my violin with me.
Well, who was it?
That was Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Come on, men. We're going over to her house right away. And I'm going to solve this crime, or my name ain't O'Bogart.
Calling all cars. Enjoy your ride. You'll soon be walking. That is all.
Well, here we are, Cap.
Yeah, this is the place, all right. Break the door down, O'Benny.
Yes, sir. Stand back. Open this door, I'll break it down. Open this door, I'll break it down. Well, what are you waiting for, Virgil? Break down the door. Please.
You won't hear a single splitter until you apologize.
All right, I'm sorry I bawled you out. Now go ahead with the door. Very good. Well, who's this?
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
Ring? This guy's the butler, Cap.
I know who he is. Now listen, you. Where's the body?
That ain't a bearskin rug grinning at you.
That's Mr. Frightwig, all right. And he's laying there just the way he was shot.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Some tough guy. I bet anything he faints.
What was that?
Well, come on, Humphrey. Find out who done it.
Just a minute, miss. Who are you?
I am Fifi, the French maid.
Oh, yeah? Now listen, Fee.
My name is Fifi.
Well, I'm in a hurry. Sit down, will you?
Say, let me talk to her, Cap. I speak the language very fluent.
Fluent?
Now listen, Fifi. What do you know about this murder?
Je ne sais rien du tout de ces meurtres. Je suis seulement la bonne ici. Et naturellement, je ne l'ai pas commis.
Oui.
Je ne suis en ce pays que fort peu de temps et je ne connais pas beaucoup de monde. Je mène une vie solitaire.
Oui, oui.
J'aimerais bien un rendez-vous avec un Américain. Voulez-vous me rencontrer at the corner of Sunset and Western at 8 o'clock?
Oh, what'd she say, Harris?
I don't know, but I'll be there.
So will I. She must have a friend.
Fine policeman. Why don't you get on with the case and grill Mrs. Frightwig?
Where is she?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. Pull up my husband and sit down.
Now, listen, Mrs. Frightwig.
You keep out of this.
All right. I'm going to take a look around this house, see if I can find some clues.
Now, tell me, Mrs. Frightwig, what do you know about this murder?
Grill me, Cap, grill me. What's on your mind?
Now, I want the truth. Did you shoot your husband?
Couldn't have been Cupid. There's no arrows in him.
I don't believe you killed him, Mrs. Frightwig. And we're going to stay right in this house until we find out who committed the crime.
Okay, boys, how do you like your eggs?
Say, Cap, I just heard a noise in that closet.
A noise?
Yeah, there's somebody hiding in there.
It might be the murderer. Let me have your gun.
I didn't bring it with me.
Here, take mine.
Now, thanks. Now, listen, you. We know you're in that closet, so come out. And come out with your hands up. Come out, do you hear?
Hello, fellas. Surprised?
Oh, it's you. What were you doing in that closet, oh, Benny?
I'll tell you what I was doing there. I can't keep it a secret any longer. I committed that crime. I murdered Mr. Homer J. Frightwig.
What are you talking about?
I killed him, I tell you. Killed him. He was a dirty rat, and he had it coming to him. And I'm glad I did it, I tell you. glad.
You did nothing of the kind. You're just trying to build up your part.
I am now. Come on, fellas. I confess. Slap the handcuffs on me. Take me to jail. What are you waiting for?
What a ham. Come on, Mrs. Frightwig. Let you and I go out and have a cup of coffee.
Okay, Kathy.
I'm going with you.
No, you can't go until you arrest me. I'm a killer. Do you hear, a killer? And I also committed the... Oh, I'm nuts. Well, I'll be darned.
Hey, where did they go?
They went out for some coffee, Mr. Frightwig.
Oh.
That stupid Bogart doesn't believe I killed you.
Well, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Say, do you play gin rummy?
Sure.
Well, lay down and start dealing.
Okay, hit it, boys.
Hey, won't you be proud? Won't the family be pleased when you serve this grand dessert? Imperial Peach Mold, a swell Jell-O treat that's bound to win you compliments galore. Yet a treat that's delightfully easy to make. All you do is simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and peach juice and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned sliced peaches drained, or if you wish, a box of quick frozen sliced peaches, freshly thawed. Then mold and chill until firm. And there's a mighty attractive, mighty good dessert. Delicious blend of juicy golden sliced peaches and bright shimmering orange Jell-O. So get a can of sliced peaches or a box of quick frozen sliced peaches from your grocer tomorrow and combine them with orange Jell-O for a really delightful treat. But be sure you get genuine Jell-O, friends, because Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you extra richness, makes Jell-O more tempting and delicious than ever.
This is the last number of the 18th program in the Courage Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Well, Humphrey, thanks very much for coming up here tonight. You kind of took over the program, didn't you?
I did at that. No hard feelings, Jack.
No. You were very amusing. Take him out in the alley and give him a couple of pokes.
What was that?
I said good night, folks. I always say that. Good night, folks.
Humphrey Bogart appeared on our program tonight through courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures. The tune Call Out the Marines is from the picture of the same name.
Jell-O puddings, please. Just say that to your grocer tomorrow, friends, and see if you don't make the acquaintance of some of the swellest desserts you ever tasted. Jell-O puddings. Rich, creamy puddings made by the same folks who make Jell-O. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding. Smooth, mellow, and thrillingly rich. Tops for delicate, tempting flavor. And not only grand as a pudding, but perfect as a creamy filling for pies, tarts, and cakes. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. The Jell-O program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Free for All. Such swell, rich flavor. That's what you're going to say, friends, the very first time you taste the new Jell-O. Because Jell-O today is extra rich thanks to a new and exclusive Jell-O process. By means of this amazing process, Jell-O's glorious goodness is locked in, protected for your pleasure. And never before has Jell-O tasted so downright grand. Never before has it been a more perfect dessert, a more delicious treat. You'll enjoy it more than ever now that Jell-O's famous flavor is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles. Just try it and see. Prove for yourself that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale odor, no sweet, fruity aroma to warn of escaping flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O into a grand Jell-O dessert, out pours its captive flavor to make that dessert a wonderfully rich, tempting treat. So order several packages of Jell-O tomorrow. Remember, Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O more than ever the dessert for you. Free for All, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, daylight saving time goes into effect tomorrow, and clocks throughout the country will be moved 1 hour ahead.
That's right.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who will have only 11 hours sleep tonight instead of his usual 12, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't know where you got the impression that I sleep 12 hours a night. I'm up bright and early in the morning, the same as everybody else.
Yes, Jack, but look at the time you go to bed. By 9 o'clock every night, you're in dreamland.
And not on Wednesday nights. They don't raffle off the Plymouth at the Oriental until 9:30. By the time I get through arguing with the manager, it's usually 2 in the morning.
Well, what's the idea of arguing with the manager?
Listen, Don, I've been going to that theater for years now, and it's about time I won a slab of bacon or something. Anything. Huh?
You mean as often as you've gone there, you've never won a prize?
Well, my number was called on 2 different occasions, but, forget it.
No, Jack. What happened?
Well, you see, Don, when they call your number, you have to get up to the stage within 60 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Well, the first time I didn't get there fast enough, And the second time, I was disqualified for wearing roller skates. I missed out on a case of minute tapioca. Anyway, Don, getting back to your introduction, you'll have to admit that it was hardly fair.
Oh, come now, Jack. Just because you get to bed late on Wednesday nights, that doesn't make you a night owl.
Well, it's not only Wednesday, big boy. You know what time I hit the hay last night? 4 a.m.
4 a.m.? My goodness, were you out night clubbing?
No, it was Mr. Billingsley's fault. He was playing soldier outside my bedroom door, and just because I didn't know the password, he wouldn't let me in. I'll know it tonight, believe me.
What is the password, Jack?
Well, it's not exactly a word, Don. I just have to go a couple of times. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you booing about?
Oh, it's just a password.
Thank heaven. I thought radio had finally smacked you down.
No, nothing like that. My ears ring frequently, but that's about all.
That's good. Say, Jack, did you tell Don the bad news?
Not yet.
What bad news?
Well, on account of daylight saving next week, Jack is going to dock us all 1 hour's pay.
1 hour's pay?
It's only for the duration. You'll get it back as soon as the war is over.
The hour or the money?
Both. It's wartime. And if there are any more objections, just read your contract.
Who can read it? You've got one whole page written in Eskimo.
Well?
Mine, too. Now, what's the big idea?
Because when the contracts were drawn up, my lawyers happened to be Smith, Smythe, Mullen, and Mooseface. Now, drop it.
Leave it to Benny to get a lawyer that can spear fish for him, too.
Mary, I retain Mooseface by the year. What's he going to do when someone isn't suing me? Just sit around? Be reasonable.
Say, Jack, what does that Eskimo clause in our contract mean? I've never had it translated.
I have. It says, actor who want raise can put high heels on snowshoes.
Well, that's not a literal translation, but that's the gist of it. And I don't want you all reading your contract.
If I hear another word about contracts, I'll scream.
Virgil, just make with the noise and no dialogue. You're only the sound man here.
Well, I get more fan mail than you old tin type.
Get away from that microphone. Now beat it.
Oh, Jack, stop picking on Virgil. He's very important to our show, and you know it.
Important?
Yes, in all our plays, he opens doors, rings bells, shoots guns.
Oh.
And when you're supposed to walk down the street, Virgil walks for you.
Virgil walks for me? Well, any sound man can do that.
With your flat feet, that's hard, Daddy.
Virgil, I told you to get away from that mic. I never saw a guy with such
Hey, Jack, here comes night school Joe.
Oh, yes, our French student. Hello, Phil.
Bonsoir, folks, bonsoir. Hello, JKYL.
JKYL.
And Marie and Dune.
Dune? Phil, a dune is a great big pile of sand. But I guess you're right. Anyway, why don't you cut out that French? The stuff you say doesn't even make sense.
Well, I learned a new one this week. Get a load of this, Jackson. Ma orchestre travaille dans une soupier.
What does that mean?
My orchestra works in the soup tureen.
Your orchestra works in the soup tureen?
Yeah, that's as close as I could get to Biltmore Bowl.
Oh, well, Phil, don't you think that before taking up a foreign language, you ought to learn how to speak English?
And what's wrong with my English, may I ask?
You're kidding, of course. And now, folks...
No, I ain't. What's wrong with my English?
Phil, I met a Fiji Islander once with a ring in his nose who had only been in this country 3 weeks, and he speaks better English than you do. Much better.
Well, then I got to get one of them rings.
It won't help you, believe me.
Let him get one. This is an emergency.
Mary, if Phil ever puts a ring in his nose, Alice will snap a leash on it, sure as anything. And now, folks, Phil Harris and his 18 dreamboats will entertain us with a band number. Hit it, Phil.
Oui, oui, amigo.
Phil, amigo is Spanish. You're talking Spanish now.
Then I want more money.
Oh, play. Play, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Do you recognize me?
No, I don't.
Well, that's my fault. I should never have taken that ring out of my nose.
Get out of here. He's a Fiji Islander, all right. Look at that bushy head of hair. Play, amigo. That was a medley of Deep in the Heart of Texas and The Eyes of Texas Are Upon You, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, who may be heard nightly except Sunday in the soup tureen of the Biltmore Bowl. Say, Phil, that medley was really thrilling. How'd you happen to play it?
Well, I got a lot of pals in Texas, and I don't want them to forget me.
Oh, yes. You and the boys work down there every summer, don't you?
Yeah, last year we did one-night stands in Fort Worth, Dallas, and Galveston, and then we played 3 months in Van Horn.
3 months, eh?
Yeah, that's what they gave my guitar player for stealing the cow.
Stealing a cow?
Well, he didn't exactly steal it. He tried to elope with it. You know how Frank is when he drinks.
Yeah. He must have eloped with that guitar, too. It's got Gene Autry's name on it. Now, let's see. Where are we?
Well, it's about time for my play, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, yes, your play. And now, folks, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Doon Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is the honeymoon cottage of a young couple who have just been married. The bride, played by Mary Livingston...
Mary.
...is awaiting the arrival of her husband, for whom she has just prepared her first dinner. We take you now to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Typical American.
Oh, dear, it's 7 o'clock and my husband isn't home yet. Ah, here he comes now.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hello. Did you have a busy day at the office, Typical?
Oh, awful. That fresh boss of mine had me sitting on her knee all day. I'm a secretary, folks. Well, look what's on the table. Are you working a jigsaw puzzle, darling?
No, that's your dinner.
Yipe! So you surprised me, eh, darling?
Yes. Sit down, Tippy.
My, this looks so good.
What would you like with your dinner, sweetheart? Coffee, tea, or milk?
Milk, please.
Okay.
Phil, the cow is milked already. The milk's in the bottle. Now pay attention. Well, look at those homemade biscuits. Look at those homemade biscuits. Did you make them yourself?
Yes, take this hammer and butter them.
They are. They are a little cementy. And my goodness, look at this platter of meat.
You'll love it, dear. It's Swiss steak.
Swiss steak.
Ole, ole, hee
Virgil! Virgil, what's the matter with you? You're spoiling the illusion. Now sit down and take that alpine hat off your head.
The cheese, too?
Yes. The whole darn outfit. Now let us alone so we can eat.
30 minutes later.
Calling all cars, calling all cars. Go to the home of typical American. He has a beautiful wife and acute indigestion.
Ooh.
Darling, what's the matter? Typical. Typical, speak to me.
Ooh.
Poor boy. Well, it looks like I'll have to eat this bowl of tempting and economical Jell-O all by myself.
Oh, no, you don't. Give me some of that, too. Even you can make Jell-O right.
I thank you.
Don, that was really marvelous. How did you ever think of such a clever commercial?
Well, I was sleeping on my back last night, and I dreamt it.
Well, tummy down tonight, please. Not that I didn't like it, Don, but, well, I thought you were lost, Dennis. Where were you, kid?
I'm not a kid anymore. I just fell in a manhole.
Oh, fine. He fell in a manhole. Fell in a manhole, that makes him a man. I suppose if you fell in a gopher hole, you'd be a gopher.
Yeah.
Jack fell in a rat hole once.
Oh, quiet. Anyway, I'm glad you got here, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, say, Mr. Benny, have I got a surprise for you? Have I got a surprise?
Later, kid. For our feature attraction, this... What do you mean, surprise?
Here, read this. I cut it out of a radio column.
Let's see it. Yes. Well, I'll be darned. Get a load of this, fellas. It is reported officially from New York that starting March 8th, Fred Allen will switch the time of his broadcast from Wednesday to Sunday night. Imagine.
Well, I knew that. He's replacing the Sunday evening symphony hour.
Allen's replacing the symphony hour? Well, they better tell everybody in advance, or when they hear Allen's voice, they'll think it's an old bassoon left over. Anyway, if Allen goes on the air Sundays, I'm going off. I can make a darn good living out of pictures.
Oh, how many postcards of your house do you sell a week?
Plenty, sister. Anyway, I don't want Allen on the air the same day as I am.
But, Jack, there are a lot of comedians besides you on Sunday night. One more won't hurt.
A lot of comedians. Name one.
Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
That's two. Name one. Now, I dare you.
Oh, Jack, you know very well that Edgar Bergen plays both parts. McCarthy is a dummy.
Oh, so you're falling for that stuff, too, eh? I happen to know that Charlie McCarthy is just as much flesh and blood as I am.
On flesh, I won't argue.
No argument on blood, either. I got plenty in my veins.
Mr. Benny is right. I gave him a transfusion yesterday.
You didn't give me anything. I paid you $5 a gallon. Now be quiet.
Gee, I'm so weak I can hardly stand up.
Well, it's your own fault. You didn't say when. Anyway, I've got to do something about Allen.
Gosh, I'm dizzy.
Dennis, eat liver. You'll get it back. I know what, Mary. Mary, get me Mr. John Swallow on the phone. His private extension is 309.
Okay.
I'm going to nip this in the bud. He's the program manager. I'm going to straighten out this Allen Sunday night situation. I don't get mad often, but when I do.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Swallow. Oh,
Hello, Mr. Swallow. When did you get back from Papa's Pride?
give me that phone. Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Swallow. This is Jack Benny. See, I just found out something, and I'd like to talk to you about it. Now, I'm not going to stand for any...
I'm glad you called, Jack.
What?
Mr. Williams, the censor, tells me he's been having a little trouble with you.
Trouble with the censor? Who, me?
Yes. Now, Jack, when he tells you to take a joke out of your program, don't argue about it. Take it out.
What? Wait a minute, Mr. Swallow. Are you referring to the gag we were going to do about cooking flapjacks on a griddle?
I certainly am, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's wrong with cooking flapjacks on a griddle?
The word griddle sounds exactly like girdle.
Sounds exactly... Mr. Swallow, I defy you, Mr. Williams, or Oscar of the Waldorf, to cook flapjacks on a girdle. It can't be done.
That's not the point. The line is still double entendre.
And don't pull that Phil Harris stuff. I like that griddle gag very much.
Well, it's definitely out.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Harmless little gag about hotcakes, and I can't even do it. Well, come on, Dennis, sing your song.
Well, what'd you do about Fred Allen?
Who? Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about him. I'll take it up later. Well, come on, Dennis, let's have a song.
Okay.
Get so burned up lately, I must be getting high blood pressure.
With my blood yet.
Oh, quiet, sing. There must be some way of fixing that Sunday night thing.
This love of mine goes on and on. All life is empty since you have gone. You're always on my mind. Go out of sight. It's lonesome through the day, and all the night I cry my heart out. It's bound to break, since nothing matters. Let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what's to become of it, this love of mine? I cry my heart out, it's bound to break, since nothing matters, let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what's to become of it? This love of
That was This Love of Mine, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. Sure, and it was wonderful, Bigota. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, Dennis, your blood is working on him.
Yes, it is at that.
Gee, I wish I wasn't such a tightwad. We'd all get a raise.
Hooray, I've got an alibi. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, what are you going to do about the Fred Allen situation?
Yeah, you gonna let that guy get away with it?
Well, I've been thinking it over, gentlemen, and I'm going to form a little group that'll take care of him. The SAALC.
What's that stand for?
Sunday Artists Against Low Comedy. I'm going to send letters to Bergen, Abbott and Costello, Phil Baker, Gildersleeve, and all of them.
What about me? I'm a Sunday artist.
You're a Sunday... Well, I'm having enough trouble with Mr. Swallow. But I'll have my lawyer send you a letter anyhow. It only costs $10 to join.
That Eskimo isn't getting any $10 out of me, Sugarfoot.
Who asked you? Now, get this straight, Virgil. You're not a comedian. You're a sound man, and not a very good one at that.
I don't know why I don't yank that wig right off your head.
You lay one hand on me, and you'll...
Oh, Jack, stop pointing at your glasses. He won't hit you.
Never mind. I got more important things to do than argue with this guy. Until March 8th, I'll be working day and night.
You mean to say that you're going to all this trouble just to keep Allen off the air Sundays?
I owe it to the public. It's a crusade. That's what it is.
Well, gee, I don't know what all this fuss is about. Personally, I think Mr. Allen is wonderful.
Dennis, you're fired. Anyway, Don, get out, scram, kid. Anyway, Don, I think I'll send you... Leave the music here, Dennis. It's not yours. Anyway, Don, get back in the manhole cover. I think I'll send you an application blank too. And then if we all stick together, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
Boss, I always thought that boarder of ours was cuckoo, and now I know it.
Mr. Billingsley, what's the trouble now?
He's playing soldier again. This morning, he locked me in my room for 3 hours.
Well, why didn't you give him the password? It's...
That was yesterday. Today is...
Oh, so he changed it, eh? Well, I'm glad you told me. I don't want to have to go to a hotel tonight. Now, Rochester, you just humor Mr. Billingsley and let him play soldier. He's perfectly harmless.
What about that shotgun he carries around?
That shotgun isn't loaded.
It ain't, eh?
No.
You know that big picture we got in the library of George Washington crossing the Delaware?
Yes?
Well, he'll never make it in that boat. It's full of holes.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Rochester. He's going to pay for that painting.
He paid for it already.
Good.
You ought to see his new $5 bills. He's got my picture on them.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And you know what else, boss?
What?
You're Secretary of the Treasury.
Oh, well, he's just having fun. He prints them on Kleenex. He can't be a counterfeiter. Well, Rochester, I'll be home pretty soon, so don't worry. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, Rochester, where's Mr. Billingsley now?
He's out in the garage squeezing orange juice.
Squeezing orange juice in the garage?
Yeah, he nails an orange on the wall and then backs the Maxwell into it.
Oh, well, I'll see you in a little while. So long.
So long.
I was wondering where those yellow spots on my garage wall came from. I thought there was something wrong with my eyes. Play, Phil.
If you have a family that loves rich, tempting desserts, then don't wait another day to serve this one. It's a delightful Jell-O treat called Imperial Peach Mold, a grand-looking, good-looking dessert that's not only delicious, but easy to make. Here's all there is to it. Simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in a pint of hot water and peach juice and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned sliced peaches drained. Or, if you wish, use 1 box of quick frozen sliced peaches, freshly thawed. Then mold and chill until firm. And there's a really special treat, a rich, shimmering combination of juicy sliced peaches and sunny orange Jell-O. So get a can of sliced peaches or a box of quick frozen sliced peaches from your grocer tomorrow and treat yourself to this swell dessert. When you make it, be sure to use genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O is extra delicious, thanks to its new locked-in flavor.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Remember this name, folks. Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding. It's the name of one of America's most popular desserts. The name of a grand pudding that's sure to become one of your special favorites. Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding is marvelously smooth and luscious with a swell homemade goodness. And it's full of golden butterscotch flavor. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors. Chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles. KFI Los Angeles. KFI Los Angeles. KFI Los Angeles.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Marine's Hymn.
Jell-O spells grand enjoyment, friends, whether you find it on a box of Jell-O or on a package of those other wonderful dessert flavors. Jell-O puddings, Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch puddings, you know, are made by the makers of Jell-O. And like Jell-O, they're easy to prepare, thrifty to serve, and delightfully good. They give you all the mellow richness of homemade puddings, the tempting old-fashioned goodness of Grandma's creamy masterpiece. Yet how much less time and trouble they take to make. You can make such a variety of desserts, too, with Jell-O puddings. Butterscotch pie, for instance. All you do is prepare a package of Jell-O butterscotch pudding according to directions. Then cook, cool, and turn into a baked 8-inch pie shell. Serve plain or garnish with whipped cream. And you'll say you've never made an easier butterscotch pie or tasted one more delicious. So get a package of Jell-O butterscotch pudding and make the family this rich golden butterscotch pie for tomorrow night's dinner. In pie or in pudding, you'll find Jell-O butterscotch pudding a swell treat. Just like Grandma's, only more so.
That was Marine's Hymn, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, February 14th, was not only Valentine's Day, but also the birthday of Jack Benny, who was exactly years of age. So, let us show you what happened. The time, 7 o'clock last night. The place, Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
My mama done told me when I was in knee pants. My mama done told me, son, a woman will sweet talk and give you
Gee, it's my birthday, and I don't know what to do tonight.
Why don't you go to a movie, boss?
That's an idea. Let's see. I'll look in the paper and see what's playing around.
A woman will sweet talk and give you the big eye. But when the sweet talking's done...
Maybe there's a bank night someplace. No, not on Saturday. Now, let's see.
A woman's a two-faced, worrisome thing to leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Gosh, I don't know where to go. Now the rains are falling here, the train a calling, woo-wee.
My mama done told me.
Here, that lonesome Say, here's a movie I could see. I could see Ball of Fire.
Yeah, Miss Barbara Stanley's in that.
Oh, yes. I saw her in the Brown Derby today, and she walked right by me. Well, what other picture can I see? Hear that lonesome whistle blowing across the trestle.
Hoo-wee!
My mama done told... Oh, here's Ida Lupino in Ladies in Retirement. No, she never speaks to me either. Now, what else?
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe. What a hit I used to be in that town. Boy.
Wherever the four winds blow.
Very good, Rochester. I wish Johnny Mercer could have heard that. Now sing Rose O'Day.
Oh, boss, come now.
Rochester, I said sing Rose O'Day.
Well, Mr. Benny, if you're in the mood for entertainment, why don't you turn on the radio?
The radio's out of commission.
Did you kick the tubes out of that thing again?
Well?
What a temper you got. Every time Mr. Allen has a funny program, crash, bang, zowie.
Listen, Rochester, Fred Allen hasn't had a funny program since the night his pants fell down and he had Portland's underwear on. They live in a very dark room, you know. Oh, say, here's a swell double feature tonight at the Bijou. Gary Cooper and Sergeant York and Jack Benny and Charlie's aunt. I think I'll go there.
But, Mr. Benny, you've seen Charlie's aunt over 20 times.
I've never seen it at the Bijou. I might as well take a girl along with me. Give me my little red book, Rochester.
The one Mr. Harris sold you when he got married?
No, my red book. The one I've always had.
Oh, the thin one.
Never mind the book, Rochester. I know who I'll call. She'd like to go to a movie.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe, they love me there.
Wherever the four winds blow. I've been in some...
Hold it, Rochester. Hello? LaBelle Tour Apartments? I'd like to speak to Miss Scheherazade Crump. Yes, please. I've been in some big rooms and her... Hello? Hello, Scheher? This is Jack. Jack Benny, Blue Eyes. Say, honey, how would you like to see Gary Cooper and Sergeant York tonight? The other feature, Charlie's aunt. Okay, some other time. So long, Scheher. I don't blame her. She's seen it so often, you know. Oh, well, I'll go to a movie alone.
On your birthday, boss? Why don't you call that girl you took roller skating last week?
Oh, yes, Thelma Stronach. She might be home now, yeah.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe, I can still hear that applause.
Wherever the four winds blow.
Hold it. Hello? Say, Thelma, how'd you like to go to a movie tonight? Oh, goodbye.
Didn't she want to go, boss?
How do I know? A man answered. Oh, well, I'll think of somebody to take along. I wish I could remember some...
Say, Mr. Benny, look who's here.
Well, if it isn't little Miss Lee. Well. For heaven's sake. Hello, Carolyn.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Thank you, honey. Say, what have you got in that box?
Some candy for you, and I made it all by myself.
Oh, some candy, a present. Isn't that thoughtful? My, it's fudge, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to eat a piece right now.
It would taste better, but my mommy told me I mustn't use sugar.
Oh. Well, it certainly is delicious. Here, Rochester, have a piece.
It ain't my birthday.
Coward. Well, Carolyn, it sure is tasty. And, oh, look, here's a piece with a nut in it.
Where?
Right here, see?
Well, thank heaven, that's the eye I lost out of my dolly.
Oh, here, take it, Carolyn.
Thanks. Well, I gotta go home now. Goodbye, Jack.
Good night, sweetheart.
See you tomorrow.
Gee, she's a cute kid. She comes in every day. 7:30. Well, if I want to take a girl to a movie tonight, I'd better get going. Oh, I know. Why didn't I think of it before? Rochester, get me Miss Ginger Rogers home.
Miss Ginger Rogers?
Yes. Don't be so surprised. Never mind. I've got her number around here someplace. I'll find it. My mama done told me when
When I was in knee pain, my mama done told me, son, da-dee-da-da-da. Hello? Hello, is this Ginger Rogers' house? Good. I'd like to speak to Miss McGuire, please. Jack Benny calling. I said, Miss McGuire. Oh, she's not working there anymore? Oh, okay. Goodbye. Guess she must have married that policeman. Well, I can scratch Ginger Rogers' name out of my book. I think I'll just stay home and read. Hand me that Radio Guide magazine, Rochester.
Here you are. Oh, by the way, boss, there's a story about you in there.
I know. I mean, there is? Well, let's see it. Say, Rochester, while I'm sitting here reading, you might as well give me a haircut. Then you won't have to do it tomorrow. Get the scissors and everything.
Right with you, boss.
Let's see, what page is that interview on? Oh, here it is. Jack Benny, The Real Him. Good title there.
All set, boss. Hold still.
Okay, don't take too much off the sides. Get a load of this, Rochester. Jack Benny, the sophisticated comedian, is in real life just an assuming country boy from Waukegan. That's me, all right. And this may come as a surprise to you readers, but Mr. Benny is so modest that he has yet to see himself on the screen. Well, Rochester. When interviewed at his Beverly Hills home, we found... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Many happy returns.
Thanks.
Well, for heaven's sake, what are you doing with that bowl on your head?
I'm getting a haircut. What do you think? Rochester, leave my sideburns long. I'm taking rumba lessons.
Oh, Jack, will you stop trying to look like Cesar Romero?
I'm not trying to look like Romero. My goodness, just because I'm an unassuming country boy from Waukegan, I don't have to look like a hick.
Oh, you read that article, eh?
What article?
Right there in that magazine. Jack Benny, The Real Ham.
That's him. The Real Him. It's a pretty good story, but I don't know where they get those photographs of me. Get a load of this one. Look like I've got a double chin.
Well, you have got a double chin.
I have not.
And what's that hanging under your jaw, a cocoon?
No, it's not a cocoon. All I say is, woo, woo. Say, Rochester, woo. Rochester, there's something tickling me on top of my head. What is it?
Wait a minute, boss. Well, how could I ever be so careless?
What's wrong?
I left a goldfish in the bowl.
A goldfish? Well, get him out. Take the bowl off.
If I do that, I'll lose my place.
I don't care. Take this goldfish bowl off my head.
It's stuck, boss.
Stuck? Well, take the handle of the scissors and tap it a little.
Yes, sir.
Well, you did it. Are you happy?
Now, where'd that goldfish go?
Never mind the goldfish. Finish cutting my hair. I can't understand how that bowl got stuck.
I can. Every time you read an article about yourself, your head swells 2 inches.
That all depends on whether the article is good or bad, Miss Livingston. Hurry up, Rochester. I want to go to a movie.
A movie? Oh, Rochester, will you please come in the other room? I want to talk to you a minute.
Yes, Miss Livingston.
What do you want to talk to him about?
Never mind. Look for the goldfish. I'll be right back. Now, Rochester, the gang's coming over here pretty soon, and we're going to throw a surprise party for Mr. Benny.
A surprise party?
Yes. Now, it's up to us to see that he stays right here in the house.
Oh, he won't go out tonight unless he gets a date.
And what am I worrying about? Come on, let's go back.
All right, Mitzi, if you gotta work, you gotta work. Goodbye. Oh, say, Mary, would you like to go to a movie tonight and see Gary Cooper and Sergeant York?
I saw that. What's the other feature?
Oh, I don't know. Let's take a chance.
I thought so.
Well, it's a swell double bill. Are you all through with my haircut, Rochester?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, just put a little bay rum on so I'll smell sweet.
Uh-oh.
Rochester, what became of the bay rum?
The which?
The bay rum. Where is it?
Well, the bay is in San Francisco. I don't know what happened to the rum.
Oh, my goodness. I wish you wouldn't drink everything in this house. Well, I'm going to the movies even if I have to go alone.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Why don't you let me give you a manicure?
I don't want a manicure. I'm going to a movie. It's Saturday night, and Oh, hello, Dennis. What are you doing here?
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny. Surprise, surprise.
Dennis!
Am I too early?
Dennis!
Surprise? What are you talking about?
Well, he's surprised because you've got long sideburns and you look just like Cesar Romero.
Oh, thanks, kid.
You're welcome. Gee, I nearly spilled the beans, didn't I?
Quiet!
What are you doing here anyway, kid?
Oh, nothing. Say, Mr. Benny, you and Abraham Lincoln both have the same birthday, don't you?
Well, not quite, Dennis. You see, my birthday is February the 14th, and Abe Lincoln's is February the 12th.
Yeah, Lincoln is 2 days older than Jack.
Mary, we weren't born in the same year. In fact, I barely remember him. Well, thanks again, Dennis.
Oh, say, that reminds me, Mr. Benny. You know what I'm going to sing on the program tomorrow?
What?
Jerome Kern's new song, Abe Lincoln Had Just One Country.
Well, that's very appropriate, Dennis. What's wrong, kids? I'm going to a movie.
Wait a minute. Don't you want to hear the song? Sing it for him, Dennis.
I can hear it tomorrow.
You'll hear it right now. Come on, Dennis.
Okay. I'm sure sorry I let the cat out of the B.A.G.
Dennis, will you please sing your song?
What's all the mystery about, for heaven's sake? Oh, I think I get it. I smell an R.A.T.
Take a lesson from old Abe Lincoln in times of stormy weather. Take a lesson from old Abe Lincoln. Let's face the storm together. Abe Lincoln had just one country and one banner to wave. One union of brave brothers when no brothers enslave others. We're still marching along with Lincoln with one banner to wave. This union was born in freedom, and this union must live in freedom, and this freedom is worth saving and worth fighting to save. Glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching, still marching along with Lincoln, with one banner to wave. This union was born in freedom, and this union must live in freedom, and this freedom is worth saving and worth fighting to
Well, Dennis, that was positively thrilling. Well, if I'm going to a movie, I might as well get started. Or maybe I should stay at home in case anybody drops in.
Yeah, let's stay here and play bridge.
I don't feel like bridge. What else can we play?
Might I suggest a few rubbers of ivory gin rummy?
Rochester, put those dice back in your pocket.
Let's go to a picture, Mr. Benny. Come on.
I am not going to leave the house until the gang gets here and surprises me. So there.
Well, you see, Dennis, you spoiled everything.
Oh, yeah, I was wise.
Well, then there's no use keeping it a secret. The gang will be here in a few minutes and bring you a present.
Oh, a birthday present, eh? Well.
Say, Rochester, go out in the kitchen and fix up a big tray of sandwiches.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't you cut one slice of bread. Listen, Mary, when your friends give you a surprise party, they're supposed to bring the food. Now do it right. Gonna do it tall.
Well, don't worry. We bought cold cuts, cheese, bread, and lots of stuff.
Oh.
And here's a nickel. We may need water for coffee.
The coffee I'll furnish. And I'll also contribute some homemade fudge. All I say is that...
Hey, Jack, look who's here.
Oh, yes, it's Mr. Billingsley playing soldier again. Company! Oh! Well, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good eve. At ease, men. Good evening, Mr. Benny. Still up and about, I see.
Yes, I didn't feel like going to bed.
I'm a little disappointed in you. I blew taps over an hour ago.
Yes, I know, but you see, some visitors dropped in, and we...
Visitors, eh? May I see their passes?
Oh, they're on our side, Mr. Billingsley. They know the password and everything. Give them the password, Mary.
I am not going to bray like a jackass for anybody.
All right, I'll do it for you. Hee-haw.
Pass, friend.
Oh, say, Mr. Billingsley, I notice you're wearing a sun helmet. Are you headed for the tropics?
No, I'm eating at Chasen's tonight.
Good. Well, see you later, Mr. Billingsley. Good night.
Good night. Company, forward, dance.
Dance? Well, there he goes.
Some soldier is carrying a flit gun.
It works out, Mary. To him, morgues are airplanes. But it keeps him busy. You know, one thing about Mr. Billingsley... Hey, that must be the gang now.
Now, for heaven's sake, Jack, don't spoil it. Act surprised.
Don't worry, I'm an actor. Say, I wonder who that is. Come in. And the orchestra boys. Well. Oh, my goodness, what is this? What's going on here?
It's a surprise party for you, Jack.
Yeah, Jackson, a surprise party for our good old boss.
For good old me? Gee, fellas, I don't know what to say. Here I was, just spending a quiet evening at home, never dreaming that...
Don't overdo it.
Never dreaming that you fellas were going to throw a surprise party. Just for me.
Shall we give him his present now, Don?
Nah, let's give it to him later.
Give it to me now while I'm sentimental. Hand it over.
Not so fast, Jackson. A speech goes with this. Take it, Don.
Speech. Where's the present?
Jack, on behalf of Mary, Phil, Dennis, Rochester, and myself...
Yes.
And all the boys in the band, Frankie, Charlie, Mitch, Sam, Skippy...
Look,
Fletcher,
you don't have to name them. Look, I know the boys.
And on behalf of Jell-O and those delicious flavors...
This I can't stop.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, I would like to present you with this lovely token of our esteem and affection.
Well.
Here you are, Jackson. Open it up. We hope you like it.
Oh, boy. Gee, Here I was sitting at home, never dreaming that... Oh, for Pete's sake. Oh, fellas, you shouldn't have done it.
You like it, Jack?
Like it? Why, it's just what I needed.
What is it, boy?
A can of crab meat. And the big size, too. You know, that stuff is hard to get nowadays. Oh, Rochester, get the can opener and we'll taste it.
There's a can opener with it.
Oh, will wonders never cease? Crab meat.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's have some fun.
Yeah, for I'm a jolly good fellow. I'm a jolly good fellow. Oh, someone at the door. Come in. Come in. Well, it's a Western Union boy. Hello there.
Hello, stranger.
Well, Schlepperman, this is a surprise I didn't figure on. What's the idea of wearing a Western Union uniform?
Quiet. I told my wife I'm drafted.
Oh, well, what's this all about, Schlep? Have you got a message for me?
Have I got a message? A singing telegram delivered in person by Bing Schlepperman.
Bing, eh?
With him, it's horses. With me, it's a bicycle.
Well, let's have the greeting, Schlep. Go ahead.
All right. Hit it, boys. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Oh, sabotage, huh? Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, thank you, sir. That was wonderful, Schlep, wonderful. Now, stick around. We're all going to have some fun.
Bring the sandwiches, Rochester.
Yeah, first we'll eat, and then we'll... Woo! Woo! And then we'll... Woo! Woo!
Jack, what's the matter with you?
I found that goldfish. It went down my back. Woo! Woo! Grab it. Darn you, Rochester. The next time you give me a hair... Woo! Woo! Watch out what you're doing.
And here's something every dessert lover will certainly be interested in hearing about.
Lots of folks are discovering how much richer, how much more delicious Jell-O is today than it's ever been before. Never in all the years since it became America's favorite gelatin dessert has Jell-O been so gloriously good. And it's all because of Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. By means of a marvelous process exclusive with Jell-O, Jell-O locks its famous flavor right into the tiny Jell-O particles, protects it for your enjoyment, gives every dessert you make with it a livelier, extra goodness. As much as you've liked Jell-O before, you'll like it even more now that Jell-O's swell, intriguing flavor is actually locked in. For here's Jell-O at its delicious best. The same Jell-O you've always known and loved, but better, richer, more of a tempting treat than ever, thanks to Jell-O's locked-in flavor. Prove for yourself that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Yet the moment you dissolve those tiny Jell-O particles, out pours their captive flavor in a rush of richness. So treat yourself and your family to the thrill of Jell-O's new and greater goodness. Order several packages of Jell-O from your grocer tomorrow and see if you don't agree that Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O better than ever.
This is the last number of the 20th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time, broadcasting from the U.S. Army Post at the Presidio in San Francisco. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O Show is written by Bill Morrow and Eddie Boulogne.
Tomorrow when you order Jell-O, be sure to order Jell-O puddings, too. Jell-O puddings are rich, luscious puddings that you make with milk. And they come in 3 swell flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, delightfully smooth and mellow, a pudding that simply tops for grand, creamy taste. with a distinctive chocolate flavor developed exclusively for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles. KFI Los Angeles. KFI Los Angeles. KFI Los Angeles.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Puddings, coming to you from the Presidio in San Francisco, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The K-Sounds Go Rolling Along.
Never in all the 40 years or more that folks have been buying Jell-O has Jell-O tasted more delicious. And the reason? Jell-O's wonderful new locked-in flavor. By means of an exclusive Jell-O process, Jell-O's swell, tempting flavor is locked in to give you extra goodness, new delight, richer enjoyment. For Jell-O today is better than ever. Now that its tangy, tantalizing flavor is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, Jell-O offers you new high in pleasure. More than ever, its intriguing goodness brings to mind the grand, refreshing flavor of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. More than ever, Jell-O gives you real dessert delight. And all because of this new Jell-O process that locks in the magic of Jell-O's glorious flavor. You can prove for yourself that this delicious Jell-O flavor actually is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. And then dissolve the Jell-O and notice how its marvelous captive goodness comes pouring out in a rich gush of fragrance and flavor. So ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O and discover for yourself how much better and richer Jell-O is now that its famous flavor is locked in.
The K-Sounds Go Rolling Along, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as we are broadcasting from the U.S. Army post at the Presidio in San Francisco, and this being the birthday of George Washington, it is only fitting that we bring you a man who fought heroically for that great general at Valley Forge, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that was the most ridiculous introduction I ever heard. Imagine saying that I fought at Valley Forge. Why, it's absurd.
But, Jack, you told me to mention your war record.
I meant the World War. The Battle of Valley Forge took place over 160 years ago. My goodness, that would make me older than Fred Allen. Much.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Fred Allen is younger than you are, and you know it.
What did you say, big boy? What did you say?
I said Fred Allen is younger than you are.
That's a military secret, and I'm going to tell the colonel on you. You heard him, fellas. Allen younger than me. I'd like to have muscles as hard as his arteries. Anyway, Don, it's nice being up here in Frisco, as they don't say, isn't it, huh?
Ah, yes, Jack, it certainly is.
And by the way, Don, as long as I'm paying everybody's expenses on this trip, may I inquire where you're stopping?
Oh, the little woman and I have a lovely suite at the Fairmont Hotel.
A suite, eh? That's several rooms, isn't it?
Yes. You see, Jack, I'm a pretty big man, and when I take my belt off at night, I spread out.
I don't care if you overflow like a volcano. Get into one room. You don't need a suite.
But, Jack, Peggy and I have a lot of friends here in town, and we wanted a place where we could serve tea in the afternoon.
Oh, tea, eh? Well, from now on, brother, your friends can lift their Liptons in the lobby. Get into one room. Huh? All I say is what's good enough for me is good enough for my cast.
Well, perhaps you're right. By the way, Jack, where are you stopping?
Who, me? Dennis and I have a beautiful room at Ye Ocean Spray Auto Court. Over in Alameda. It's a lovely place. It's run by a retired ferry boat captain.
Well.
In fact, that's what it is, an old ferry boat. We're living in what was formerly the poop deck. Of course, it's been redecorated, you know.
Well, that sounds quite novel. Have you a private bath?
What was that, Don?
I said, have you a private bath?
Well, there's a bolt on the door, if that's what you mean. You must come over sometime, Don. Huh?
Ye Ocean Spray Auto Court. Is that right on the ocean front?
No, it's not exactly on the ocean. It's very nice, though.
Well, can you see the ocean?
No, you can't actually see it, Don. But when the west wind is blowing over those mud flats, you just know it's there. And if the breeze is, well, if it isn't Miss Livingston, say hello to the soldiers, Mary.
Hiya, boys. Let's hear some noise.
You asked for it, and you got it. I can't understand it, Mary, but every time we entertain the soldiers, you get a much bigger reception than I do. Why is that?
I guess my legs are prettier than yours, huh, cutie?
Oh, I don't know about that, young lady. Now, I'll leave it to any...
Oh, roll down your pants. Who cares?
Well, you started her. By the way, Mary, as long as you're here, I want to settle something right now in front of Don Wilson and all the fellas here. Who is older, Fred Allen or me?
I don't see any insurance men chasing either one of you.
I can still get fire and theft, Smarty. And anyhow, just because I have a few gray hairs doesn't mean I'm an old dodo.
Doesn't mean you're cutting teeth either.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Mary, because it so happens that I have a brand new tooth coming in. So there.
Where's it coming in from? Sears and Roebuck?
No, it's not coming in from Sears and Roebuck. They don't even handle them.
Oh, you checked on it, eh?
Now, let me tell you something else. The next one that mentions Fred Allen has to pay his own expenses in San Francisco. By the way, Mary, where are you stopping?
Oh, I have a lovely suite at the Sir Francis Drake.
Listen, Mary, you could very well have taken one room instead of two.
I've got 3.
Yikes! What do you need 3 rooms for?
Well, I've got a lot of friends in town, and I have to have a place where I can serve tea in the afternoon.
Tea. Everybody giving tea parties. Funny thing, I'm never invited.
But, Jack, how could we reach you?
Yeah, you haven't even got a telephone on that broken-down ferry boat.
You could wigwag, sister. You could wigwag.
You got the wig. How could we wag it?
I mean with flags. You may laugh at Ye Ocean Spray Auto Court, Mary, but it's lovely there, isn't it, Dennis? I said it's lovely there, isn't it, Dennis?
Do you mind if I take a bow first, Mr. Benny?
No, go right ahead.
Yes, lovely there.
What? Oh, you mean the auto court. Yes, it is. What a kid.
Well, Dennis, this is your first trip to San Francisco, isn't it? I suppose you've been sightseeing and everything.
I'll say. I went to Seal Rocks in Chinatown and Twin Peaks in Chinatown and Fleischacker Zoo in Chinatown and...
What do you keep going back to Chinatown for?
I left my hat there someplace.
Oh, well, I hope you find it.
Me too. Am I sick of chop suey?
Dennis, you don't have to eat every time you go there.
What else did you do, Dennis?
Well, now, let's see. Oh, yes, last night I went over to Treasure Island to see the World's Fair.
The World's Fair?
Save your money, brother. It ain't much.
Dennis, there isn't any World's Fair. It's been closed for 2 years.
Gee, I could swear I saw a fan dancer.
A fan dancer. You know, kid, I'd give $1,000 for your imagination.
At your age, it's a bargain.
Oh, shush. Well, Dennis, now that you're here, I think the boys would like to have you do a song. What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing a brand new number called Private Buckaroo.
Good. Let's have it, kid. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the officers and the men of the Presidio, I would like to present you with this regulation Army uniform.
Say, thanks. But it's awfully big for me. It's so large.
Well, we thought you might want a place where you could serve tea in the afternoon.
Get a load of his head, fellas. There's a GI haircut if I ever saw it. GI means government issue, folks. Sing, Dennis.
Some cowboy in the West, he was known as Slim. Now in the Army, they've a new name for him. Private Buckaroo. Way out on a range that he's a stranger to. Dreams he hears the cattle lowing, but it's just a bugle blowing. Blue Private Buckaroo. They're in company queue, away from corrals and all the pals he knew. Won't be having any hand in this year's roping, this year's branding. Blue Private Buckaroo. Each night beneath the evening star, he strums on his old guitar till it's get along, Buckaroo, you're in the army. Yippee-yi lad, he may sound sad and blue, but there's nothing he's afraid of. Got the stuff a cowboy's made of. True blue Private Buckaroo. So saddle up, lad, there's a roundup over there. Get your lariat ready, you've some two-legged doggies to snare. And we'll keep the campfires burning till the day that you're returning. True blue Private
Private Buckaroo, sung for the first time on the air by Dennis Day. Swell, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it, kid?
We sure had a lot of excitement at the Streets of Paris Cafe the other night, didn't we?
Yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
But why did they throw you out? You didn't do anything.
Forget it, kid, forget it. And now, ladies and
Wait
gentlemen...
a minute. I want to know what happened at the Streets of Paris the other night.
Oh, there was a little argument, that's all. Dennis and I were out for an evening of fun, so we walked into this cafe with a couple of cute girls.
Yeah, we followed them for miles.
We caught up with them at the bottom of the steps. Well, anyway, we all went inside, and Dennis asked for a glass of milk, and I ordered a lemon phosphate.
At the streets of Paris?
They sent out for it. Anyway, as we were sitting there with the girls, chatting and laughing, a couple of great big guys walked over to us, and one of them said, what are you two punks doing with our girls? So Dennis jumped up and said, you want to make something out of it?
Yeah.
You little rascal. And the next thing I knew, I was laying out on Mason Street. It could happen to anybody. Say, whatever became of you that night, Dennis?
Oh, the boys got a girl for me, and we all went out.
Oh, good. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas. Were you worried about me?
Were you worried about me? There's the only marcelled ham I ever saw. Well, Phil, here we are in San Francisco. The old town's as peppy as ever, isn't it?
Yes, sir, and I'm sure getting a kick out of broadcasting for the soldiers here at the Presidio.
That's Presidio. Presidio.
All right, how far did I miss it?
That's right. For you, that's a bullseye. By the way, Phil, I'm doing a little checking up around here. Where are you stopping in town?
Well, I got a suite over at the Palace Hotel.
You got a what?
Well, here we go again.
You can sing that, sister. Listen, Harris, what's the idea of getting a suite?
Well, I got a lot of friends in town, and I need a place where I
know. A place where you can serve tea.
Tea? What's that?
Oh, pardon me. You wouldn't know. Tea, Phil, is a beverage that you can serve up in your room all afternoon, and no furniture will be broken. Catch on?
They took all the furniture out of my room, wise guy.
Oh, yeah, just a carpet and a bucket of ice. That's Harris, huh?
Hey, fellas, you want to hear something? This is a town where I started out 15 years ago on my musical career. In the old Rose Room at the St. Francis Hotel.
At the Rose Room, huh?
Yeah, and the only guy that's still with me is Frank Remley, my guitar player.
No kidding. How come Frankie's been with you so long?
Look, Jackson, if I had on you what he's got on me, I'd be the star of this show.
Oh, I always thought that guitar had a dictaphone in it. Well, let's have a band number, Phil, and show the boys here how you've improved in 15 years.
Okay, Jackson.
Wait a minute. Nobody's playing anything until I read my poem.
Mary, what is this? Every time we visit a camp, you have to write a poem.
That's right.
Well, you're not going to read one today. I forbid it.
Colonel Martineau said I could.
Oh, he did, eh? Listen, Mary, who's running this post? Me or the... Uh-oh, what am I saying? Gosh.
Boy, are you going to peel potatoes?
Well, Mary, if the Colonel wants to hear your poem, I'm only too happy to oblige him. What's the title of it?
I like a soldier. Boy.
She means I like a soldier boy.
I know what I mean.
Okay, read your poem.
I love soldiers, they're so gay, and they're charming, I might say. So give me a soldier any day, or any night if he can get away.
Hey, not bad. Continue.
I went dancing at the Y, and I saw a handsome guy. I dropped my hanky trimmed with lace. He picked it up and wiped his face.
You mean he passed you by?
He passed me by without a glance. So I spoke to him and took a chance. Say, buddy, would you like to dance? I'd love to, miss, but I ripped my shirt.
But you ripped it?
Yes.
Mary, that doesn't rhyme.
It rhymed at rehearsal.
Oh, yes. That's a very good poem, Mary. Now, Phil, let's have a...
Oh, wait a minute. Last verse all out.
Good.
If you listeners all could see these young men in front of me, you'd buy some bonds and buy some more.
and win the war with a great big score. The end.
Well, Mary, that last verse really made sense, and I'm sure everybody will dig down and get those defense bonds. And incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that our program this evening is being short-waved by radio station KGEI to Alaska, Hawaii, Australia, New Zealand, to the United States Fleet in the Pacific, to the American Expeditionary Force in Java, to General MacArthur and his men, and I do mean men, in the Philippines, and also to the American volunteer flyers guarding the Burma Road. So go ahead with your number, Phil, and I don't have to tell you to play loud. You will anyway. How About You, played by Phil Harris and his Golden Gate Orchestra. Golden meaning golden notes pour forth from their instruments, and gate meaning they may soon get same. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, that's a fine thing to say after what we went through to get up here.
What do you mean?
Well, me and the boys work at the Biltmore Bowl in Los Angeles. We worked there last night until 2 a.m., and then tired and weary, we got on a bus and started out for San Francisco.
Uh-huh.
And 473 miles of tough driving across deserts and mountains. And then we went through rain and storm, little knowing what dangers lurked ahead of us.
Danger?
And when we arrived this morning hungry and thirsty and disheveled, our first thought was to rush over here and rehearse 3 hours for this broadcast.
Gee.
Can you imagine all that trouble just for one lousy number?
Yeah, don't seem right. Hungry, thirsty, and disheveled.
Well, that's loyalty for you.
Yeah, remind me, Phil, when we get back to Hollywood, I'll give the boys a bonus. They do look disheveled.
Those guys look disheveled every week.
Come to think of it, they're thirsty every week, too. Forget that bonus, Phil. And now, folks...
You mean to say you're really going to hand out a bonus?
Yes, I was going to hand out a bonus. What are you laughing at?
You wouldn't give a dog us a bonus.
Mary, one more crackus like that, and a floor walker at the May Company will be your new straight man. I wish you'd go to Sausalito. All right, Don, I wish Mary would go to Sausalito.
Oh, Jack, this is the most ridiculous one yet.
Don, I wish Mary would go to Sausalito. It's a nice little town across the bay.
I know where it is, and I'm not going to do that silly commercial.
Don, I'm warning you, Sausalito.
Oh, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you... No, I
won't do it. Don, Sausalito.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why don't you ask him for a package of Jell-O? Jell-O is economical. In fact, you never saw some marvelous value for Sausalita sum of money.
There you are. Now get this clever switch, folks. Don, if Mary doesn't feel like going to Sausalito, she can go to Berkeley.
This I won't do.
Don, Mary can go to Berkeley.
You can go to...
Don! Berkeley. Now go ahead.
Oh, I'm hooked, I guess. Try Jell-O, folks. You will enjoy every one of those delicious flavors. Straw Berkeley, Raz Berkeley, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime Berkeley.
Lime Berkeley, you ruined it. You ruined the cleverest commercial I ever wrote.
I can't understand it. I can't understand it.
You can't understand what?
All these men under arms, and you haven't been shot yet.
What are you talking about? It was a brilliant piece of writing, wasn't it, Phil?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jackson, I thought it was pretty corny.
Oh, you did, eh? What'd you think of it, Dennis?
Well, personally, I thought it was very.
Very what?
You'll slug me.
I will not. Hey, maybe you fellas didn't get the gag. Now, look. Sausalito is a pun for such a little. So, naturally, when Don said that... Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want, Rochester?
Say, boss, I think you ought to check into a hotel tonight.
Why? What's the matter?
You know that old ferry boat we've been living on?
Yes?
Well, the tide came in and it went out.
What? Why, that's impossible. That boat was on dry land. It had roses growing around the door.
The barracudas nibbled on them now.
Well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. I'll tell you what, Rochester. Bring my trunk and suitcases over here, and I'll go to a hotel tonight.
Uh-oh.
What are you oh-ohing about? Don't tell me you left my trunk and everything in the boat.
Don't tell me I didn't.
What do you mean?
Well, boss, at the time of the unexpected launching...
Yes?
Due to no women and children, I got off first.
Now imagine leaving my trunk and all my stuff on the boat. I bet you even left my washing hanging up on the mast.
Yeah, you ought to see it, boss. The sun shining through your shorts is a vision of sheer beauty.
The heck with the beauty. I want my clothes. Now, let's see. There's no rowboat around there. I got it. Rochester, can you swim?
What's that, boss?
I said, can you swim?
No, sir.
You can, too.
Not with a trunk on my back. I can read your mind.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rochester. I'll be through here pretty soon. Then when we can rent a motorboat and go out and get it.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
After we get all straightened out, can I have the night off?
Why? Where are you going?
Well, I got some friends in Oakland, and they invited me over for tea.
Tea?
Yeah, only we're going to break up the furniture.
I thought so. Well, all right, if we get through early enough. So long.
So long, boss.
Can you imagine anything like that?
What's the matter, Mr. Benny?
You know that ferry boat you and I were living on?
Yeah?
Well, your blue third suit will be passing the Bay Bridge any minute now. Play, Phil.
And now for a new Jell-O dessert that's really swell. Something different and something mighty delicious, too.
It's a tempting new treat called Cherry Cubes with pineapple, a brilliant combination of golden canned pineapple and rich crimson Jell-O cherry Jell-O. Here's a clever Jell-O receipt that is simply unrivaled for lovely shimmering color and delightful flavor. Yet it's one of the easiest desserts you ever made. All you have to do is dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation flavor in 1 pint of hot water and hot pineapple juice. Turn into a loaf pan and chill until firm. Then cut into cubes and pile in sherbet glasses along with 3 slices of canned pineapple diced. The result will be a grand treat, a dessert that the whole family will love. Golden nuggets of canned pineapple deliciously blended with tiny glistening cubes of bright red cherry Jell-O. So get a package of cherry Jell-O tomorrow and make up this gay, colorful treat. Just remember when you buy to be sure to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's locked-in flavor gives you extra richness.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Friends, every time you order Jell-O from your grocer, ask him for Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding, gloriously creamy and full of rich, homemade flavor that makes every spoonful a mellow delight. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles. Use Seal Coat Liquid Nail Protector. Seal Coat protects nails and aid to longer nails. Seal Coat protects polish from chips and mars. Seal Coat adds luster to polish, 25 cents. Seal Coat your nails today and every day. Seal coat your nails today and every day. Seal coat your nails today and every day. Seal coat your nails today and every day.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Captains of the Clouds.
Better than ever. Yes, today, friends, Jell-O is better than ever. Richer and more delicious than it's ever tasted before. Because now Jell-O's grand flavor is locked in. It's locked right into Jell-O's tiny particles to give you extra delight and a new high in dessert enjoyment. That same Jell-O goodness is there that you've always loved. That same intriguing taste that always reminds you so delightfully of the juicy ripe fruit itself, but richer, more vivid than you've ever known it. For this new Jell-O process locks in the magic of Jell-O's marvelous flavor. Prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O and notice how its tangy, tantalizing flavor comes gushing out. Deliciously rich, thrillingly good. So ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O. Now that Jell-O's swell flavor is actually locked in, it's better than ever.
Captains of the Clouds, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as is my custom every Sunday night at this time, I bring you a man who...
Hold it a second, Don. Jack isn't here yet.
He isn't?
No, he's been wandering around in a daze ever since last Thursday.
Why? What happened Thursday?
That's when they had the Academy Award banquet, and boy, was Jack disappointed.
You mean to say that Jack actually expected to win the award for Best Actor?
Yeah. He even sold that stuffed owl on his mantle so he'd have room for the statue. Imagine.
So he's still pretty upset about losing, huh?
I'll say he is. I was in the drugstore just now, and Mr. Benny was dunking donuts in his coffee.
Well, what's dunking got to do with being upset?
He was splashing people all around him. See this brown suit I got on?
Yeah?
Well, it was gray tweed when I went in.
Well, personally, I can see no excuse for Jack being so mad. You'd think that... Uh-oh. Quiet, fellas. Here he comes.
Well. Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late, Don.
Well, for heaven's sake, why so cheerful all of a sudden?
Why shouldn't I be cheerful? It's a lovely day, the sun is shining, birds are singing.
Are you sure that was coffee you were drinking?
I get it. So you had to tell him about the coffee I splashed on you, eh, Dennis?
Well, gee whiz, my suit is all wet.
Your suit will dry out.
It may dry out, but it will never be gray again.
All right, brown suits are coming back. Well, let's get started with the program, shall we, Donzie?
Okay, Jack. But first, I'd like to say right now that you're a darn good loser.
You mean about the Academy Award? Well, I will admit I was a little perturbed at first, but I've got it all figured out, Don. I didn't lose. I was merely an unfortunate victim of circumstance.
I don't get it.
Me neither.
Well, look, kids. The picture I should have gotten the award on is Charlie's Aunt. Is that right?
Yes, but...
Let me finish, Mary. Now, if you remember, in Charlie's Aunt, I played the part of a man, and I also played a part of a woman. And I was exceptionally good in both roles.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's that got to do with your not winning the Academy Award?
Simply this, the voters were baffled. They didn't know whether to elect me Best Actor or Best Actress. That's very logical.
Then you're not jealous because Gary Cooper won.
No, and I'm not jealous of Joan Fontaine either. But I must say that I had them both worried there for a while. They're very good friends of mine, too.
So you're not jealous of Cooper, eh?
Not a bit.
Tell tell him what happened at the banquet Thursday night.
Never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Well, all evening, Jack kept smiling at everybody and bowing and pointing to the speech in his pocket.
That's so.
Anyhow, when they announced that Gary Cooper was the winner, Jack jumped up and yelled, "Nobody leave the room. We're going to do this over."
Well, you know how excitable I am. Anyway, I was the first one to congratulate Gary Cooper. I went right over and put my arm around his shoulder.
You're telling me I had to boost you up.
I could have made it alone, sister. Anyhow, I'm glad he won. Gary and I are pals.
Pals? After that silly rumor you started about him?
What silly rumor?
He's much too tall to be a Jap, and you know it.
I never called him a Jap. I said he was a chap. A full-blooded chap. If I don't talk plain, that's his worry. Now, let me tell you another thing.
Holy smoke, get this.
What's the matter, Dennis?
I think my suit is shrinking.
You could be growing. Keep still. Forget it.
No, sir, my suit is shrinking.
So what? It's shrinking. Your sleeves were too long anyway.
I know, but my elbows are getting cold.
Dennis, what goes up has got to come down. Don't worry. Now, where was I?
We were discussing the Academy Award, Jack.
Oh, yes. Now, let's get this straight, fellas. I don't begrudge Gary Cooper getting recognition for Best Actor, but I still think I'm the most versatile. Jeepers, I can do anything. A man, a woman, do comedy, drama. I can play hokum. I can play Shakespeare.
You can sell Christmas cards.
That's seasonal. Now, take me as Hamlet. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Boy, this suit is cheap material.
Well, I can see I'm wasting my talent around here. Dennis, as long as you had to open your mouth, how about leaving it open and doing your song?
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Here's a tip for you, Bud. A brand new defense stamp. Here you are.
Thanks. Just paste it on my head.
Okay. There's an album if I ever saw one. Now, scram. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from your father. He says, "My dear son, congratulations on the Academy Award. You didn't do it before, and you didn't do it again."
Good old Dad. He'd have voted for me. Sing, Dennis, before your suit strangles you, will you?
Trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Each time our lips touch again, above you are everything I love.
Very good. Well,
Very good. That was Everything I Love, sung by Dennis Day. Everything I Love. There's a beautiful idea for a song.
Yeah, sure is.
Yes, sir. It's so sentimental. Everything I Love. What do you love, Dennis?
Apple pie and Hedy Lamarr. Ice cream on the pie.
All right, ice cream on it. That's a marvelous title, though. Everything I Love. You know, a song like that...
Tutti Frutti.
Forget the ice cream. I'm talking about sentiment. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack.
Don, let me ask you something. What do you love?
Well, I love my little ranch out in the valley. Just a simple, unpretentious.
I know. What else do you love, Don?
Well, I love the little woman. Every morning when I come downstairs, she greets me with a cheery smile and a breakfast of piping hot wheat cakes.
Wheat cakes, eh? Don, what else do you love?
Well, let's see. Oh, yes.
It's about time.
I love my St. Bernard dog. Jumbo, we call
I
him.
don't care what you call him. Don, are you going to tell us the thing you love that made me start this whole business? Or do I have to lock you in?
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I love Jell-O with its new locked-in flavor.
Bingo.
Jell-O is not only economical and easy to make, but it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. So look for the big red letters on the box. I thank you.
Well, certainly glad you finally thought of it, Don. And wait till the sponsor finds out that you love your wife and home before Jell-O. You better watch out, Bub.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'll never go home again.
Oh, you don't have to go that far, Don, but watch it, that's all. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the old gent with the gray hair?
Oh, fine. I saw Frank Morgan at the fights the other night. And, he looks swell.
Phil means you.
I know who he means. I'll tell Frank you asked about him, Phil.
Okay, I can go along with the gag.
You better, brother. You know, Phil, when you...
Hey, get a load of the kid. Where'd you get them knee pants, Dennis?
I splashed coffee on him. It's a long story. Forget it.
Oh, say, Jackson, I hate to mention it, but that's a pretty tough break you got the other night.
What tough break?
You know, not winning the Academy Reward.
Reward? If you're talking about the award, Phil, in my opinion... Hey, what's that?
Well, there goes my coat button.
Dennis, don't worry about your suit. When you get home tonight, throw it away and I'll buy you another one. Phil, getting back to the Academy Reward, as you so quaintly put it, I am a little bit disappointed, but those things happen. I thought I had friends, but apparently they didn't vote for me.
You're right, Jackson. And there's an old French proverb that fits that to a T. It goes, "En histoire qui mal y pense."
Well, that proverb sounds familiar. What does it mean, Phil?
Evil to him who says you stink.
That's evil to him who evil thinks. No one said I Molly Ponce. They just didn't vote for him. That's all. Anyway, it didn't bother me. I can take it.
It didn't bother you, eh?
Not a bit.
Well, then why did you try to kill yourself Friday morning?
I tried to kill myself.
What happened, Mary?
Now, listen.
Jack went out in the garage, closed the doors, got in the Maxwell.
Oh.
Put a rubber hose on the exhaust pipe, the other end in his mouth.
Mary.
Turned on the ignition, stepped on the starter, the car was out of gas, and here he is.
Mary, that wasn't me in the garage, so don't make up things.
Well, Jack, I don't blame you for being broken-hearted. After all these years of hard work, you should have won that award.
Darn right I should. I'd have won it, too, if it hadn't been for a... Dennis.
Should I get a barrel, Mr. Benny?
No, pull him up. And I'll tell you something, Phil. I'd have won that award if it hadn't been for politics.
I'm as good an actor as Gary Cooper any day.
What?
You're as good an actor as Gary Cooper. Yes, only he's taller than I am. That's why Jimmy Stewart won it the year before. They're both taller than I am.
What about the time Spencer Tracy won it?
He's shorter than I am. Well, I'm 5'9". So is Paul Muni.
Yes, and they gave him the award, brother.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. Oh, yeah? Oh, nuts. I'm going home.
Wow, that Jackson is really burned up, isn't he?
Yeah, he takes everything so seriously.
What does he want? Every year at this time, he puts that hose in his mouth. What a guy.
Well, Phil, I guess you might as well play something.
Okay. I forgot my streetcar transfer. Oh, here it is. So long. Can't understand it. How they could overlook me for the award after that magnificent... Oh, well. I don't mind Gary Cooper winning, but... Now, where's that Rochester?
Oh, hello, boss. Ain't you home kind of early?
Yes, I am. I'm a little upset, and I... Rochester, what have you got in that cocktail glass?
Some water. I was thirsty, boss.
Water? With an olive in it?
I was hungry, too.
Don't kid me. That's a dry martini. Rochester, is your girl here by any chance?
My girl? No, sir.
Well, was she here?
That ain't Ivy climbing over the back fence.
I thought so. Well, I'm not going to boil you out tonight. I'm too exhausted. I'm going upstairs to bed. I'm all in.
Oh, say, boss, the man from the exterminator company was here.
Oh. Did he find that mouse?
Yes, sir, and it sure was a big one. Put in an awful fight.
Oh. Where's the man now?
He went out to get another man.
Holy smoke, it must be a big one. I wonder if Frank Buck is in town. He could catch that mouse.
I'd catch it myself if you only let me put a piece of cheese in the trap.
No, there must be some other way. Sure be glad to get to bed. Here, hang this up, Rochester.
You need a new one, boss.
Just comb it out. It's okay. And don't part it in the middle like you did last night. Hand me my... Hey, what's that?
What?
There's someone under my bed. Who's that under my bed? Come on, you, speak up.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Home a little early, I see.
Oh, it's Mr. Billingsley. Now, come out from under my bed, Mr. Billingsley. Come out.
All right, you asked for it.
Ask for what?
If I come out and see my shadow, there'll be 40 more days of winter.
Oh, my goodness, today's a groundhog. Now, Mr. Billingsley, you must go to your own room.
Very well. Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
And what's wrong with that, may I ask?
Nothing. Good night, that's all. Gosh, he's so sensitive. I think I'll lie down and relax for a while, Rochester. That Academy Award has got me all worked up. Gary Cooper, a better actor than I am. That's justice for you.
Oh, say, boss.
Yeah?
I put gas in the Maxwell and the hose is still there. Do you want to have a go at it again tomorrow?
No. Next year, maybe. Rochester, take Mr. Coleman's hose back to him and thank him very much.
He don't know we got it.
Good. Gee, I hope I'll be able to sleep. Rochester, sing something, will you? That always lulls me.
Okay, boss.
Gee, I'm just a bundle of nerves tonight.
My mama done told me when I was in knee pants, my mama done told me, son.
Gary Cooper.
A woman will sweet talk and give you the big eye, but when the sweet talking's done...
Those tall guys get all the praise.
A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night.
I think I'll get out of pictures. I didn't even get one vote. I know I sent it in. Oh, well.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe. How they used to love me there. And the food at the old Busy Bee lunchroom.
Wherever the four winds blow. A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12th Annual Academy Award Banquet, and all of Hollywood's glamorous stars are gathered here in the Busy Bee Lunchroom in St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe. Gee, they love me here. I can't miss that award. I'm sure to win. Gosh, look at all those celebrities here. There's Wendell Willkie and Joan Fontaine and Ernst Lubitsch and the Exterminator Man. And look, there's Walter Wanger and Barbara Stanwyck and Mervyn LeRoy. Hey! Hello, Mervyn!
Hello, Leroy!
Gee, he knows me. Here's the old Busy Bee.
What do you have, sir?
A hot roast beef sandwich with Tutti Frutti ice cream on it. Hurry, Miss Lamar.
I can't hurry. I'm caught in a mousetrap.
Gee, you're a big one. Gosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the votes are all in for the best actor of the year, and I'll have the results in just a second.
Gee, I'm nervous. Hey, there's Gary Cooper. He's got a pretty good chance of winning, too. Hello, Gary.
Hello, Jack. How do you like it here in Memphis?
Memphis? We're in St. Joe, aren't we?
You're in Memphis. I'm in St. Joe. You see, I'm taller than you are.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. Look, the master of ceremonies is getting up. It must be Bob Hope.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not Hope, it's Allen. Fred Allen.
I'm very happy to be here in good old St. Joe. They love me here.
Listen to him. That Allen's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who leads me to sing the blues in the night. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the votes have been counted, and I have the honor to announce that the best actor of the year is that old gent with the gray hair, Frank Morgan.
No, Benny, me. Jack Benny.
Yes, Jack Benny. And here's that gold statue for you, Jackie.
Ouch. Thanks. How can I speak with this rubber hose in my mouth? But I'll try. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Here's your hot beef sandwich, mister.
Make it a steak. I just won the award. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to sever the slings and arrows
of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of... Who's that coming? Who are you guys? Who are you?
We're the Warner Brothers, shouting like the others. Benny, our mama done told us.
The Warner Brothers? And who are you?
I am Daryl Zanuck. Jack, you are a panic. Benny, my horsey done told me.
Gee, Mr. Zanuck, all the studios want me. All of them.
From Metro to Goldwyn, from Goldwyn to Mayor, from Mayor to Paramount.
Paramount? They love me there. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you how happy I am to receive this award. It is the most thrilling night I've ever had, and the most exciting... What's the matter? The banquet's over. Everybody's gone but Gary Cooper and me. What are you crying for, Gary?
I had my heart set on winning that award.
It's not your fault, Gary. I won it because I'm taller than you are. Look, I'm 8 feet tall.
Not only that, you're still growing.
Still growing? That's right, I am. Look at me. I'm 9 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet. Whoop, whoop, hold it. I'm tall enough, hold it. I'm going right through the roof. Oh, my head.
Boss, wake up!
Gary, where are you?
Boss, wake up! You've been dreaming.
Dreaming?
Yeah, you got your head right through the foot of the bed.
Oh, yes. Well, pull me out. Thanks. It was a tough dream, Rochester, but I won it.
Do you need me anymore, boss?
No. Good night, Rochester.
Good night. What a man.
Well, here's a treat that just can't be beat for real downright goodness, and one that's sure to become a family favorite the first time you try it.
The name of this grand dessert is Cherry Cubes with Pineapple, a brilliant combination of golden canned pineapple and bright crimson cherry jello. It's a dessert that fairly coaxes you to pick up a spoon and begin because it's so good-looking. And it's nothing less than a masterpiece of delicious flavor. You'll like the simple, easy way you make it, too. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and hot pineapple juice. Turn into a loaf pan and chill until firm. Then cut into cubes and pile in sherbet glasses, along with 3 slices of canned pineapple diced. And there's a dessert that's really extra special. Juicy golden nuggets of canned pineapple, temptingly blended with tiny glistening cubes of rich red cherry Jell-O. So get a package of cherry Jell-O tomorrow, and when you buy, be sure to get genuine Jell-O. It's extra rich because its flavor is locked in.
The last number of the 22nd program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time. And by then, I'm sure Jack will find something else to worry about. Good night, folks.
The parts of Fred Allen and Gary Cooper were interpreted by Peter Lind Hayes, appearing through courtesy of RKO Studios. The tune Captain of the Clouds is from the picture of the same name.
Did you know that the same folks who take Jell-O butterscotch pudding? It has a rich golden color just as tempting as can be. And what mellow delight there is in its creamy butterscotch flavor. So when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, the Earl C. Anthony Station. Angeles, the Earl C. Anthony Station. Angeles, the Earl C. Anthony Station.
Angeles, the Earl C. Anthony station.
The following is a delayed broadcast by transcription.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Marine Corps Base in San Diego, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Puddings, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Call Out the Marines.
Have you noticed how extra rich Jell-O is today, now that Jell-O's wonderful flavor is locked in? Well, there's never been anything like it, just never been anything more delicious. Locking in Jell-O's flavor heightens its goodness, brings it to a new peak of delight. Now, more than ever, Jell-O's shimmering color and beauty hold a promise of rich enjoyment, a promise that is gloriously fulfilled in Jell-O's bright, refreshing flavor. Flavor so thrillingly good that it makes you think right away of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Let your next package of Jell-O prove to you the extra richness of Jell-O's locked-in flavor. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles and notice the way Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out with a rush of rich, tangy fragrance and flavor. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O and see if you don't agree that Jell-O is better than ever now that Jell-O's famous flavor is locked in.
Was Call Out the Marines, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced before, our program this evening comes to you from the United States Marine Corps Base in San Diego.
Yes, sir.
The Marines who sail the seven seas on our battleships and cruisers, who pitch their tents in the blazing heat of tropical jungles or face the wintry winds of the far north.
You said it.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who thinks Marine is something to drop in your eyes, Jack Benny.
That's murine. I know the difference. Anyhow, Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a beautiful tribute you just gave to the Marines. They're a swell bunch of fellas, and they deserve it.
They certainly do. By the way, Jack, during the First World War, you were a Marine yourself, weren't you?
Me? No. No, I was a, no, forget it, Don. Anyway, it sure is great.
Well, now, Jack, I'm sure these boys here are interested in your military record. Did you serve in the artillery?
No.
The infantry?
With my feet? Are you kidding? Forget it, Don. Forget it.
No. I'd like to find out. Which branch of the service were you in?
Come here, Don. I'll whisper it to you. Don, I enlisted in the for 3 years.
Oh, you were a sailor.
Quiet! Don, for heaven's sake, I want to be friends with these boys. God.
Oh, now there's no need of getting upset, Jack. Nowadays, sailors and Marines are the best of friends. Why, they're pals.
Pals, eh? Well, years ago, when I was in the service, they weren't quite so chummy. I'll never forget one time when I was at the Great Lakes Naval Training Station. I was in love with a girl, and so was this Marine, about 6'2".
Your girl?
No, the Marine. My girl was only 6 foot. That is, in her bare feet. Well, anyway...
Oh, didn't she wear shoes?
No, this was in the summertime. Well, anyway, we both came up to this girl's front door one night, and the Marine said to me, where do you think you're going, tight pants? So I said, I'm going to see Eva. That was the girl's name, Eva Slatko. So This Marine said to me, "Oh, you are, eh?" And I said, "Yeah. You want to make something out of it?"
And what happened?
What was that?
What happened?
Oh, the next morning I had 3 teeth put back in, and I haven't seen the guy since. I'm sorry, Don. I missed my place there for a minute. But as you say, Don, there's no reason why sailors and leathernecks shouldn't get along together. They're all fighting for the same cause. And after all... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, boys.
Well, Mary, here we are in San Diego.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. The next time I come down here, it won't be in that Maxwell of yours. What a trip.
What's the matter with you?
I'm so black and blue, you think I went dancing at the Paris Inn last night.
Paris Inn? Oh, a dining and dancing spot, eh?
Dining, dancing, and wrestling.
Well, I must go over there later.
So you had a pretty tough ride in the Maxwell, huh, Mary?
Don, it would have been a very pleasant trip if we hadn't had that blowout at San Clemente.
The blowout was at Laguna Beach. We came down in San Clemente.
All right, for 10 minutes we were unidentified aircraft. All we had was a blowout.
And that silly experiment of yours. That's what held us up.
Mary, that experiment may not have worked, but it's ideas like that the government wants nowadays.
What was it, Mary?
Oh.
Well, Jack didn't have a spare, so he bought 1,000 packages of gum and told Rochester to chew them into a tire.
Listen, if it had worked, I'd be famous. Well, look who's here. Goldilocks and his 3 curls. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Here I am, man. Tear down the roof. Thank you. Now I'm happy.
Then stop bowing.
Well, I'm thrilled, Jackson. It's sure great to be down here entertaining all these leatherheads.
They're leather necks. You're the leatherhead. However, I must say, I can't understand how I made that mistake before. However, I must say you got here on time for a change. Did you just blow into town, Phil?
No, we got in last night, and then Frankie, my guitar player, and me went down to Tijuana.
Tijuana, eh?
You know, on a goodwill tour.
I'll bet. May I inquire what you boys were drinking?
A little Mexican buttermilk. Tequila, they call it.
Tequila? Say, I hear that's pretty strong stuff.
You ought to try it sometime, Jackson. First you swallow a glass of it, and then you chew on a lemon.
I see.
And after the 4th drink, if you ain't got a lemon, just chew your glass. It don't make no difference.
Well, that stuff must pack a wallop.
Yeah, and on our way home, we were hit by lightning, and we bent it.
Oh, stop dreaming it up. Well, Phil, now that we've heard about your adventures in Tijuana, how about playing a band number for the boys?
Okay, Jackson.
And play something nice, will you? Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I was wondering, would you like to join the Marines?
Yes, I would.
Well, join us. We're going to the Paris Inn tonight.
Get out of here. Silly guy. Gee, I wish I could join the Marines, though. They're a red-blooded organization.
They wouldn't give you any whether you joined or not.
I don't want any. Play, Phil. I can't understand how I made a mistake on that first shot. I don't know what happened to my script, you know. Really, it was amazing. I couldn't believe it.
understand how I made that mistake. Oh, well. That was he's 1A in the Army and A1 in my heart, played by Phil Harris and his internationally famous orchestra. Internationally famous meaning they're as well known in Tijuana as they are in San Diego. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Tijuana, they love me there.
Isn't it amazing? You can't insult the guy. How I made that mistake. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jack, can I read my poem now?
Mary, I told you that you can't do any more of your silly poem.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Here I am.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Curtsy. Well, our little gang is all assembled.
Hey, is Joan Bennett here yet?
Quiet. That's our surprise. What a kid. Well, Dennis, are you enjoying yourself here in San Diego?
I sure am. I went to Balboa Park this morning, and what a zoo they got there. What a zoo!
You had fun, eh?
Yeah, and you know what, Mr. Benny?
What?
I saw a baboon there that looked exactly like Fred Allen.
Like Fred Allen, eh? That's a good one. He has got long arms, you know. What was the baboon doing, Dennis?
He was picking fleas off another one that resembled you somewhat.
What do you mean?
Here's a peanut, Jack. Catch.
Thanks. Now cut that out. Say, I must go over and take a look at that baboon that looks like me. I've never seen one with big blue eyes. It must be quite a novelty.
What else you see there, Dennis?
Well, I saw lions and tigers and elephants, and then I saw a great big dinosaur.
Dennis, that's impossible. You couldn't have seen a dinosaur.
Of course not. She's in New York with Eddie Cantor.
That's dinosaur! Phil, you're thinking of Dinah Shore.
Can I read my poem now?
Not now, Mary. I'm leading up to something. All right, Don. Dinah Shore.
Oh, Jack, this one is utterly fantastic.
Don, I won't go through this every week. Dinah Shore.
But, Jack, people are beginning to talk. Everybody says, there goes that goofy Wilson.
I don't want to hear another word about it. Now go ahead. Dinah Shore.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you have dinner, be sure to serve Jell-O for dessert. Because whether you dine at sea or dine ashore...
Wonderful.
You will find that Jell-O with its new locked-in flavor is America's favorite gelatin dessert. I'm sorry, Dinah.
Well, personally, Don, I thought it was very, very clever.
Too very, Jeff.
It's worth it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day, our tenor, will sing...
Wait a minute. I'm going to read my poem to these boys.
Oh, my goodness. Well, they can take it. That's one thing. What's the title of your poem, Mary?
Tell it to the Marines, but don't get tough about it.
Say, you got something there. Proceed.
I salute all you Marines, old and young and in between. And I really think you're tops. You're just the guys to stop the jops.
Jops? Jops, you mean Japs.
Japs, jops, knocks the sukiyaki out of them.
Right, continue.
You fellas fight on land or sea, in the air, up a tree.
They can fight anywhere.
And when you boys get liberty, you slug it out over girls like me.
Well, that keeps them in condition, I suppose. Go ahead.
I've gone with boys from Georgia Tech and Yale and Harvard by the peck. But here's one thing I'll say by heck. I'd rather neck a leather neck. The end.
Ah, very good, Mary. You know, Mary, Gee, they're wonderful here, aren't they? You know, Mary, I'm sorry I tried to keep you from reading that poem because this one was really okay. It really was. Come in. Well, who's this?
It's a Marine.
I know it's a Marine, but who? Hello there.
Hello, tight pants. I'm glad to see you again.
Yeah, glad to see you again.
Well, who is it, Jack?
I don't know. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad to see you.
What do you have in the old gang?
Oh, you know, same old gang, like you said. You know how it is.
Well, who is he?
I'm trying to find out. What are you doing here?
I'm still in the service. By the way, I see you got those 3 teeth put back in.
Three teeth? Oh, hey, wait a minute. You're...
Remember Eva Slutko?
Yeah, that's it. You're Bullface Hurley. Say, do you ever see Eva anymore?
How can I help it? We married and got 4 kids.
4 kids? Well, what do you know? Well, sit down. We'll talk things over. Go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Say, Bullface, remember the time I caught you and Eva dancing at the Y and I socked you right in the jaw?
You hit Eva.
I did? I was running so fast I didn't look back. But I'll never forget the time when I took out Eva to Brown's Lake and the canoe tipped over.
There's no mountain top so high that somehow love can't climb. No, no, true love will find a way. There's no river quite so wide that love can't cross in time. Please believe me when I say you are always in my heart, even though you're far away. I can hear the music of the song of love I sang with you. You are always in my heart, and when skies above are gray, I remember that you care, and then and there the sun breaks through. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, dear, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my heart. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, but I'm sure we'll meet again. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my
Well, that sure is good news, Bullface. So you named one of your boys after me, eh?
Yeah, he was kind of a puny kid.
Well, it's good seeing you again, Bull. Say hello to Eva for me.
I will. So long, tight pants.
So long. So they finally got married. Gee, Eva was a cute gal. I wonder if she ever got shoes. I suppose so. Anyway, that was Always in My Heart, sung by Dennis Day.
And dedicated to Miss Joan Bennett. Where is she?
Oh, she ought to be here any minute, Dennis.
Well, I hope so. A man can stand just so much, you know.
What are you talking about?
Well, Miss Bennett and I got to be pretty good friends on the way down here. Pretty good friends.
Dennis, the only reason Miss Bennett sat on your lap is because the car was crowded. Say, I wonder what is keeping Joan.
I doubt if she shows up at all after that trip in the Maxwell.
She'll be here, don't worry.
Imagine asking Joan Bennett to ride down here in that broken-down jalopy. She's a big movie star.
Well, what am I, a manhole cover? Huh?
You got about as much hair as one.
All right, I'm a manhole cover. And remember that on payday because I won't be able to sign your check. You keep that up, Miss Livingston. Well, here she is, fellas. Come on in, Joan. We've been waiting for you.
Hello, Jack. Hello, everybody.
There, you see, Mary, she's here and she looks wonderful. Well, Joan, I was a little worried about you. How do you feel after your ride down here in my Maxwell?
How do I feel? Now I know what a mold of milk goes through.
Well, you see, you're a little light, Joan. I'll tell you what. On the way back, I'll let Dennis sit on your lap.
Put down Wilson there. That'll do the trick.
Okay, anything you want, Joan.
Oh, boy, ain't she a dish.
Dennis! Dennis, behave yourself.
Leave him alone, Jack. You were young once yourself.
And I still am, Joni. I still am.
He takes a little vitamin B and he wants to skip rope.
Oh, sure. Say, Joan, you remember Phil Harris, don't you?
Why, certainly. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Joan. Ever hear Alice say she's my wife?
Phil, what a guy. Well, Joan, this is certainly like old times, isn't it? You and I working together again.
Yes, Jack, it's been over 3 years now. Remember that picture we made called Artists and Models Abroad?
Do I? I'll never forget it. And, Joan, I've got a confession to make. Now, you didn't know it at the time, but you were the first leading lady I ever kissed.
What do you mean I didn't know it?
What?
You should have seen him, Mary. He was so nervous he missed my upper lip entirely.
Well, I did pretty good considering I had my eyes closed.
That would never happen with me, sister.
Dennis, pipe down. Say, Joan, I've been wondering. I've thought of this often. Why is it you and I have never made another picture together?
Jack, you asked me that a dozen times on the way down here, and I told you.
But, Joan, I don't eat salami anymore. Honest, I don't.
Well, I'm glad of that. Now, I'll say one thing for you, Jack. Your acting has improved.
Well, I hit both lips now, if that's what you mean. Yes, ma'am.
Not only that, but I saw your picture the other night, and I just couldn't believe that Jack Benny was playing Hamlet.
That was me, all right. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Someone give him the answer. He does this every 5 minutes.
Mary. So you like me as Hamlet, eh, Joan?
I certainly did. And what amazed me, Jack, was the way you looked in tights. Your legs were simply gorgeous.
Oh, you're just saying that. Heavens to Betsy. My legs gorgeous.
They really are. Why, everybody in Hollywood is saying they're even prettier than Betty Grable.
Prettier than Betty? Oh, so that's why she's been snubbing me lately. Now I get it, jealousy. Well, Joan, getting back to me. Excuse me a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Pardon me, Joan. I'll be with you in a minute. Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I got the Maxwell all gassed up and everything. What time tomorrow morning are we going to take off?
Well, we're leaving the hotel at 7 a.m. sharp.
But, boss, I won't be getting in till 8:30.
Getting in? Now, wait a minute, Rochester. I let you go to a party last night. You don't have to go to another party tonight.
This is the same one.
Same one?
Only we're switching from gin to Mexican buttermilk.
Oh, I see.
You know, they got a regular little Harlem down here.
I don't care. We're leaving tomorrow morning promptly at 7. I don't want to hear another word about it.
But, Mr. Benny, I'm asking him now, honey. But, Mr. Benny.
Just a second, Rochester. Who did you just say honey to?
Me?
Yes, you. Who is Honey?
He's a cousin of mine, boss. Honeydew Van Jones.
What?
Junior.
Rochester, you're not telling me the truth. You're at a party and you were talking to a girl.
And if I don't stop talking to you, I'm a loser. The wolves are closing in.
Rochester, sometimes I can't understand you. You've got a girl in Los Angeles, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
For 2 years now, you've been going steady together.
Uh-huh.
Well, then let me ask you something. Did you ever hear of Fidelity?
Oh, yeah, that's an insurance company, ain't it?
I don't mean that. I mean you should be true to one girl.
Oh, boss, reconsider.
Well, I'm not going to argue any more about it. I want you to be at the El Cortez Hotel at 7 a.m. So long.
So long. Well, I tried, honey.
I have more trouble with that guy. Always wants his own way.
Pardon me, Jack.
Yes, Joan.
Did I understand you to say that you're driving back tomorrow at 7 a.m.?
Yes, I'll have to pick you up bright and early.
Well, bring along a first aid kit. I might snap at you.
Good. And, Joan, I do want to thank you for coming down here and helping entertain these Marines.
I love doing it.
And incidentally, our program is being sent every week by delayed shortwave to our armed forces everywhere.
It is? Well, then, Jack, if I promise to ride back with you in your Maxwell, will you do me a favor?
Why, certainly. What is it?
May I say hello to General MacArthur and his men?
Of course.
Hello, General. Keep up the good work. But who has to tell you?
You said it. Play, Phil.
Make dinner tomorrow night something really out of the ordinary by serving the family this swell Jell-O treat.
It's Cardinal Pear Mold, rich, juicy pears embedded in a shimmering mold of bright red raspberry Jell-O. Nothing could be more tempting to the eye or more delightful to the taste than this grand Jell-O dessert. And nothing could be easier to make. Now, here's all you do. Simply dissolve 1 package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in a pint of hot water. Add 1/8 teaspoon of powdered ginger. Turn into mold. Chill until firm. Unmold and garnish with sections of canned pears. You'll say that it's one of the most delicious, mouth-watering desserts that ever came your way. A dessert that you'll love from the first spoonful to the last. So tomorrow, when you make up this tempting combination of juicy canned pears and beautiful red raspberry Jell-O, remember, Jell-O today is extra rich thanks to the Jell-O's new locked-in flavor.
Thanks again, Joan Bennett, and good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Biltmore and Ed Beloin. The fact that this show was broadcast in the Marine base did not constitute an endorsement of the product advertised by the War Department. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Am an American.
Year after year, Jell-O keeps getting better and better. And today, Jell-O is richer, more delicious than it's ever been before. The reason for this extra goodness is a new Jell-O process that locks in Jell-O's famous flavor and makes it even more tempting, even more enjoyable. Jell-O is a beautiful dessert, radiant with color and glistening with goodness. And its swell flavor, so tangy and refreshing, makes you think that you're actually tasting the ripe, juicy fruit itself. Yes, Jell-O's marvelous flavor is gloriously good, a flavor that everybody loves. And now that it's locked in, Jell-O's grand flavor reaches a new peak in pleasure. But prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles and notice the way Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out with a rush of delicious fragrance and flavor. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O. You'll find that Jell-O is better and richer than ever now that its flavor is locked in.
Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Tuesday, March the 17th, is St. Patrick's Day. So instead of my usual hackneyed introduction this evening, you can sit down now, Jack. Sit down.
Oh,
So instead of my usual hackneyed introduction, it gives me extreme pleasure to bring to you a young Irish lad who has become a great success on this program.
Irish? I wonder if he means... No, he told me to sit down. Could it be...
Jack, will you please keep quiet?
Okay.
And here he is, folks, that golden-voiced tenor from the Emerald Isle, Dennis Day.
Well, take a bow, Dennis.
Thank you. Jello again. This is Dennis Day talking. And sure, 'tis a grand pleasure to be addressing all you lovely people.
Listen to the blarney.
And, folks, right now I'd like to tell you a little story about Pat and Mike.
Oh, fine.
Well, Pat and Mike were walking down the street when all of a sudden a parrot flew out of a pet shop right in front of them.
A parrot, eh?
And Pat turned to Mike and said,
My, hasn't that thing got beautiful feathers? What do you suppose it is?
So Mike said, Sure, I don't know. Let's go and catch it.
So?
So they chased it. And finally the parrot turned around and said, What the heck do you guys want? And Pat tipped his hat and said,
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. We thought you was a bird.
Very good, Dennis, very good. Now, go and sit down.
Sit down? Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, I thought I was going to do the whole program tonight.
No. Don thought that on account of it being so close to St. Patrick's Day, it would be a nice gesture to introduce you first. But that's all.
Oh.
You see, Dennis, you haven't had enough experience to handle the whole program. Well, let's get going. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
What are you trying to do, hold me down?
No, I'm not trying to hold you down, kid. But for heaven's sake, you can't be master of ceremonies. You're too young. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
He hates me because I'm young.
I don't hate you, Dennis. I simply can't take the chance of letting you handle this program. You might be a flop.
But, Jack, on the other hand, he might be very good.
Don, either way, I'm taking a chance. Now, let's drop it. Jello again. This is Dennis Day talking. And sure, folks... Oh, nuts. This is all your fault, Don Wilson. You had to introduce the kid. You had to be topical.
Well, I thought it was a good idea, Jack. After all, our listeners may be tired of the same old thing week after week.
Oh, so now I'm an old thing. Well, Mr. Wilson, I'd watch my step if I were you, because the time of year is fast approaching when your contract comes up for renewal.
I'm glad you brought up the subject, Jack, because I may not be with you next season.
I'm sick and tired of it.
Oh?
You may not be with me?
Oh, now, here's the situation. I've had a splendid offer to do the announcing on the Baxter Beauty Clay program.
Beauty clay?
Yes. They offered me a very nice salary and all the mud packs I can use.
Well, Don, after all these years, if a little mud can come between us, well...
There's a difference in salary, too.
Mud or money, you ain't loyal. That's gratitude for you.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Hello. How do you think I am?
Well, what's the matter with you? You look like somebody just stole your rubber heels.
They better not, sister. I've got my license number branded on them. I'm taking no chances.
I'll bet your hot water bag is safe, too.
And so is my teething ring. I can go along with a gag. Anyway, if you want to know why I'm upset, it's because I've discovered that my pal Don Wilson is a traitor. A big, fat traitor. He wants to leave me for the Baxter Beauty Clay program.
Well, why not? They made us a swell offer.
What do you mean, us?
They want Don, Phil, Dennis, and me.
What?
Can we put in a word for you, Mr. Benny?
Keep out of this. Well, Mary, all I can say is that fine appreciation after all I've done for you.
After all you've done for me?
Yes. When I first met you, you didn't even have a pair of stockings.
What are you talking about? There was a whole counter full.
I mean of your own. And another thing, young lady, who put you in show business? Who started you out in vaudeville?
I started in vaudeville with my sister Babe.
What an act that was. Tumblers, the bouncing Livingston.
A lot of us helped to kill vaudeville, but you and your sister jumped on it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack Benny. You never even saw our act.
I did, too, and I'll never forget your sister, Babe. She was so nearsighted, she used to take bows with her back to the audience.
She knew what she was doing.
Oh, yeah?
And furthermore, she's not nearsighted.
She's not, eh? Well, I'd like to have a nickel for every weighing machine she said hello to. Fine name she picked out, Babe. She looks more like Babe Ruth. Well, we got a program to do tonight, and as long as you're all working for me temporarily, you might as well do your song, Dennis.
Okay, I'm going to sing The Garden Where the Praties Grow, and I dedicate it to Mr. Baxter and his beauty clay who is listening in.
Baxter's beauty clay. What burns me up, I've been using that clay for years.
You must have been growing radishes in it.
I tried it on my face, too. Anyway, I'm talking about friendship and appreciation and gratitude for my own cast.
Should I sing now, Mr. Benny?
Wait a minute, Dennis. I just happened to think of a little poem that fits this situation to a T. It's entitled Loyalty and was written by Otis J. Cribblecobbler. Now let this sink in. Loyalty. Ahem.
Hey, where's that music coming from?
Like in the movies, it just comes. Loyalty. Real friends are few and far between. They'll never tarnish or turn green. They'll stick with you through stormy seas. They'll go through heat or even freeze. So when you've a friend who is a friend, do not kick him in. The end. Now remember that, all of you, before you think of deserting me for another program. Sing, Dennis. That poem didn't sink in very well. Maybe I'll have to give the gang more money or something. I don't know.
Have you ever been in love, me boys, or have you felt the pain? I'd sooner be in jail myself than be in love again. For the girl I loved was beautiful, I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk right through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. Or did she wear a chignon? I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. Says I, my pretty Kathleen, I hope that you'll agree. She wasn't like your city girls who say you're making free. So I'll ask me parents, and tomorrow I'll let you know if you'll meet me in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk right through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. Now did she wear a chignon? I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. Oh, the parents, they consented, and we're blessed with children 3. 2 boys just like their mother, and the girl the image of me. And now we're going to train them up the way they ought to go, for her to dig right in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk her through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. Now did she wear a chignon? I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow.
That was The Garden Where the Praties Grow, a special St. Patrick's Day song sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was swell. Stick with Uncle Jack and you've got a brilliant future.
Well, I'd love to, but Mr. Baxter has made me some wonderful promises.
Promises?
If it's promises you want, you're with the right guy now.
I deliver the goods, too. Dennis's contract called for a raise this month, and he got one.
Some raise. You put high heels on his shoes.
A raise is a raise. It all depends on how you look at it.
Gosh, I turned my ankles 10 times this week.
Well, watch it. Don't be so clumsy. Anyway, Dennis, you better think twice before you listen to anybody else's promises. You know, they don't always... Here comes another traitor. How do you do, Mr. Harris? Feeling fine, I trust?
Mr. Harris, why all the formality?
If you mean formality, Phil, which is my guess, the reason for my frigid attitude is because I found out that you're a snake in the grass.
Well, I haven't even seen grass for 10 years.
Well, you've seen snakes. That I know.
Snakes, are them those wiggly things that come just ahead of the elephant?
I don't know the order of their appearance, but that's what you are. Imagine leaving me for Baxter's beauty clay.
Jackson, I wouldn't leave you for all the beauty clay in the world, and heaven knows I'm a mess.
What?
Hey, Phil, you mean you're not going to walk out with the rest of us?
No, sir. Look, Jackson, I got it all figured out. We don't need the rest of this bunch at all.
We don't?
No, next season we'll have just you, me, and a 100-piece symphony orchestra.
A 100-piece orchestra?
Yeah, you lead one end, I'll lead the other, and let them bump.
Well, it's a novel idea, Phil, but offhand, I don't know of 100 musicians that would stoop that low. No, if my gang wants to leave me, I'll just quit radio, that's all.
Are you sure you don't like that symphony idea, Jackson?
No, it stinks, Phil. But thanks just the same. I'll just quit radio.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I think this has gone far enough. We did have an offer from Mr. Baxter, but we're not going to accept it.
Not much.
That's the truth, Jack. Why, we couldn't leave you or Jello. We're all locked in together.
That's a plug if I ever heard one.
Oh, wake up, Jack. The whole thing was just a gag.
Oh, a gag, eh? God, you fellas really had me going. I've heard about your other offer. You had me so worried all week, my hair was falling out. See?
I thought that thing was guaranteed.
Good, Mary, good. Well, let's get going on. Let's get going on with the program, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra, we're going to present a special surprise attraction in which we will definitely expose for the first time... Excuse me. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
I'm busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, boss, I got to send in my income tax by tomorrow night.
Yes?
And I'm a little short of that green stuff that ain't grass, yet it ain't hay.
Why, Rochester, do you mean to say you have to pay tax on that small salary you get?
I better. Mr. Morgenthau sent me a blank with RSVP on it.
RSVP?
Rochester send velvet tonsils.
Oh, I see. Well, Rochester, tell me, how much does your income tax amount to?
That all depends on my dependents. Is it okay if I put my brother down as a dependent?
Well, I don't know. Can your brother work?
He can, but it's nauseating.
Oh, well, look, maybe your brother can't work. Maybe he's incapacitated.
Beg your pardon?
I said maybe your brother is incapacitated. He's too weak.
Boss, any man that can stack up sirloin steaks and eat them like flapjacks ain't in for anything.
Well, then in that case, you cannot deduct him as a dependent. In fact, Rochester, I wouldn't bother with any deduction. If I were you, I'd just send in a check for the full amount.
A check?
Yes.
Well, can you suggest a good bank that can go along with a gag?
No, but I'll be happy to lend you enough to pay your tax, Rochester.
Thanks, boss. So long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss, Mr. Benny.
Now what?
Can I deduct for stock market losses?
Why, of course. Wait a minute. What stock did you have?
Well, I took an awful beating in African Cubes Incorporated.
You can't take off for dice. Goodbye. That guy is always in trouble. Play, Phil, and then we'll have our big surprise of the evening.
That was I Said No, played by Phil Harris and his Biltmore Bowlers. Biltmore meaning the hotel where the boys are working, and bowlers meaning they should play in an alley. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, thanks for the plug, Jackson.
You can't insult the guy. It's amazing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our surprise feature attraction. No doubt a few of you heard Fred Allen's program last week, in which Mr. Allen very modestly devoted most of the show to his own life story.
Well, I thought it was very funny.
We won't go into that. Now, when Mr. Allen presented this soggy saga of his miserable life, he completely overlooked one very important incident which marked the turning point in his crummy career. Now, in order to bring to light this hidden chapter of Mr. Allen's drab existence, we are going to present the life of Jack Benny.
What's that got to do with Allen?
Because I'm the guy that... Be patient, Mary. We'll come to that. So here we go, folks, with the life of Jack Benny. First, I am born. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen, is the little farmhouse of Mr. and Mrs. Zeke Benny, located on the outskirts of Waukegan, Illinois. The date is February 14th. The year...
Let's go! Goo.
Well, what is it, nurse? Boy or girl?
Congratulations. Congratulations, Zeke. It's a bouncing baby boy.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's bounce it.
A fine start I got.
6 years later, and Jackie Benny, our hero, is now a handsome little fellow with big blue eyes and long gray curls.
They were golden, and they came way down to my ankles.
You must have looked like a weeping willow.
Quiet.
We find Jackie practicing on his violin while his old music teacher stands by with a look of rapture on his face.
How was that, Mr. Lindsay?
A.
I said, how was that? Am I getting any better?
A.
I said, am I getting any better?
Oh, have you been sick?
Oh, well, someday I'll be a great violinist.
Ten years later.
I'm playing it by heart now, folks.
And then came 1917, the World War, somewhere in France. Later, and Jack Benny starts his vaudeville career as a concert violinist.
I thank you.
Wait a minute. What's all this got to do with Fred Allen?
We're coming to that. Continue, Mr. Wilson.
The scene changes. It's a cold winter's day in 1927. And Jack Benny, now a vaudeville headliner, is appearing at the Electric Theater in St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe. They love me there. God.
As Mr. Benny is about to enter the stage door, a ragged, unkempt stranger with icicles on his adenoids approaches him and says,
Pardon me, mister, but would you please give me a nickel for a cup of coffee?
A nickel?
Yes, sir. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten for days. I'm starved, I tell you, starved.
Then a nickel won't help you, my good man. Here's a $10 bill.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, stop kissing my hand. It's nothing. Poor boy.
Oh, but I'll never forget you for this. Never, never.
Don't wipe my shoes. It's quite all right. Tell me, my good man, what is your name?
Sullivan. Fred Sullivan.
Fred Sullivan.
Remember that name, ladies and gentlemen.
And that voice.
Remember that Jack Benny gave him $10 when he was starving.
And remember his words when he said, I'll never forget you for this.
3 years later, and Fred Sullivan is now Fred Allen, a successful juggler in vaudeville.
See why I told you to remember that name, folks?
And it's a cold winter's day in New York City. And Mr. Allen is about to enter the stage door of the Palace Theater when a ragged stranger with a long black beard and a tin cup approaches.
Pardon me, sir. Would you please give me a nickel for a cup of instant postum? Please.
Get away from me, you bum, or I'll take my gold-handled cane and give you 2 lumps for your postum.
See what a rat he was, folks? But I'm hungry, starved, I tell you, starved.
Out of my way, you derelict. Fink's mules are just taking their bow, and I'm on next.
Very well, but I'll tell Variety about this. Mr. Sullivan?
Sullivan? Who are you?
Wait till I pull off this false beard. All right, who am I?
Jack Benny.
That's right, the man who gave you $10 when you only asked for a nickel. And the man who's going to beat you to within an inch of your life. Take that, out, and that, out, and that.
Leave me alone.
And that.
I'll give the money
and
back.
That.
Help that. Out.
Well, have you had enough, Alan? I knocked him silly, folks. And that's how Fred Allen became a comedian. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the incident Mr. Allen was ashamed to reveal on his program last week. Playfill.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that will really bring you compliments galore. A good-looking, swell-tasting dessert that you'll be proud to serve again and again.
It's Cardinal Pear Mold, rich, juicy pears embedded in a shimmering mold of bright red raspberry Jell-O. And what a tempting treat it is. A dessert that looks gloriously gay and inviting, and in taste, downright delicious. Yet it's so simple and easy to make. All you do is just dissolve 1 package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in a pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in canned sliced pears, mold, and serve plain or with whipped cream. It's a dessert that will lend color and enjoyment to any meal. A bright, shimmering dessert, simply full of delightful flavor. Try it and see what a big hit it makes with everybody. Tomorrow, make up this tangy combination of juicy canned pears and beautiful red raspberry Jell-O. Remember, Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O extra rich.
the last number of the 24th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time.
Say, Jack, did you really give Fred Allen a $10 bill when he only asked for a nickel?
Oh, it may have been a 20 or a 50. Who knows? I couldn't see very well. It was snowing.
You mean to say you took off your shoe in the snow?
I carried a wallet then. Good night, folks.
The Jello Show is written by Biltmore and Eddie Beloit. The part of Fred Allen was interpreted on our program tonight by the RKO player Peter Lind Hayes.
Remember this name, friends, Jello Puddings. It's the name of 3 grand puddings made by the same folks who make Jello. There's Jello Vanilla Pudding, a smooth, luscious pudding with the delicate, creamy flavor of real vanilla. Jello Pudding is not only swell as a pudding, but ideal for cream pies, tarts, or as a cream filling for cakes. So when you order Jello puddings in all 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jello puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
JEKYL. The Jello program brought to you by Jello and Jello Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with One on the House.
Jello. Jello. This is the name, friends, that for years has identified America's favorite gelatin dessert. Jello is a trademark, the property of General Foods, and your assurance of delightful quality and flavor. Today, as always, Jello comes to you in that same familiar red-lettered package. But the Jello inside that package is new and different. Jello that hits a new high in flavor. Jello that is more delicious than ever before. By means of a new Jello process, Jello's tempting, tingling flavor is locked in. Yes, locked right into the tiny Jello particles. And that means extra goodness. More pleasure for you in every gay, shimmering Jello dessert you enjoy. Let your next package of Jello prove it. Open the package. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the Jello and notice how Jello's captive goodness comes pouring out in a rush of richness. Get several boxes of Jello tomorrow. The package is just the same, but the Jello inside is better than ever, thanks to Jello's new locked-in flavor.
One on the House, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, spring is here once again, and warm weather has returned to Southern California.
That old sun sure feels good.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who every year at this time removes the sleeves and rolls up the legs of his long underwear, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're right. When I take off my longies, I feel like a fat lady getting out of a phone booth. You know, Don, spring does something to me. I'm so peppy lately.
What do you mean, peppy?
Well, every morning I jump out of bed at 5 a.m., put on my gym suit, exercise with my 100-pound dumbbells, and then
Now, wait a minute, Jack. You mean to say that you actually pick up 100-pound dumbbells?
Well, I don't exactly pick them up. I just tug at them. It develops the shoulders. Huh? Well, anyway, after that, I put on the gloves and spar around for about 45 minutes with Rochester. You know, this morning he got in a quick punch that darn near knocked me cold.
That's quite a wallop, huh?
Well, it's not that so much, Don, but I found out later he was saving tinfoil for the China Relief in his left glove. Imagine, we were only doing morning exercise, and Rochester had to put a heavy tinfoil in his glove.
Well, Jack, didn't you have anything in your glove?
Well, I did insert a small flat iron. But the The cord got caught around my neck, Rochester swung, and the birdies reminded me that spring was here. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Don.
How are you, Mary? How do you feel?
Oh, wonderful. I love spring.
Me too.
You know, Jack, I saw my first robin this morning, and he came all the way from Alabama.
Now, wait a minute. How do you know the robin came from Alabama?
He had a banjo on his knee.
Oh, Susanna. Now, this may be a coincidence, Mary, but I saw a robin today that came in from St. Joe, Missouri.
How do you know?
He kissed me. They loved me there. How's that for a nip, dear?
Oh, you're a riot. Where are you getting all the pep lately?
Where do you think I'm getting it? It's spring. You know, Mary, in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love.
Well, I'll be darned. He's got a glint in his eye.
In my blue eye, if you please.
Say, Mary, Jack tells me that he's been doing all kinds of exercises.
Not only that, he even bought a bicycle. You should have seen him yesterday when he was showing off on it.
Now, cut that out.
What did he do, Mary?
Well, I saw Jack riding down Wilshire Boulevard yesterday, and he yelled out, "Hey, Mary, look, no hands."
And what happened?
He hit a lamppost, smack, no teeth.
I just did that for a gag. Anyway, I can take those falls, can't I?
You're good for about one more, Daddy. Save it.
Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing all the time.
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, do I feel good. Ain't spring the nut?
Well, look who's a nature lover all of a sudden. Huh?
I ain't kidding. I went out in the garden this morning, and you know what, Jackson?
What?
I seen a robin that just flew in from Chattanooga.
All right, Phil. How do you know the robin came from Chattanooga?
He was choo-chooing on a worm.
A Lulu?
That hair's as ever sharp, like them pencils.
Oh, you're a cliff.
Say, Phil, what do you mean you were out in your garden? Have you got a garden?
Sure, I got one of them victory gardens. I'm going to raise tomatoes and beans and radishes and, what's that stuff that grows on them long stalks?
Corn. You know what it is. Anyway, Phil, I had no idea you were such a farmer.
Jackson, there's nothing like it. You take one of them seeds, you put it in the ground, and the first thing you know, a little green thing shoots up.
Do tell.
You pull it out, and there's a carrot on the other end.
Well.
Then you keep on pulling, and there's some potatoes, and then you pull a little more, and there's some beets, and
now,
then
wait a minute, Phil, wait a minute. Vegetables don't grow on top of each other like acrobats. But congratulations, anyway, on your love for the soil. Well, it's about time for a song, I guess. Where's Dennis?
Here I am, Mr. Benny. Boy, spring is sure here, all right. You know, I saw a robin this morning that came all the way from...
Dennis, we don't want any more robin gags. We've had enough.
Oh, let him tell it, Jack.
Yeah, this one struck me as rather amusing.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, I saw a robin this morning that came all the way from Natchez to Mobile.
How do you know?
My mama done told me.
Say, that was all right. Now, let's have your song.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, kid, as long as you mention spring, you better start mowing my lawn next week.
Well, I don't think I should mow your lawn anymore. It's not dignified.
Oh, it isn't, eh?
Besides, I'm a big singer. Would John Charles Thomas mow your lawn?
He would if he worked for Jack.
You said it. Sing, kid. Let's have your song.
When you're far away, I'll pray for you. Though I know tonight is the night you leave me, and I can't do much that will help you through. Though this moment's breaking my heart, believe me, here's one thing I end of the day, when we are far, far apart, I'll pray for you, and each prayer that I say, darling, will come from my heart. So let me see you smile before we say goodbye, for in a little while there'll be a blue sky. Oh, kiss me again, and remember that when you're far away, I'll pray for you.
That was I'll Pray for You, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday, as a special treat for grown-ups and kiddies alike, we are going to present a real old-time minstrel show. Doc Benny will come to town with his troupe of 40 entertainers. Count 'em, 40.
A minstrel show, eh?
Yep.
Hey, Jackson, can I be the interlocutor?
I'm going to be the interlocutor. You can be the tater if you want. Now, fellas, this is the real thing, so I want you all to put burnt cork on your faces. Everybody bring tambourines. And Mary, I want you and Dennis to wear bandanas.
But why?
Never mind. All right, Don. Bandanas.
Oh, Jack, you can't do this to me. You can't do it.
Don, bandanas.
No, Jackson, no.
Phil, you keep out of this. All right, Don, I'm not going to argue with you. Bandanas.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm always very happy to say that Jell-O is economical and easy to make.
But, Don.
And I love to tell the folks it's America's favorite gelatin dessert, and it has that new locked-in flavor.
Now, Don.
But if you think I'm going to stand up here in front of all these people and say that Jell-O is very good with sliced bandanas, you're crazy.
Well, you said it, Smarty, so there. And if you want to know something, that was one of my cleverest ideas. It was brilliant, wasn't it, Dennis?
No, sir. Boy, am I going to mow that lawn.
Yes, and I can just hear you snipping on that hedge, too. Well, what do you say, Phil? It's about time for a band number.
So soon?
Yeah, I want to leave early today. I'm going out to Hillcrest and play 9 holes of golf before it gets dark.
Golf? You mean to say you still want to play golf after what happened Friday?
Mary, I was a little off my game. I generally shoot in the high 70s. Or the low 80s.
Or the gay 90s.
Oh, shush. I play all right.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. You ain't so hot. I gave you a good trimming the other day, and you never even paid off the bet.
The reason I didn't pay off, Phil, is because the match was never finished.
Never finished? Why, what happened, Phil?
Let me tell him.
Oh, you're always telling everything.
You see, Don, last Friday was a beautiful day. So Jack and Phil went out to play a round of golf, and they invited me to come along and be scorekeeper.
Scorekeeper.
Well, anyway, the boys went into the locker room to change their clothes. So I waited and waited. You know how Jack is. He's worse than a woman when it comes.
Now, hurry up and change your clothes, Phil. We want to get out and sock that old ball around.
But I haven't played in years, Jackson.
Oh, you'll get back in the swing of it. I'll give you a few pointers. Rochester, for heaven's sake.
What's the matter, boss?
Don't wad up my suit and shove it on the shelf. Put it on a hanger.
Well, if I take too good a care of it, it ain't never going to be mine.
You won't get that suit for a long time. Now, hand me my golf shoes.
Here you are. You know, Mr. Benny, you sure look romantic standing there in your long underwear.
Romantic?
Yes, sir. If you had a dagger around your waist, you'd look just like Hamlet.
Hamlet. To be or not to be? That is the question.
There he goes again.
Whether
Quiet,
nobody
quiet
knows.
there. Put your pants on.
Oh, nobody around here can stand a guy with talent. All jealous at Hillcrest. Oh, Rochester, where did you put my knickers?
Right here, boss.
Knickers? Hey, Jackson, you still wearing them old-time +4s?
When I put on the cap that matches them, they're very snappy. Come on, Phil, let's get out there and hit that old pill.
Oh, I don't feel like playing, Jackson. I worked late last night. I'm all in.
Oh, tired, eh?
Yeah, like I told you, I ain't had a golf club in my hand for over 5 years.
Oh, 5 years, eh? Well, I'll tell you what, Phil. I'll bet you $10 on the game. You know, just to make it interesting.
Okay, $10.
It's a bet. Say, here comes a good golfer. Artie Stebbins. Swell fella, too. Hello, Artie.
Hiya, Jack. Who lent you the bloomers? May Robeson?
These are knickers. What a guy. Always got some corny crack. Well, let's get going.
Here's your sweater, boss.
Oh, Rochester, I want my old sweater. The one that says, get the chili bowl habit on it. Oh, here it is. Hey, come on, Phil. Let's get started.
Okay, but I'm telling you, Jackson, I'm a wreck.
A wreck, eh? Now, remember our little bet, Phil. $20. No reneging now. All right, Rochester, pick up my golf bag. You're going to be my caddy.
Caddy?
Yeah, what do you expect me to do? Leave the clubs here and kick the ball around the course?
I wouldn't know, boss. The game I play only involves 3 moves. Get down on your knees, shake gently, and wish them a happy landing.
Well, there's no comparison. Shooting craps is no exercise.
It ain't, eh?
No.
Boss, did you ever try to make a 4 with a pair of loaded dice when the eyes of Texas were upon you?
No, and I'm not interested.
Oh, Mr. Benny, Miss Livingston's waiting for you on the first tee. You better hurry and put your pants on.
I've got my pants on. These are knickers.
Oh, a victory suit, huh?
Dennis, tell Mary we'll see her in a minute.
Okay.
Hello, Jack. How are they going?
Oh, hello, Charlie. That's Charlie Lacey, the golf pro here, Phil. Boy, what that guy has done for my game. Hey, Charlie, we're just going out for a round. You want to join us?
I'd love to, Jack, but I got a lesson to give now.
Well, you really made a golfer out of me. Only 4 lessons. You think I've been playing all my life. Huh?
Well, I'm glad you're satisfied. And by the way, thanks for the check.
Don't mention it. It's the best investment I ever made. So long, Charlie.
So long. Good luck.
Thanks. Come on, Rochester. Let's go, Phil.
Okay, boy, I can hardly walk.
Hardly walk, eh? Remember our bet, Phil, $30. And may the best man win. Okay, this way, Phil. Boy, am I raring to go.
Hiya, Mary. Sorry we kept you waiting.
Well, holy smoke, get a load of those old-fashioned knickers.
These knickers are all right.
And that cap hanging over one ear. You look like Jackie Coogan in The Kid.
All right. Come on, let's play. You shoot first, Phil.
Okay.
Here's your driver, Mr. Harris.
Thanks. Stand back, everybody.
If you don't mind a suggestion, Phil, you're standing too far away from the ball.
Look, Jackson, let's get it over with, will you? 4.
Wow, look at that ball go.
Look at it go!
Look. 250 yards at the most. Can't understand it after the awful life he's led. Well, it's my turn now. Rochester, tee up my ball a little higher.
Higher? It looks like a lollipop now.
I guess it's all right. Well, here goes. Quiet, everybody. 4. I fanned it.
That's one stroke.
Don't count out loud. I must have been standing too far away. There, that's better. 4. Darn it, another fan. I guess I'm holding the club too tight. Well, I'll get it this time. 4. Gee, I fanned it again.
You ought to be cool now, boy. Hit it.
How can I hit her with all these interruptions? Everybody yelling and screaming at me. Now, here goes. 4.
What are you foreign about?
There's some people standing down there on the green.
Well, you won't be there till Labor Day.
Oh, yeah? Well, watch this. 4. Wow! What was that?
You broke a window in the clubhouse behind you.
Gee, I can't get rid of that slice. Oh, well, I'll take a 5 on this hole. Come on, everybody, let's go. Remember our bet, Phil, $5. Darn those birds. I wish they'd stop singing. They're throwing me off my game.
Maybe they don't know you're playing for money.
You can pipe down, too. It's a fine country club, anyway, with birds all around.
And trees and grass. Oh, it's awful.
Oh, keep still.
Hey, what hole are we on?
You just finished the 7th. Wake up. What's the score, Mary?
It's pretty close. Phil is 28 and you're 128.
Well, there are 2 more holes. I've still got a chance. I don't like this club. Hand me my spoon, Rochester.
You broke it over my head on the last hole.
Oh, yes, then give me my brassy. This is the worst game I ever played. Thank heaven it's not for money.
Hey, wait a minute.
No, go back to sleep. All right, stand back, Mary. 4. God darn it, what's the matter with me? What did I do that was wrong, Mary?
Should have never left Waukegan.
I mean, what's wrong with my game? Rochester, you've seen me play better than this.
I have?
Yes. What am I doing that's wrong here?
I think you're holding the club a little bit.
You keep out of this, kid. When I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Hey, Jack, here comes Mr. Lacey, your golf teacher.
Oh, yeah.
Well, hello, Jack. How are you going?
I want my money back. That's how it's going. Fine teacher.
Oh, come on, Jack. Hit the ball. It'll be dark pretty soon.
Okay. 4. Where'd it go? Where'd the ball go?
Here it is by your left foot.
Oh, yes.
Congratulations. It was by your right foot when you started.
You don't have to get cute about it.
Pardon me, boys. Do you mind if I go through?
Why, no, lady. Go right ahead.
Gee, she's pretty old to be playing golf, isn't she?
She sure is. How old are you, lady?
83, and I'm wild about Victor Mature.
Well, go ahead. Let's see you hit the ball. Take it easy now.
Huh?
Well, I'll be darned.
Yippee, I'm on the green. Thanks, boys.
You're welcome.
Gee, 83 years old, and look at her hit that ball.
83 nothing. That dame isn't a day over 70. I'm too upset. Let's finish the game tomorrow, Phil.
We're finishing it right now. Go ahead and shoot.
Okay. 4, lady. Wow, look at that ball go.
Yeah, right in the woods. What a slice.
Oh. Well, come on, Rochester. Let's look for it.
Oh, Jack, you'll never find it.
Don't worry. I'll join you on the fairway. See you in a minute. Gosh, it's dark. That ball must be around here someplace. I wish I had a flashlight. Rochester, where are you?
Right in front of you, boy.
Oh, yes, I thought you were a tree. I know that ball landed right around here.
Why don't we go home, get a good night's sleep, and continue the hunt in the morning?
We're going to find that ball tonight. Don't care how late it is. Whoop! Well, there it is. There's the ball. No, it's a moonbeam. Rochester, I think if we bear over here to the left, we can kind of...
I just happen to remember, boss, this is my night off. I got a date.
You can keep your date some other time. We're going to find that ball if it takes all night. Let's see. When I sliced, I think the ball went outside of that bush. Or was it the other side? Rochester, on which side of the bush do you think it landed? Huh? Rochester, I said, on which side of the... Rochester! Well, I'll be darned, I'm talking to a tree. Darn that guy, he sneaked away. Rochester, where are you? Rochester, you come back here and help me find this ball. I don't care how...
At dinner tomorrow night, here's a dessert that will win a big smile of approval from the whole family.
It's jellied plums, a gay, inviting blend of delicious plums and rich emerald lime jello. For delightful goodness, here's a dessert that's really extra special. A beautiful shimmering dessert that's sure to become one of your family's favorite treats the very first time they try it. Yes, it's wonderfully good, and nothing could be easier to make. Just dissolve 1 package of lime jello in a pint of hot plum juice and water, and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned or stewed fresh plums. Then mold and serve plain or with whipped cream. You'll say you've never seen anything that could beat jellied plums for bright, attractive flavor. Never tasted anything that could top its marvelous flavor. Make up this grand treat. Tomorrow, get a package of lime jello. But be sure it's genuine jello, because jello's new locked-in flavor is extra rich.
This is the last number of the 25th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So don't forget to tune in for Doc Benny and his world-famous minstrel show. And before signing off, let me remind you that we can all do our part here at home by purchasing United States defense bonds and stamps. For our friends in Canada, the War Savings Certificate. Buy as many as you can and as often as you can. Good night, folks.
JKYL.
is written by BILTMORE and Eddie Boulogne and is sent each week by delayed shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
Say, have you tried Jell-O puddings? They're really swell. 3 luscious puddings that are made by the same folks who make Jell-O. Try Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's a mellow, creamy dessert full of golden goodness with the flavor of rich, tempting butterscotch. Just the treat to top off any meal in grand style. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O butterscotch pudding and those 2 other Jell-O pudding flavors, chocolate and vanilla. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Rochester, I'm sure that golf ball sliced over here to the right. No, it's not here.
Boss, why don't you give up? We've been looking for that ball all week.
We'll find it. Don't be so impatient. Now, let's see. When I hit it, I know it went over here by these trees.
Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hurry up. We've got to get to the studio. It's Sunday again.
Oh, my goodness, how time does fly. Come on, Rochester. We better get going. Come on.
JEKYL. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Deep in the Heart of Encino. Flavor, and still more flavor. That's what you get in Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Jell-O's marvelous new process that locks in its delightful goodness. The tang of Jell-O, its swell, intriguing taste, are there for you to enjoy as never before. For today, Jell-O offers you a new high in flavor, a new peak in pleasure. You find that Jell-O is more than ever a glorious dessert, a grand treat that everybody loves. A clear, colorful mold of Jell-O. What an attractive sight it is, and how it glistens with goodness. And never have you tasted anything better than the lively, refreshing flavor of Jell-O. Flavor that makes you think of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Flavor that is locked in for your added enjoyment. Prove to yourself how much richer Jell-O's locked-in flavor really is. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles, and notice how Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out in a rush of richness. Get Jell-O tomorrow and thrill at the extra delight of Jell-O's locked-in flavor. For You I'll Pine at Sunset and Vine, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, we're going to present for your entertainment, Doc Benny and his world-renowned minstrel show.
That's right, so let's get going. Is everybody here?
I think so.
Say, Mary, where's Dennis?
Dennis? I don't know.
I haven't seen him.
He must be around here someplace.
That's you dodo. Come here, Dennis. We've got a minstrel show to do. I see you've got burnt cork on your face. Where were you?
I was over in the corner practicing how to talk like Amos and Andy.
Good.
Good nothing. It comes out like Lum and Abner.
Oh.
Wonderful world.
Never mind. You'll get rolling. Now, Mary, we have to do this right. So straighten things out and put the chairs in a semicircle.
What's a semicircle?
Look, put the chairs in a circle and then take half of them away. Now, Phil, we want some real old-time minstrel music tonight. You know, a lot of loud, corny brass. Do you think your band can do it?
Well, it ain't our style, but we can try.
Oh, brother. Now, let's see. Where's Virgil? We got to have our props. Is the sound man here?
No, I'm in a Turkish bath. Want me to steam some clams for you?
Now, Virgil, you don't have to get cute about it. We're doing a minstrel show tonight, so pass out the tambourines.
I passed them out already.
You did?
Yeah, and they're swell, nice and juicy.
Those are tangerines. Now, Virgil, there's a whole pile of tambourines right there on your table. Now, pass them out.
Okay, here they are.
You didn't have to throw them on the floor.
He's mad because you won't let him be an end man in your minstrel show.
That's too bad about him. Well, I guess we're all set, so let's get started. Come on, Don, give us an introduction.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here they are. Doc Benny and his world-renowned minstrels, including the incomparable Mary Sweetstuff Livingston.
Mary?
That sentimental gentleman from Georgia, Phil Honeyboy Harris.
Take it easy, gals. I'll get to you.
Also our own silver-voiced tenor, Dennis Sugarfoot Day.
Very good, Dennis.
And last but not least, that ton of fun, yours truly, Don Blubberlips Wilson.
Yes, sir.
The time was a bright summer afternoon many years ago. The place, Main Street of St. Joe, Missouri.
They love me there. Take it away.
All right, everybody. You'll have to clear the streets of parade, so come on. Keep your little boy up on the sidewalk, Mrs. Farrell.
Come here, Charles. Stay right close to your mother.
I want to see a parade.
Here it comes.
Howdy, folks, howdy. It's sure good to be back in St. Joe. Great to see so many bright and smiling faces here to greet us.
Howdy, Doc.
Howdy, Constable. I see you got some new traveling salesmen sitting on the porch of the mansion house.
They ain't you. We just dusted them off.
Well, see you at the Opry House, Constable. Follow the parade, folks. The show starts promptly at 2:30.
We now take you to Simpson's Opry House, where Doc Benny's minstrels are about to begin.
Let me see your tickets, please. B2 and 4. First two on the aisle.
Thank you.
Candy, popcorn, and sandwiches. You can't enjoy these hams without a sandwich. Sandwiches?
Get your Jell-O here. Pop off your sandwich with a dish of tempting and appetizing Jell-O. Hey, Mama, I want some Jell-O. Well, here you are, Sonny. Isn't he a cute youngster?
All right, Don, don't overdo it.
Stop, please. Right this way. Here you are, sir. B2 on the aisle.
There's someone sitting there.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, madam. You've got the wrong seat.
I've got the right seat.
Well, you've got it in the wrong place. Stop, please. Hey, Constable, you can't bring your horse in here.
I got a ticket for him.
All right, seat 1, stall 2. What's he laughing at? The show hasn't started yet. Stop, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please, for a few moments before the big show begins. Now, I have here a selection of the latest song hits of the day. Tunes they're all a-whistling. In the shade of the old apple tree. On a bicycle built for two. Only a bird in a gilded cage. Down by the old mill stream. And a zoot suit with a reed fleet. Thank you. Here you are, sir. All the latest songs, folks. Take me out to the ball game. Wait till the sun shines Nellie.
Say, have you got that old sweetheart of mine?
Yes, and you can have her back. Anyone else have a copy of the big songbook? Last chance before the curtain goes up.
Overture! The Doc Benny Minstrels.
On the Mississippi, where those boats go bumping along.
Choo, choo.
To the Mississippi, dear old Mississippi, that's where I was born.
starlight bright.
Pick 'em up, boys.
We're shuffling along. See them shuffling along. So take your best gal, your real pal.
Go down to the levee.
I said to the levee.
Bunch y'all.
Join that shuffle and song. Hear that music and song. It's simply great. Make waiting on the levee, waiting for their Robert
Thank you. Gentlemen, be seated. Well. Tell me, Mr. Harris, how are you feeling this evening?
Mr. Interlocutor, I am in the mood to mangle some merriment.
Well, I must say, Mr. Harris, that you do look good.
Well, boss, why shouldn't I look good? I just had myself a Kentucky breakfast.
A Kentucky breakfast? What's that?
A big steak, a bulldog, and a quart of whiskey.
Well, what's the bulldog for?
Somebody's got to eat that meat.
Very good, very good.
It didn't impress me.
Now, Mr. Day, you mean to say you can do better than that?
Ask me what's the difference between a man with asthma, a farmer milking a cow, and an Eskimo fan dancer.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Day. What is the difference between a man with asthma, a farmer milking a cow, and an Eskimo fan dancer?
One is wheezing and one is squeezing.
Well, what about the Eskimo fan dancer?
She's freezing. Get her a blanket.
Excellent, Mr. Day, excellent.
I ain't convulsed.
Why, Miss Livingston?
Say, Mr. Interlocutor, do you mind if I ask you a riddle?
No, Miss Livingston, go right ahead.
What's the difference between you and a jackass?
I don't know. What is the difference?
A jackass wears a collar.
Well, so do I wear a collar.
Well, then I guess there ain't no difference.
Say, Mr. Interlocutor, when it gets to me, I wishes to convey that I'm mentally and physically fastidious.
Well, Brother Wilson, what makes you so happy?
I got a wife and a cigarette lighter, and they's both working.
Very funny, Brother Wilson, very funny. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our silver-voiced tenor, Dennis Sugarfoot Day, will favor us with a song and dance, that ever-popular ballad, Can't You Hear Me Callin' Caroline, and dedicated to Mrs. George Primrose.
I miss you in the morning when old Papa gives his call. Caroline, Caroline, I miss you after sunset when evening shadows fall. Caroline, Caroline, I miss you when the moonbeams out on the river shine. Oh, can't you hear me calling? Oh, you Caroline. Can't you hear me calling, Caroline? It's my heart a-calling, Dine. Lordy, how I miss you, gal of mine. Wish that I could kiss you, Caroline. Ain't no use now for the sun to shine, Caroline, Caroline. Can't you hear my lips are saying? Can't you hear my soul are praying? Can't you hear me calling, Caroline?
La la la.
He's dancing now, folks.
Can't you hear my lips are saying? you hear my soul a-praying? Can't you hear me calling, Caroline?
That was very good, Mr. Day, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. That was rendered with feeling, sweetness, and tenderness.
I didn't like it.
Why, Mr. Harris, I noticed that you and Mr. Day have been quarreling quite a bit of late. What have you got against him?
Nothing, except he's dishonest, disloyal, and hen-coop conscious.
Oh, come now.
That's a fine way to talk after I invited you over to my house for dinner.
Who cares?
Don't you remember that nice fat chicken I served you?
Remembered, boy, I recognized it.
Mr. Harris, that's a bold allegation. I think you should apologize.
I'll say he should.
I can't believe that Mr. Day has been stealing your chicken.
Not only that, boss, he stole my wife.
I didn't steal that old thing. She jumped in the bag with the rest of the hens.
Why, Mr. Day, I'm ashamed of you stealing Mr. Harris's wife and chicken.
I'll bring them back. I'll bring them all back.
Don't bring back nothing that ain't got feathers on it, son.
Now, you better watch your step, Mr. Day. That Mr. Harris is a bad man when he gets riled up.
That don't worry me none. I'm going to walk over there and punch him right smack in the mouth.
Who is?
I is.
How you gonna get back?
Gentlemen, please, let this bickering cease. And now, ladies and gentlemen, yours truly, Doc Benny, will render that renowned and melodious selection entitled Asleep in the Deep, assisted by the Alabama Four. Music, Professor. Loudly the bell in the old tower ring, bidding us listen to the warning it brings. Sailor, take care. Sailor, take care. A danger is near thee. Be aware. Be aware. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep. Show me where. Be he. Thank you.
Say, Mr. Interlocutor.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
I just thought of another riddle.
Another one? Well, let's hear it.
Why are the Japs nervous like a man on his way to the dentist to get a tooth pulled?
I don't know, Miss Livingston. Why are the Japs nervous like a man on his way to the dentist to get a tooth pulled?
'Cause the Yanks are coming. Yahoo!
Now, that was really brilliant, Miss Livingston.
Yeah, Mr. Interlocutor, what's the difference between you and a bag of wind?
I don't know. What is the... Burgess, you stay out of this. We don't want any more riddles.
I'm awful sorry to hear that, Mr. Interlocutor, because I got one that's not only entertaining, but appetizing as well.
All right, Blubber Lips, let's have it.
When you go down to your neighborhood grocer, what is the very first thing that you ask for? Credit.
Mr. Harris, please. I don't know, Mr. Wilson. What is the very first thing you ask for at your neighborhood grocer's?
Jello. G-E-L-L-O.
Blubber Lips never went to school, folks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a special added attraction, Doc Benny offers for your enjoyment and amusement... Doc Benny offers for your enjoyment and amusement that well-known minstrel man, Rochester Van Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Interlocutor.
Mr. Van Jones will sing that ever-popular song success made famous by the late Bert Williams, entitled Somebody Else, Not Me.
Great moments come to every man, some situation where he can attain such fame, folks acclaim the very mention of his name. The circus played our town one day. 3 Bengal tigers got away. The manager looked right at me, said he, "Here's opportunity. Somebody's got to catch them cats. Somebody's got to go. The tiger man is sick in bed. Put on your hat and coat," he said. "Now the man who catches them alive, a hero's gonna be. It's a wonderful chance for somebody else, not me." 2 ivory bones with ebony dots oft times leave the cemetery lots. A game last night brought on a fight which finished up with pistol shots. I was the furthest from the door. All the others got out before. A body lay on the floor dead, and through the transom somebody said, "Somebody's got to stay behind. Somebody must remain. And when the officers arrive, explain how came he ain't alive. The man who stays and sees it through gains notoriety. It was a wonderful chance for somebody else, not me."
Thank you. That was Somebody Else, Not Me, rendered by Rochester Van Jones. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Interlocutor.
That mistake didn't either hurt or help the program, Rochester. I noticed that in looking over your expense account for your costume and so forth, you put down $1.50 for makeup. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, that seems a little unnecessary. Would you mind explaining what you spent that money for?
Well, I heard you tell everybody to buy burnt cork for their faces.
Uh-huh.
And then as much as I didn't need it, I bought a cork with a bottle of gin around it.
Oh, I see. Well, I have news for you, Rochester. You may collect that $1.50, but it'll be from somebody else, not me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, every minstrel show has an afterpiece, and ours will be no exception. So tonight we are going to offer Doc Benny's version of the greatest love story of all time, Romeo and Juliet. The scene is the balcony of the home of Miss Juliet Johnson on Beale Street in Memphis, Tennessee. Curtain music. Romeo and Julie were sweethearts, and oh, how that Romeo could love. That's me, folks. Yeah, they did. Oh, Julie, climb down this ladder. You know, we gonna elope tonight.
I can't see you down there. Romeo, wherefore is you, Romeo?
Here I is, gal, right below yon balcony.
Well, get thee on that ladder, son.
Forsooth, honey, I'll be there forsooth. Yakum! I'll be right up, sugar.
Just a minute, Rummy. Get thee down from that ladder.
Hush up, son. I'm ascending to my lady friend, Juliet.
Then move over, because I am the local, and this is the express coming through.
I don't know what you did with that gag. I knows you can't be the local and the express. I must be the local. Now, wait a minute. I mean, either you is the local or the express. Now, wait a minute. Who is you, anyway?
Here's my card.
Julius Mushmouth Caesar and his orchestra, appearing nightly at ye Biltmore Arena.
That's me.
Now, listen here, Mushmouth. You ain't got no business around here. Get off this ladder.
Don't mess around with me, Romeo. Remember, flowers don't care who they lays on.
I understand. Pass, friend. Gazooks.
Who that? Who that coming up the ladder, Romeo?
Somebody else, not me.
Now listen, Romeo. Is you coming up here or is you ain't?
Be patient, woman. Keep thy cloak on. Here I come. Slow but sure, that's me.
Hey, you, get off that ladder.
What, another one?
You heard me. Julietta's my gal.
Oh, no, she ain't, son. She's my gal. So you better hide thee away, knave. Or I'm going to take my razor and you're going to be grinning from ear to ear. Understand?
You make one pass of me and you're going to be playing Love and Bloom on a harp.
Well, in that case, pass, friend. Egad.
Hey, Romeo, what is this pain and thou?
I'm caught in traffic, honey. Well, here I come, Julie. Here I come. I'll be right with you, Julie.
Oh, pardon me, brother, but you're standing directly in my path.
Now, who that? Who is you?
Othello.
Othello who?
Othello Jello.
Oh, then you is the merchant of Venice. Pass, friend, unhindered. Look at that ladder bend. Hey, Julie, can it be that you is unfaithful?
I ain't unfaithful, honey. I'm going to elope tonight.
With me or not with me? That am the question. All these men climbing that ladder. I was regusted.
Now, don't be jealous, honey. I'm just raffling off a Plymouth up here.
A Plymouth? Oh, that's right. Where did I put my ticket? Oh, here it is.
The lucky number, am 987X42.
That's me. That's my number. I got it. Here I come, Julie. Here I come. A rhapsodize, Phil. Rhapsodize.
Here's a dessert, friends, that will make a big hit with everyone because it's so good-looking and so downright delicious.
It's jellied plums, a swell, attractive treat that combines luscious plums and rich emerald lime jello. Yes, here's a dessert that is really a masterpiece. A dessert that your family will get mighty excited about because it's so gay and inviting and so thrillingly good. Jellied plums is truly a treat of treats and easy to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of lime jello in a pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned plums. Then mold and serve plain or with whipped cream. And you'll say you've never tasted anything that was more delightful, never laid eyes on a dessert that looked more enticing. Make up this grand treat. Tomorrow, get a package of lime jello. But be sure it's genuine jello, because Jello's new locked-in flavor is extra rich.
This is the last number of the 26th program in the current Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Jack had to run away and do a show for the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Good night, folks.
The Jello program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloin and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.